Okay, I think we're live. We'll find out here in just a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Let me do the starting soon just to give everybody a few minutes to get in here. I'm not going to do the intro or anything like that. Okay. Okay, so I am getting caught up on all of this right now. But the House, they are voting on the big beautiful bill right now, and not sure all of the drama that's going on, but I know there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of back and forth, and Stephen Miller just tweeted this out. Here we are 10 years after the trip down the golden escalator, and we have some members actually thinking of voting against a bill that will build the entire border wall, fund mass deportations, and triple the size of ICE. And it includes massive tax cuts and welfare reform. This is the kind of opportunity once lost where people look back centuries later and ask how the moment to save civilization was allowed to pass by. There you go. And so again, everybody, the people out there that don't really understand how this works, they simply just want to go, this is Trump's fault, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Trump is doing everything he can to get this pushed through so that he can get his agenda in place. If your problem is the bill, then you need to be dealing with the Senate and the House, not President Trump. But President Trump is playing politics like you have to, and these motherfuckers are still not willing to work with him because they're all pieces of shit. So right here, it's over. Massey just changed from yay to nay. Trump about to go ballistic. So, Massey is been a thorn in Trump's side for a while now. And let's see. All right, here we go. President Trump just sent a stern warning to the grandstanders blocking the big, beautiful bill. Largest tax cuts in history and a booming economy versus biggest tax cut or tax increase in history and a failed economy. What are the Republicans waiting for? What are you trying to prove? MAGA is not happy and it's costing you votes. That was just sent apparently by Donald Trump, the president of the United States. So he just sent this out. So he just sent that out. So we're currently waiting to see how this all plays out. But yeah, I mean, these guys are pieces of shit. Thank you. For the 5 get to memberships, Logan Miller and Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier. Appreciate that. Alex McCarthy says, you rate us to gaming, then rated us back here. Yeah, I know. It's just a shit show everywhere. So, all right, so I'm looking to see if there's any other information right now. This is obviously a huge story. Yeah, I mean, this is what Elon Musk wanted. He absolutely wanted to create this chaos. And let's see here. What is this? I don't know what channel this is, but they've actually got some audio here. So we'll listen in to see what they have, since we don't have audio on the others. And I don't know what their plan is, but these clowns, I mean, how they get away with not doing their job is pretty insane. What's my stance on the bill? My stance on the bill is that it addresses what I think is the single biggest problem facing this country right now, which is mass deportations. And I am far more worried about mass deportations than I am the debt ceiling or anything like that, because ultimately the people that want to claim that they're worried about the debt, and I don't want my grandkids to pay for the debt. I don't want my grandkids to be killed by an illegal immigrant. So That's what I'm more concerned with. Now, if you want to be someone that wants to nitpick and get involved in the pork and all of that, well, that's fine. I'm not telling you I like a lot of that shit. But like anything else, Trump is going to do whatever he's got to do to get this through so he can do the job that he was elected to do. I want mass deportations. I want ICE funded, just like you said in the chat. I do believe that this will get pushed through. But there's a lot of they want this attention on themselves. Like they love the attention that they're getting right now. But I do believe ultimately it will get pushed through. What is this right here?
Let's talk about the 4 nay votes that are on the board right now. I assume you've spoken to all 4 of them. What indication are you getting from them that they might be willing to switch?
Well, I have spoken to all of them, and at 3 of the 4. I'm trying to find the 4th one, but a couple of those are still waiting for some of those questions to be answered, and they're just sort of putting placeholders on the board, and I think they're open for conversation. Everybody's here in good faith. Everybody wants to get to yes. Everybody wants to deliver this agenda for the people, and we're going to give them every opportunity to do that.
Well, let's talk about the 4 nay votes that are on the board right now. I assume you've spoken to all 4.
Looks like there's a what is this? It's a Twitter space going on right now. So let's hear what.
Not executive orders. I've never heard of a concession of an executive order. That would be, but then again, when I served, we didn't have the White House, so I wouldn't know if that's even possible. So I can only speak to what I experienced. But as far as concessions go, I will say this: I have seen concessions be anything between your bill will go on the floor, will be the very next bill, or we will take this packaged whatever that was cut off from the bill, right? And we'll introduce it standalone, and we'll push it, and we'll get the conference behind it, and we'll pass it, blah, blah, blah. It can involve going to the Senate and getting Thune to agree on a bill, and then getting a senator to team up. Let's say Massey, I'm just going to give a hypothetical here. Let's say Massey and Rand Paul say, okay, you'll get our vote if we do this. And then Thune and Johnson have to agree that this will happen, and or if it's more simplistic, and I've seen a lot of this. Well, if I vote for this,
that's Santos.
Give me, $5 million worth of appropriations for the district, $20 million of appropriation for the district, so I can do some community projects, whether it's water projects,
Yeah, the toy projects,
but not
projects,
toy.
Yep.
No, they don't do toy projects.
You know what I mean, though.
Well, there's a difference between toy projects, like pork, and then projects that are universally accepted, right? So, well, I'm going to have to pump some water. Like for instance, on Long Island, a great concession would be, can I get, $20 million so I can go decontaminate some of the aquifers, right? Because then everybody wants that, right? So that's a great concession for like a Long Islander, for instance. For a New York City guy, it's going to be, can I get some more money for the cop, like Nicole?
George,
so I'm just giving you hypotheticals here.
I get it. But let me ask you this now. Why didn't Mike Johnson work with Thune more directly on how this was going to work across the board?
You don't want a conference.
Why wasn't there better communication between House Republicans and Senate Republicans before they butchered this shit?
They're on vacation.
No, hold on.
There's a lot of
priorities.
That's not why. They're not on vacation. They weren't on vacation.
They have different priorities.
Okay, there's way too many soy voices in there. I don't want to listen to that shit. I'm just being honest. Way too many soy boys. Way too many lisps. So, not interested. Let me see. Og Dog says, dude, I have notifications and they never work. Dito Cobra Shadow Band? I don't think so, but I mean, who knows? Who knows? Let's see.
Joining us now, he is the chairman of the very powerful House Oversight Committee. James Comer is with us. James, you're down on the floor. You're talking to your colleagues. What's going on?
I think we're going to get there, Sean. I mean, as you said, there's a lot of negotiating going on. Some of these guys are the usual suspects. They like to wait till the very last vote and go in dramatic fashion. But at the end of the day, this is an important bill, and Newt Gingrich is exactly right. There's a lot of people trying to fight for the needs in their district. Nobody's going to say they're 100% satisfied with this bill, but this is the way the founders set it up. When you've got 435 representatives and 100 senators, it's a lot of giving.
I gotta show you guys this. This is from a few hours ago. Donald Trump says Representative Jamie Raskin, a third-rate Democrat politician, has no idea what is in our fantastic tax cut bill, nor would he understand it if he did. This dope has been consistently losing to me for years, and I love watching his ugly face as he's forced to consistently concede to defeat to Trump. And tonight should be another one of those nights. Raskin is a bad politician and a total loser. And that's him right there. His ugly face. President Trump is the fucking GOAT, dude.
That's the way this system was created. This bill has been through regular order. We've talked about and debated this bill for 7 months. I personally like the House version better than the Senate version, but I understand the Senate's half the equation. We have to govern. At the end of the day, Sean, this is President Trump's agenda. This is what he campaigned on. This is what the American people voted for. And tonight's the night that hopefully we'll get this bill passed.
Yeah, I think so. Are you hearing any of the dialogue, debate? Do you know members that are talking to the president right now as we speak? Are they coming off the House floor and picking up their phone?
They are. Obviously, everyone takes the president's calls. There's two schools of thought here. There's two concerns. There's a concern, obviously, with the level of spending that the Senate version has. So you've got members that are concerned about that. Then you have members that.
Somebody said, Jeremy, how do you feel about the changes to gambling losses? I'm not I don't really gamble. So I know that there was some changes on what you can claim on losses and things like that. I don't know the ins and out of it because personally, I'm not, that doesn't affect me personally, but I understand why some people would. I would think the heavy majority of Americans aren't overly worried about that. Only people that are into, gambling. But so I can't speak to it because I haven't, I know some of the basics of it. But I'm not a gambler.
They're concerned about the changes to Medicaid. I'm honestly concerned about some of the changes to Medicaid. But what we've been able to do, Sean, is negotiate 1.5 years before implementation. That'll give states like Kentucky that greatly expanded Medicaid an opportunity to go in and look at their Medicaid rolls. There are people on Medicaid in America who are
Beanie Boy is furious. Is Tim Pool upset about the gambling stuff? So, yeah, I don't know.
Here illegally, they're receiving free health care. There are people on Medicaid who look like me. They're able-bodied, and they're receiving free health care. They're not working. We've got to get people, especially in states like Kentucky, who are able-bodied off Medicaid and into the private health insurance rolls working. That's what we're trying to do. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. And I think the president's reassuring members that he's going to work with us. He's going to work with all of our individual states. You mentioned Lawler has the SALT thing. We've got some states like North Carolina and Kentucky that expanded Medicaid. We've got to work to make sure our hospitals are available to operate and still provide quality health care. And then we've got to think about the spending. And President Trump can do some stuff by executive order with the budget. So I think all the concerns are going to be addressed. This is how the process works.
Well, I mean, again, so let's hear it straight from the administration right here, So, are you against these things? I don't know why, why anyone is against that. Are you against no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security? Yes. Can you find things in the bill that you don't like? Yes. And I would probably say that there's probably someone in the House or the Senate you can point to for those problems. But ultimately, I think that this thing is going to pass. It needs to pass. Now, has Elon tweeted anything out? Curious about that. Let me see if Elon's tweeted anything. I guarantee you, Elon's working his contacts to scare people on this. He hasn't tweeted in 11 hours, but he's working behind the scenes. So, let's see where we're at here. Thank you, Logan Miller, for those 5 Get to memberships. Jim P says that this vote is just to get the bill on the floor to vote on. Yes. So this is there's so many steps that goes along with this. So, well, I don't know. Well, actually, no, I have been playing video games for the past 3 hours. So, I don't know the specifics of what led us here. Eric K says, what use is having the majority if they get nothing done? Jonathan says, are they voting on lowering the Switch 2 game price? No. Nate says, hail to 199. Hope you all have a safe and blessed 4th. Thank you. Gotta have the bill on President Trump's desk by July 4th. That's what he wants. So Thune ruined the bill and let the Democrats redact the bill. Well, the Senate made changes. Z-Herb says we need Trump to buy Microsoft and make Xbox great again. Fuck Xbox. Polite Rue Guy says that we need this bill to pass now, Trump 2028. Bubba Doom says Raskin is a urinal cake in the Flying J shithouse. Sean Living Life says, I want lower taxes and mass deportations. It's what I voted for. That's what I want. GOP is myopic. This bill fuels growth. That'll help with lowering the deficits. Fucking figs get on my nerves. The Under Armour Gamer says, I love InfoWars, but AJ and Owen Schroyer are saying Trump is a neocon, and how the hell do you even say that when you took a freaking bullet? Yeah, I mean, I've always liked both of those guys. The way that they, specifically Owen Schroyer, was acting over the Iran situation, it's just crazy how people just, I don't know, man. I don't know why people just are, if you followed Trump for 10 years, if you followed President Trump for 10 years, now suddenly you think he's George W. Bush. I don't know how that's even possible. I really don't. I don't know how you get to that point where you believe that. But whatever. It is what it is. Let people do their thing. But it's crazy, man. And I mean, there's a lot of people that I probably would paid attention to for a while, but I will choose not to probably pay as much attention to them moving it forward. And more power to them, I guess. So, Coop says, Jeremy, you should appreciate your mods, and especially Eric K. Send him your Trump body pillow. At least mod lives matter. Ramtack says those things you pointed out are great things, but the gambling issue will cause Trump to lose it bigly in the future. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel that the gambling situation is something that most Americans care about. I feel like most Americans are worried about putting food on the table and not gambling. I feel like gambling is a luxury for people. And, but that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't feel like that's something that most Americans give a shit about. So let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's any updates on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know how that would cost President Trump in the future, the gambling thing. I have no idea. So I'm dead wrong on that. I mean, how? How am I? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong for saying I'm dead wrong. I'm just asking, what do you mean by that? Let's see here. No updates. Can't imagine these fools are going to keep continuing this for the evening, but we'll see. Rye the Guy says, I have no faith in the Republicans. They were in the same situation in Trump's first term. They fought him on everything while accomplishing very little. I started calling them Republicans. Well, I mean, and this was always the problem in Trump's first term, is that he just faced so much opposition. And I mean, I know that like JD Vance tweeted out tonight, he's trying to leverage everybody on this. Let me see right here. JD Vance, the big, beautiful bill gives the president the resources and the power to undo the Biden border invasion. It must pass. Yeah, and that's another thing that doesn't get recognized in all this, is that President Trump is having to clean up 4 years of a Biden border invasion. That gets lost in all of this. Let's see here. No. Okay, so we're just in, I don't know if if this is going to continue through the night. I have no idea. Like I said, when I was live, I saw you guys were talking about it, and I was like, I didn't know that they were going to be taking the vote tonight. What is this right here?
We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
Members are reminded not to engage in personalities toward the president. And members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from North.
We can.
Yeah, I mean, AOC being AOC. I guess the question would be, do we think Elon Musk is responsible for this bill not getting pushed through based on what we're seeing? Let's see. Newt Gingrich says GOP no vote on Trump's bill isn't just a vote for the largest tax increase. Let's hear what he had to say. Let's hear what he has to say.
Not only is it a no vote here for a Republican, not only is a vote for the largest tax increase in history, but it's probably a vote to retire. A no vote here on President Trump's biggest domestic policy, the absolute center of his administration, is a vote that is suicidal. And I think that that will be communicated to them in a pretty vivid and direct way. Massey's already experienced this. There's one poll out already that shows he's at 29% for re-election as people back home realize he's anti-Trump. And that's what this, look, in the end, this is real simple for Republicans. President Trump has staked everything on moving the economy, on reforming the government, on freeing up energy, on a whole range of issues in this bill. The people have been working on this bill for 14 months. And you're either on the team or you're not on the team. Is the bill perfect? No, it's not perfect.
No bill's perfect. No bill has ever been perfect. You have the libertarian mindset of people that are trying to push this nonsense where they're like, I need everything that I need in this bill, and if it's not 100% what I want, then I can't support it. It's fucking retarded. It really is. Jeremy, run a poll for who is and against the bill. All right, yeah, let's do that. We can do that. Start a poll. All right. And do you support the... All right, simple as that. Do you support the big, beautiful bill? Yes or no in the chat. So let's see what the chat has to say. So right now it's at 80% yes. That's a big amount of support. I mean, I do. I support it. And the more I'm told that I can't support it or I shouldn't support it, the more I want to support it. Especially with Elon Musk out there trying to tell people that it's like, no, the more you tell me By the way, check this one out right here. Check this one out.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
That's so great. It's so great. Oh man. Where'd I go with that? Eric K says Jeremy will never part with his Trump body pillow. Plus, I do not want it. It's sticky and crusty. Kevin Cron says the gambling part is if you go play like poker, for example, and you lose 50, but then win 50, you have to pay taxes on the 50 that you win. That's added to it, or was that so again, I don't know because I don't gamble. Was that, did you have to pay taxes on that prior? Like, I don't really understand, you know. William Williamson says gambling destroys lives. I've never been the type of person, like, so again, I am very much personally anti-alcohol. Okay. I'm anti-alcohol. I don't drink. I've never drank. I'm never going to drink. But I don't think that alcohol destroys lives. I think bad decisions destroy lives. I am very much about individual responsibility. And if you're the type of person that lets anything dictate or determine or overwhelm you, or if you get addicted to anything, I think that's an individual responsibility that you have to take responsibility for. So I don't have a problem that gambling destroys anything. I think bad decisions destroy lives. I don't think that gambling destroys lives or alcohol destroys lives or porn destroys lives. I think bad decisions destroy lives. And you can always make bad decisions in life. You can always. And if you seem to think that the reason that the bad decision was made was because of this arbitrary thing, you're never going to be able to get away from that, because there's always going to be something in your life that's going to pull your attention, you know? So I think that bad decisions destroy lives. Ghost 3600 says, I can't stand most Republicans. The big, beautiful bill is far from perfect, but at least we regular people get tax cuts and deductions with it. Democrats are always in lockstep together. We just can't be sad. This is very true. This is very true. This is why Democrats were able to pull off 2020. This is why they were able to pull off COVID, because Republicans, generally speaking, are cowards. And they always have been. They always have been. Real Smile Bit says, I say add an amendment to the bill to write off YouTube super chat donations. That would help me anyway. I heard that, brother. I heard that. Eric K says, put back in the 2A and get rid of the gambling. Let's see. If it fails, taxes will go up 60% plus for everyone. You can write off losses and it's hard to track. Let me see. Super chats equals no tax on tips. I don't think that's how that, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not sure. Let's see what's happening on the wonderful world of Twitter at the moment. I do like what Stephen Miller said earlier, and I know we've got more people in here. So let's just go through his timeline. President Trump pledged to seal the border. He did. President Trump pledged to end DEI. He did. He dismantled trans ideology. He got men out of women's sports. He got the woke out of the military. He took on corrupt colleges. He's done everything in his power to continue to get things done. He has stood by his word. He has constantly stood by his word. And, I mean, you just, the list right here, Stephen Miller just crushing it. The man in the arena, we are living through destiny fulfilled, and now we stand on the verge of enacting his agenda, America's agenda, into law. To every Republican in Congress, honor destiny's call, honor the mandate, honor the moment, stand with Trump, bring it home, deliver the win. Boom. Let's freaking go. Let's see. Fig Nag for I think it's 20. Question: do you think Elon switched just because of the Tesla thing, or is there more? Doesn't sit right with me how quickly and easily he flipped after being all in and telling Rogan if Trump doesn't win, it's the last election. I agree completely. And it doesn't set well with me either. And I want to be careful about my criticism of Elon, because the reason that Elon is because of everything that he is and how unpredictable he is and how different he is. But yeah, I mean, you sat there with Joe Rogan and you said that if President Trump doesn't win, it will be the last election the United States of America ever has. And it's like, I mean, I do believe that he had a valid point. Absolutely. But suddenly it's just like, now, because, and then you were in the White House, you were hanging out with Trump, you were all over the place. Trump pulled Teslas up to the White House when your stock was dropping because of the attacks on Tesla. He let your kid run around the fucking Oval Office. He let him on, Air Force One or Marine One. He gave you complete, respect. And now there's one little issue. Now, I don't think that it's just as isolated to that. My theory is that 100% the EV mandate is part of it. I think Trump fired Elon from I think he could have kept him on. He could have extended. I think Elon Musk was starting to wear very thin, and we had heard reports that Elon was starting to wear very thin on the Trump administration. And I believe that because Elon Musk is Elon fucking Musk. Elon answers to no one. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He's a genius, and he's running around the administration with more power than anyone, essentially, outside of the president. And it got to a point where people were coming to Trump and going, this guy's all over the place. Like, we can't control him. And Trump had to step in. And I think that pissed him off. So you add the fact that Trump was probably having to deal with a lot of things behind the scenes that Elon was creating. And then the EV mandates, and Elon has just lost it because he's got a giant ego. And I don't say that in a negative sense. So does Trump. But I think that Elon's pissed. So right now we do have a poll in the chat. 81%. Now 82% support the big, beautiful bill here. And so that's nearly 3,000 people watching. I know I forgot to, it's not that I'm intentionally ignoring Rumble. When I set the stream up, because this is like my fourth stream today, when I set the stream up, the problem with Rumble is Rumble fucking sucks. Okay. So Rumble doesn't want to do integration into the streaming software that like Kick and YouTube have, because I think Rumble thinks that they're better than that, I guess. But like, if they would just have integration into StreamYards, it would just be like one button. But I have to set the stream up, get the stream key, get the codes, put the code into the StreamYard. It's fucking retarded. It's like, make things easier. Why is it easier for me to stream to YouTube than Rumble? So I just didn't get a chance to set it up. So I wasn't ignoring it, though. But the platform does piss me off. It's the people that are over there that watch us that don't piss me off. But the platform itself sucks. Donkey balls. All right, we're gonna keep letting this go for a few minutes. The poll, I want to see what happens there. Uh-oh. Right here. Hey, grandstanders, President Trump has had enough of your shit. For Republicans, this should be an easy yes vote. Ridiculous. So Trump is clearly not. Let's go to True Social right now. Yeah, so he just tweeted that out 5 minutes ago. So Trump is up right now handling business. He's handling business right now, President Trump, and he is not happy at all. Got that one, got that one. Let's see. If deficits don't matter, Lying Dogface says, if deficits don't matter, why do we pay income taxes? Income taxes are for control, not revenue. Well, I didn't say it didn't matter. I don't know if I said that, or I don't know if that's how it came off. I don't know if that's directed at me or not. So, let's see. Mike says, Massey and his fake MAGA fanatics backstabbing Trump are only making it so if Massey runs for president, I will never vote for him. Massey has zero chance at becoming president. Massey will never win a fucking primary. Ever. All right. It's not even a chance in hell. Let me remind you that Elon Musk and Thomas Massey both backed Ron DeSantis, who's one of, if not the best governors in the entire United States of America. They backed DeSantis, and DeSantis got absolutely destroyed because they had no credibility. They had nothing on Trump. So Massey stands zero chance. Like, it's not even, Jeb Bush would have a better chance. Jeb Bush would have a better chance than Massey. Bubba Doom says, I've seen this man resurrect an industry in a town that died when I was born. I've yet to catch him in a lie. I've seen him improve the economy to the point that shipping materials became scarce. Thank you, Bubba Doom. Yeah, and again, this is my fourth stream today, so I may lose my voice. Mods are just like done. They're like, we're not doing it, Jeremy. We're done. And I respect that. Republicans are just neo Whigs aristocrats in the UK. Alan says, can I play with the Geeks and Gamers members off stream held to 199? I mean, of course, if they're around, you absolutely can. That's the whole point of locals, is to create a community. So like, you guys can post to the Geeks and Gamers locals tab, and you guys can communicate over there like it's your community. So yeah, you guys can post over there and say, hey guys, you guys want to play some Mario Kart? Like, when we're not playing, 100%. Like, that's the whole point, is to bring you guys together. And when we're not around or whatever, so we can build a little community over there. So 1000%. Let's see. Fat Sally says, big lobby money on the way to final votes. This survival of fantasy sports is now dependent on killing this bill. It's some crazy shit going on right now, man. That's for sure. Thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. This is politics right here. Dirty, nasty politics. Let's see. I got that one. So this was a little bit earlier. Republican Representative Thomas Massey just flipped his vote on the rules from yes to no, giving Democrats 217 votes needed to block the big bullshit bill. The bill is now stuck. This is good. Elon Musk already promised to bankroll Massey's campaign for opposing the bill, but this move will make Trump go ballistic. So this is clearly someone call to activism. Who is this? Let's see. Founded by an attorney to fight the Trump era corruption. That's all you need to know. These are the people that are behind Thomas Massey. These are the people right here. So, yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah. Massey being praised by the left. He should just change parties to D for Dick. Yeah, I mean, that's that 100%. I agree with that. Trump's going to doge Elon if this bill fails. He's not happy, that's for sure. But as I've said, Trump, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I can find the clip or not. Trump does not forget, okay? Like, he does not forget. He remembers everything. And he will get even eventually. That's just who he is. That's how he's always been. I don't know if I can find this clip or not. Is this it right here? Yeah, this clip right here.
Then how are you different than you were 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, I used to say, and in fact, I think I said in my first book that, and maybe this was foolish, but I really meant it, that someday I'd like to maybe lose everything for a period of time to see who's loyal and who's not loyal. And I frankly found out a lot of things.
Did you find out who's loyal and not loyal?
I tell you what, and you.
So that's Trump's mindset right there. He does not forget. He does not forget, and he will definitely return with a vengeance right there. So, let's see. I mean, look, and this is an old clip too, but this is how he negotiates. This is how he negotiates.
And I said, somebody said, well, what would you do? What can you do? So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And you know, I said to somebody that it's really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
Don't piss off Trump. He'll take care of business. So. Oh man. I'm just looking because I do have these like old clips because this is part of like these old clips that I found. It's so good, man. Look at this. Look at this one right here.
They're not stupid people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen. How it holds up that head. He's got a neck that's about a size 6. Very unattractive guy, both inside and outside. And people say, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say. That's okay. Very unattractive guy. Here's the thing. These are bad people.
Very unattractive guy. Oh, man. D-Day Cover, why aren't you acknowledging that the Senate removing things is what turned many Republicans in the House? I literally did. The fuck, man? Do you just tune in after 40 minutes? Do you just tune in 40 minutes into the fucking stream without thinking I've said anything? Like the moment that you tune in is when I started talking. I said the Senate made changes. I fucking said that. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Like you just tune in and you're like, why aren't you saying this? Like, fuck you. I've already said it. I said the Senate made changes. Good Lord. Why don't you fucking listen? Try that. All right? Take your boyfriend's dicks out of your ears and listen. It's not that difficult. Fucking hell. Anyway, back to the point at hand. So Trump has warned the grandstanders that he has had enough. And he is still up. That tweet was, or the True Social post was like 5 minutes ago. Well, now 14 minutes ago. I'm refreshing to see. So Trump is still up right now. And so I don't think this bill is dead. I don't. I just don't. I've seen Trump pull off miracles more times than I can count. And he is extremely focused on this bill getting done and getting done by July the 4th. Now, will it get done by the 4th? I don't know. So, why didn't you say the Senate made changes? Where's the trigger? You wouldn't give it to an ordinary citizen. Okay. Yeah, anybody thinking I'm like defending the Senate? I mean, the Senate can go to hell and the House can go to hell. I hate all of them equally, to be fair. Probably not dead, but not getting signed by the 4th. Probably not. Probably not. I'm looking to see if there's any updates right now. Speaker have we heard from Johnson? Is he saying anything? This is again, man. You can imagine he's getting an earful from Trump right now. Probably getting an earful. This was earlier today. I want to hear from Johnson right now. What is he saying right now? MAGA's a mess. I don't agree with that. I don't think MAGA's a mess at all. I think that the House Republicans in the Senate are a mess. I don't think MAGA's a mess. I think MAGA's stronger than it's ever been right now, actually. I think that what you have is you have a lot of libertarians that are acting like they're MAGA. And they're creating a conversation that people think is coming from MAGA people. And that is blurring the lines of things for a lot of people that don't pay attention. But the majority of people that are complaining about this are a bunch of libertarians. And like I said, libertarians are never happy. They're always upset about something. They can't even get along with each other, much less the majority of Trump supporters out there. And so you have a lot of libertarians that are just making a fuss, and they side with people like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul, and they claim how much I was a Trump supporter, but I can't deal with this. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you fucking weren't. The Libertarian National Convention, Trump walked in there as a former president of the United States and as a front runner to become the president of the United States again. And he treated you with respect. He showed you respect. You booed him out of the fucking building. He still claimed he was going to give you what you wanted, which was to free that one guy. He did free that guy, and libertarians continue to complain and whine all the time because this is what they do. And since their movement is so irrelevant, they decide to try to leech on to the MAGA movement so that they can pretend that they're MAGA, and then they get upset by one little thing, and then they start, crying like a child all over again. This is what libertarians do all the fucking time. They are literally children. And they want everything given to them on a silver spoon. They want it exactly how they want it. Who's that? Again, I'm not an expert on Harry Potter. I've seen the movies, but was it the first Harry Potter movie where Harry was living with the family and they had that fat kid that was spoiled rotten? That fat kid is a libertarian. I don't remember his name. I'm not like a big Harry Potter fan, but that fat kid was a libertarian in the movie. What's his name? Is his name Dudley? Okay, yeah, Dudley, he represents libertarians, okay? Just spoiled fucking rotten and needs everything handed to him perfectly and cries when it doesn't go his way. So I'm pretty sure that was the first Harry Potter movie, The Sorcerer's Stone, I think. So that's an awful example. You must be a libertarian if you don't like that example. You must be a libertarian. I bet libertarians hate that example. That's not right. That's not right. Yeah, you gotta fucking take a joke, bro. You gotta take a joke. It's not that serious. What was it earlier? Like people that take shit too seriously, like they're always going to be upset. They're always going to be crying. They're always going to be whining. What was it? I think it was Scott Jennings made a joke earlier about Disney adults. I thought it was funny as hell. Yeah, right here. Is this it? So Scott Jennings made this joke. Okay, for clarity, we have a theme park channel at Geeks and Gamers. Okay, I spend a lot of time, more so. I don't spend as much time at Disney as Universal, because Universal's better. Scott Jennings makes this joke. Bunch of fucking Disney adults got offended. It's fucking funny.
Scott,
I think we need restrictions on, if you're over the age of 21 and you go to Disneyland or Disney World and you don't have children, straight to Alligator Alcatraz, El Salvador.
But have you ever been to Epcot?
I'm just saying, this is weird. And talk about people that get in the way of things. You're trying to take your kids there and you got these weirdos walking around. I'm just saying.
Go to Epcot. It's great for grown-ups, okay?
Why are you
Everyone.
That's great. That's funny. And, like, don't take yourself too seriously. That's funny. And I saw a bunch of people going, oh, my God, I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. I'm like, why? It was funny. It's a big deal. Don't take yourself too seriously, especially on the internet. Isaac, thank you for the 99 cents. I appreciate it, brother. Matt Frog says, just chat GPT to Bill. I don't like the, I guess you mean just did it. I don't like the increased military spending. I like cutting entitlements, but that could cost us the midterms. I like immigration and border spending. Not a bad bill overall. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positives and some negatives. Welcome to the world you live in. You're never going to get everything you want. It's not reality. It never has been reality, and it never will be reality. And the moment that you understand that life will never be the utopia that you want it to be, you'll be far better off. Understanding that life is about compromise and understanding and all of that. But it doesn't look like it's happening tonight. That's for sure. And it looks like there's a lot of work left for Team Trump for sure. Taker says, I saw a picture of the Fantastic Four that was clearly wrong. It had Pedro sitting at a stool with a seat on it. Lip says, as an Army vet, everything Hegseth and Trump have done boosts morale, recruitment, and retention, and makes us better from a readiness lethality. Yeah, I mean, dude, Hegseth has been awesome. Hegseth has just been unbelievably good, which, don't get me wrong, so Trump obviously is Trump. JD Vance, I don't think we appreciate how amazing JD Vance has been. JD Vance is truly the perfect VP pick for Trump. The man has been perfect as VP. Marco Rubio has I think Marco Rubio has been the person that has been the biggest surprise. And Hegseth has been incredible. Stephen Miller. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, his team has been great. Pam Bondi has been a disappointment. No doubt. Pam Bondi has been a disappointment. I'm still not sure how to feel about Kash Patel or Dan Bongino. I'm still not sure where I stand on them. It's hard to kind of determine how they've done. And of course, Tom Homan. Tom Homan has been unbelievable. Jack says, never in my life did I think I'd be cheering for Marco Rubio. Me either, brother. Me either. Trent says, Elon thought he bought the White House. Trump made it clear he didn't. Now he is a scorned ex. It's what it feels like. It does feel like that. And we'll see. You skipped my super chat. Here it is. I am immeasurably upset with JD Vance. I thought he was the Second Amendment bulldog, free health care for illegals. They need more time. Screw the Fourth. Trump's very symbolic with those things, but it's clear that I don't think we're going to get this by the 4th. I don't, but I will be on standby for sure. I will be on standby. We'll see though. I honestly believe the 4th is a test to see who is with Trump and who isn't. That's Trump does stuff like that, ultimately the bill won't fail. And yeah, I mean, I don't think the bill's going to fail. But I don't think the fourth, I would say right now, I don't think the fourth is happening. This is all for show. You think so? Maybe. I don't know. And the 2A part, as you said here in the super chat, is I don't, what's the specifics on the 2A? I know there's a lot of stuff with the 2A that people are pissed off about. And that is a valid one to be upset about. Like, you want to be upset about 2A shit, then I'm right there with you, because none of the 2A stuff should be touched. So that is a big issue. All right. So, but you want to talk about gambling? Okay. I don't give a fuck. Like, and I don't think most people give a fuck. And who gives a shit about gambling? Like, you know, that's not really a big deal. Let's see. It's big, very big. What does Pam Bondi need to do to be better for me? Release the fucking Epstein files like she promised. Like she promised. So, thank you for the 20. I appreciate it. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime. Well, yeah, I mean, like, again, if you want to stand there and say that there's like a specific thing that you can make a point, but like to get upset about like overarching pork and all that, it's like, welcome to politics, you know, never going to change. At least not in our lifetime. It's never going to change. So, Matt says Pam Bondi needs to come to my house and let me marry her. Matt, settle down, buddy. Okay, settle down. Philip Butler says this gives Trump the upper hand. Jeremy, my first super chat. Good. Well, it'll be the last one because I ain't reading that shit. Go for it though. I hate all the bloat, and I hate that woman who killed the 2A stuff, and I hate the AI stuff. I wish it was would be just the important stuff without the bloat. I mean, I do too. So now these guys have to explain it's not on Trump. You probably already talked about it, but what do you think about another judge trying to abuse the power today? It'll get shot down probably. I didn't look into the specifics of it, but it'll probably get shot down. It means corrupt judges are just, all they're trying to do is stall Trump. That's all they're trying to do. And to be fair, they've been pretty effective from that standpoint. But I didn't look into specifically on that one. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting late, and I'm not seeing a lot of updates at the moment. And do we have any audio on this? No audio. Lying Dogface says libertarians run for Congress, but we need them on the city council. I mean, I just feel like you're welcome to believe whatever you want, support whatever you want. I just feel like libertarians are people that they want to feel cool, and so they need to have a cool name. You know, like I don't want to be a Democrat or Republican, so I'm just going to be a libertarian. And like, okay, congratulations on accomplishing absolutely nothing. No vote. All right. Let's see. Philip Butler says sad Republican Congress breaks Trump's win streak. Outpost Nerd says Rand Paul and people like him would rather throw us into the pits than to compromise. Ramtax says gambling is a big deal. Vegas and Nevada as a whole exist because of gambling. Billions in sports betting will be impacted. I do understand that, but I just, when we are it's all about priorities. When we are literally under an illegal immigration, like right now, if I'm in, it's in my area in the Panhandle, it's not that bad, but like if I go to Orlando or Miami, sometimes I don't even feel like I am in the United States of America. I don't fucking like that. It's gotten significantly worse in the last 4 years. Tangibly worse. It's bad. It's very fucking bad. I don't like going to I don't like being in my country and feeling like I am not welcome. That's how I think a lot of people are dealing with it right now. It's fucking horrible. I think there's far more illegal immigrants in this country than we've even been told about. I think it's fucking horrible. You know, so right now, like we are at the, I feel like we're at a breaking point with the illegal immigration stuff. And that is my top priority. That's what the majority of people that voted for Trump focused on. And stolen elections have consequences. And, 2020, this is why the 2020 election, which again, if you look at the overall scope of things, it's probably, it obviously worked out better for Trump that he didn't remain in office because he became in more powerful. But we're still dealing with the results of that 2020 election. We're still dealing with the chaos and the invasion that happened. Stolen elections have consequences. And unfortunately, like I said, I've never talked about this before, but I used to work retail. Okay. I've never talked about it before. Never said it. When I worked retail and I was a store manager, a co-manager, I worked at a store. Our store had very, very good numbers. We did very well. We were one of the top stores in the district. And they asked us to go to the store a few hours away because this store was a disaster. Now, mind you, I'd only worked in my one store, so I only knew my store and my system. So we went to this other store, and I can't tell you how bad it was. I mean, it was awful. The amount of backstock that they had, because it's a grocery store. So they had so much out of date stuff that was in the back room. Trucks would show up and they wouldn't even have enough room in the back room to drop the new truck off. It was horrible. It was an absolute disaster. So I go in there and I'm completely overwhelmed. And I'm like, I don't even know where to start. I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to start to fix this. Now, I had other people with me that had experience with that. So they were teaching me, like, when you're in this situation, you have to prioritize what's most important. And you have to focus on what's important, what's the most important thing right now. And you focus in on that, and you don't take your attention off of that until you've dealt with it. And so you can say that there's all these other issues. We don't have a country if we don't get illegal immigration under control. We don't have shit. Trust me. Have you ever been in a city and have you seen what immigration and diversity has done to your city? What's it look like now? Do you remember back in the 80s when New York used to actually matter? New York was actually a place that you would go to and spend time with, and it had some class to it. Yeah, Vegas will be a shit show in 10 years if we don't get this shit under control. It'll be a shit show, and everywhere else will be as well. Stolen elections have consequences. So I'm not telling you you're wrong to have other concerns about it. What I'm telling you is the damage that the Democrats and Joe Biden did to this country in the last 4 years. Illegal immigration is the number one problem by a mile. There are parts of this country that do not even feel like the United States of America right now. There are literal massive parts of this country where you go to and you won't even feel like you're welcome in your own country. It's terrifying. It's sad. The Royal We says Short Act and HPA were cut by an unelected figure. It's not been done in a while, but JD Vance could have overruled and reinserted Google Short Act and HPA. Okay, I'll look into it. Little Jim's Halo says, in my town, Texas, there's so many non-English speakers. which again should be a requirement. Like if I go to another country, I'm not going to be offended because someone doesn't know what I'm saying. I'm going to another country. I should know how to speak their language or have an interpreter with me. No, motherfuckers come here and it's like, I don't fucking know what you're having to say. Don't fucking come up to me. You know, like learn the language of the land you're in. Go fuck yourself. Operation Outstanding Infield says, you go to war with the army you have, not the army you wish you had. The bill is a net positive, and we have less than 4 years. It's about time. Well said. Well said. Thank you. Good to see you here, brother. Arnold says, hey, Jeremy, they're remaking I Am Sam, and you and your daughter should apply. You're perfect for the role. The Royal We says, yes, we don't have shit healthcare for illegals. Bird Up says, Jeremy has a point. My city may as well be called Little Mogadishu now. That's the point I'm trying to make. And people are all worried about all this other shit. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Prioritize. Like, I can only talk about what I see and what I, experience. And this is what I'm experiencing right now. So, but yeah, these guys are worthless. Has Trump said anything on True Social? All right, so Trump hasn't said anything in about 30 minutes. So I don't know if he's done, but the last thing that he said was that about 37 minutes ago. Eric says, the bill is not dead. They will rework what bothered them and it will pass. I think so too. So, a Proud American says Brandon Herrera's video yesterday explains it all. Okay, I'll check that one out. Always happy to see what Anna Paulina Luna has to say.
And also remember, this is not a nail in the coffin. There is an approach to deal with the national debt, which is something that I think the president understands that this is going to be his legacy as well. And he has grandchildren. He has children that he wants to fix this country for. So, and also remember.
It is true. We only got 3.5 years of Trump. Now, what's going to happen? Oh yeah, look at here. What is this? What's happening in Texas? Is this Texas? So like I said, illegal immigration, pretty damn important. Illegal immigration, pretty damn important. Call me crazy. And Tom Homan has addressed all of this as well. I mean, Tom Homan said it. Let me see if I can find the clip from Tom Homan. Tom Homan. That was Texas? Maybe. I mean, let me go back. Let's see. So Defiant L's usually post pretty legitimate stuff, but this isn't Texas, is it? Here's the original post. Seeing this in America, you should be aware of what's happening in Texas. See, could that? I've heard a lot of bad stuff about what is it, Austin? I've heard Austin is really bad though, but I don't know. I can't imagine that's in Texas though. But I don't know. It could be. But this is the problem with Twitter: is you have all these accounts that they have the monetization, and they post bullshit all the time. It's hard to see what's legit and what's not. What is this right here?
4th of July is coming. It's 2 days from now. And Gallup does this poll every year. And the poll this year says that Democrats, 36% of Democrats are proud of their country. 36%. Less than 4 in 10 Democrats are proud of their country. Republicans, it was at 92%. And you think there is a void in that. I mean, there is this unbelievable divide in this country about those who think this country is great and who love this country and those who just quite frankly don't.
Yeah, that's really problematic. And it makes you wonder, why are the Democrat cities canceling 4th of July celebrations? And so has nothing to do with the immigration enforcement. They don't believe in what 4th of July stands for. And they don't love our country. And that's a really sad state of affairs.
Hang on. I want to go over to this right here. Are they fighting?
Like, if you're doing reporting and like you're happy that
What
he's
I
waiting
am
5
saying,
minutes, so you don't want to you don't want to press him.
what I am saying. Well, I asked him a couple of tough questions. What I am saying is that, look,
Your tough and my tough are two different things.
fair enough, fine. When you have anybody in a legislative process, there's all kinds of ways to make the sausage. The reason everybody is saying pass, because we're all President Trump supporters, and yes, we all think it should pass. However, all of us will say, you know what? Gosh, it could be a little bit better. I don't think there's a person here that'll say 100% is perfect. And that's
like this group of losers stands up every time there's a bill, but does nothing up until the point of this time when the cameras are on them. So if they're going to actually stand up and do something, but they better actually stand up and do something other than fucking grandstand.
That's true. That's true.
The American fucking people.
That is true for a few of them. But what I am saying, all I am trying to say is a little bit of perspective. And, Jim, was on earlier.
Hold that thought. It looks like we have remarks from Speaker Johnson that just came out here. Speaker Johnson says holdouts are coming around.
Micro Johnson.
Well, this is going to end well, and he does expect it to wrap up this AM. And he adds, we had the president himself, the vice president, attorneys and agencies answering questions on the phone, very detailed and very productive. That just came out just now.
Can we please
Go
call
ahead,
him by
whatever
his
filler
technical
bullshit
title,
he is.
Speaker Micro Johnson, please?
I like how somebody had to say Speaker Micro Johnson.
I just want to say, Jesse.
I liked Mike
there's-
Hunt the best, by the way. I think Mike Hunt was the best one we did.
Jesse, I just wanted to say, in regards to the principled argument about the national debt, my issues with a lot of these guys like Massey and Chip Roy and everything is that, there's more than one way to pay down the national debt, and it doesn't include cutting funding and spending. You can eliminate the national debt through Trump's plan for the gold cards, which cost $5 million per person. If Howard Lutnick's estimate is correct, then we can probably pay down the national debt almost in full just by that plan alone. And that's not including the tariffs and all the other government.
I would disagree with you on that, Micah, but I agree with your general.
They're on
point.
track to
I don't
sell.
think that
Just so
gold-
you know,
What do
Jess.
you
Just so you
disagree
know,
with?
Jess. They're on track to sell 200,000 of them. That's $1 trillion.
Right, and our national debt is a massive multiple of that. So, I mean, I don't know.
Dude,
that we can-
they sold 25,000 of them in the first 15 hours. The card was live.
Unless it's an annual, unless we charge somebody $5 million a year.
Hold on.
All right, I gotta. So I don't know where they got that statement from Mike Johnson. But I'm looking for it now. Why was it? Twitter Spaces sucks, dude. Wait, host. Why can't I go in? Oh, there it is.
It's too kind of crazy. But like the thing is, like when we see these bills in general, these big bills, there are guys that do get concessions. I don't know which of these. I mean, like I'd have to see the full list again. But yeah, a few of these are grandstanders, no doubt about that. 100% no. What I'm telling you, Self is not one of them, generally speaking. But some of these guys are. And
Sounds like Self is right now, so you can try and defend him some more. But the memes are only getting more expensive. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
I am telling you, look, I am telling you that this is a guy who does not care if he is primaried or not. He doesn't care, and
How
maybe
old
he
is this
is.
guy? Is he like 12? Can he not like defend himself?
He's a 75-year-old veteran and medal. I mean, the guy's a really, really
So then he should
interesting
be
guy.
able to stand on his
I will
decision.
say this. You right, like the fact that he would not tell you, like what he's even like holding out concession wise, makes me think.
No, it's the fiscal. It's the fiscal stuff.
Prostitutes, or he would tell us.
He said what he said. What
explanation?
Okay, I'm bored. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm a little bored. I just wanted to kind of see what they were talking about, but I'm you know, I'm a little bored. I don't really care. You guys can go listen to that space if you want to, but it sounded to be like a bunch of bullshit. So I wasn't interested to continue on. Nothing from Elon Musk. So he hasn't tweeted in 12 hours. So Trump, nothing on True Social. Let me hit a refresh. Nothing. 46 minutes since we've heard from President Trump on True Social. So we have nothing there. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says another Cobra cast. You spoil us too much. Hey, you know, we appreciate it, John. John freaking Murdoch. Let's freaking go. A 50. Elon is paying politicians right now. You think? I mean, if we go back to what Elon said a couple of days ago, and let's look at that. I mean, he's tweeted so much lately, so I don't even know if I can find it. So let me see if I can find this tweet where he said, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to primary every single person that votes for the big, beautiful bill. He's been very, very kind of unhinged about it. I don't know if I can find that one right in particular. He's been tweeting so much. But yeah, he basically said, like, if it's the last thing on earth I do. And I'm like, dude, you're not an elected official. Like, I get it. We appreciate that you, have been so supportive of President Trump. And I appreciate that you basically gave us a platform to talk on Twitter. But you're, like, Trump is the president. He's been here 6 months and you're already trying to sabotage his presidency after being his number one cheerleader. It's weird. Where's it at? At that one. Yep, here it is right here. Here it is. Every member of Congress who campaigned on reducing government spending and then immediately voted for the biggest debt increase in history should hang their head in shame, and they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing I do on this earth. Like, really? Really? Okay. Okay, Elon. And then, like, the next day you come out and you're like, then he kind of puts like a threat to Trump, where he's like, what did he say specifically? He's like, he basically was like, I really want to escalate this with Trump, but I'm going to hold back. And it's like, the fuck are you going to do? You going to call him a pedophile again? You going to call him a pedophile? Like, okay, well, you already did that. Let me see. $20 super chat. Gambling is a poison pill. From the Dem, I don't even say that, to attack MAGA support in the midterms. 47 million gamble 1K or more a year, including fantasy sports. A political celeb poker player already coming out against Trump. Well, I know nothing about gambling. I can't sit here like if I could do what a lot of YouTubers do and just Google some shit and pretend that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't pay attention to gambling. I'm not going to pretend that I know anything about it. So all I can do is prioritize it and say, I'm more worried about illegal immigration than that. I know nothing about it. I don't pay attention to it. I don't care about it. It's not a vital thing for survival of this country. I don't think you're going to have gambling if illegal immigration continues into the path it's on. President Trump has had judges and Democrats stand in his way, trying to, like, why was it Why is it so hard for President Trump to get illegal immigrants out of this country, but no one stopped Joe Biden from allowing them to come into the fucking country? Why does it work like that? President Trump gets blocked by fucking judges all the fucking time by trying to get these motherfuckers out of the fucking country, but yet no one was stopping Biden from allowing them to come in the fucking country. And again, all of your shit will not be there for you if illegal immigration is not taken care of, and it's got to be taken care of soon. And so you can have your gambling, you can have your fantasy fucking football and your fantasy fucking sports, and some fucking celebrity poker player can come out against Trump. It doesn't fucking matter if illegal immigration is not dealt with, and that's really what it comes down to. So. And yeah, to a lesser extent, legal immigration too, because that's been abused. So like, I'm glad some celebrity poker player is coming out against Trump. I don't fucking care. I mean, and I don't think most normal people will care. So, but I mean, I'm not dismissing the fact that gambling is huge. What I'm saying is that the heavy majority of everyday Americans don't give a fuck. And most of them don't have the money to worry about this shit. So I guess we'll see. Variant says, just put up another poll of how many are here worried about gambling. Oh, yeah, I still got the poll up there. All right. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's put up another poll. So 78% are supportive of the big, beautiful bill. Do you care about gambling? Do you care about gambling? There you go. Vice says, did you see today they announced an agreement with Vietnam to tariff them 20% on goods and 40% on transit shipments, blocking China from going around our tariffs using Vietnam ports? Yes, I did. Another win for Trump. I think, like, do you remember when there was like, remember when the Nintendo Switch 2 got delayed? At least the pre-order date, because of the tariffs. Now, obviously, I care about the Nintendo Switch 2. I own it now. I'm a fan. I stream it all the time. I'm a fan of Nintendo. Do you remember what I tweeted when the Switch 2 got delayed? And I said, delay it forever. I stand with President Trump. Because me playing video games doesn't fucking matter if President Trump can't do what he needs to do. I'm far more focused on President Trump doing what he needs to do than me playing fucking Mario Kart, okay? So I'm far more interested in President Trump getting illegal immigrants out of this country than gambling. So, so I said it. I was like, fuck the Nintendo Switch 2. I want President Trump to do what he needs to do, and I don't give a shit about my video games. You said stop bad language, motherfucker. Did you just come into my chat and say stop bad language? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the fuck do you think you're fucking talking to, motherfucker? That was the wrong fucking thing to say. Because now I'm just going to fucking say fuck over and over again. I do cuss a lot. But listen, I have a solution. Tim Pool. He never cusses. He never reads your super chats, but he never cusses. Tim is very, 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 very focused on not cussing and not reading your super chats. So that would be my solution right there. Or you can go to Agenda Free TV, where he foams at the mouth when Donald Trump's name is mentioned. So there's always alternatives out there, and I will always point you to those alternatives because I'm not for everybody. All right, here we go. I'm at the Capitol, and I'm not going to bed until this bill passes. Stay tuned. Keep pushing for these representatives need to change their votes. So right there, that was tweeted a minute ago, right there. So I guess we're here for a while. So get fucking used to it. I just had to drop another F-bomb real quick. This is crazy. Massey wants open borders. By the way, I can't stand Cernovich, so I just want to be clear about that. Cernovich is one of the most frustrating people in the world. But let's see. Fitted Sheet says, Jeremy, drop the N-word. I'll give you a pass. Well, if I got a pass, I mean, I've always wanted a pass. Do I have my wallet? At one of the meetups, somebody gave me an N-word pass card. I haven't tried it out yet, but I might, especially when I'm in traffic. Man, I could use an N-word pass when I'm in traffic. Whew. Massey wants open borders. Reminder, he voted for Biden's spending bill out of committee. Anyone telling you this is about saving money is selling you a false bill of sale. So, and hey, but he has principles, guys. He has principles. He has principles. So we got this because you guys reminded me of it. So right here.
For that, those are major nuclear powers. Those are not like a little bit. And they were angry. And the next phase was probably, did you see where it was getting, it was tit for tat. And it was getting deeper and more, I mean, more missiles. Everyone was stronger, to a point where the next one's going to be, you know what, the N-word. You know what the N-word is, right?
Nuclear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for
I like how Brett Baer didn't. Brett Baer was worried.
It's going to be, you know what, the N-word. You know what the N-word is, right?
nuclear.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
I figured you want to clean that up.
Oh man. That reminds me. Okay, hang on. Let me find it. One of my favorite moments in history. Some of you haven't seen this, all right? But this is one of the greatest clips in history, okay? I don't know how many of you are familiar with the YouTuber Linus Tech Tips, okay? But here we go right here. Linus Tech Tips. Here we go.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even.
His co-host is thinking, my career is over. My career is over. What are we doing?
I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it. Right. And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids.
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
that's
so.
The N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh. Okay, either
hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, cool. So I'm glad that
I'm
we have
freaking
cleared that
Neo
up.
over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That was bad.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Thank you for that.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program right there. Great moment from the internet, though. Oh, man. I'm hearing that, and I'm like, damn, Linus, let's go. I didn't know you were that cool. All right. So, got that one. Refresh over here on True Social. Nothing from the Prez. Jake says this bill is shit. Best shit we can get right now, though, and better than nothing. We're going to send it back to the Senate to make it even worse. It might. It might. Steel Storm says Elon is crashing out that they're taking his government slush fund business model that relies on the I always pronounce this word wrong. The subsidies away. I always want to call it subsides. Lying dog face. I'm tired as fuck. This is like time is. This is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. 4th stream today. I just got done yelling during Mario Kart. I'm gonna say the hard R pretty soon. Lying dog face pony soldier says I would not want to be a crewman on a far distant and off-world base on Mars with an erratic Elon in command. That is not a bad take. Like, you know, he's got this whole idea like he's going to send people like, oh, he's going to, we're going to go to Mars. It's like, do you really? I don't know if I want to be on Mars. I don't know if I want to be on Mars with Elon in control. It's a good point, actually. Pacnanimous says, don't forget the Dems shenanigans with in 2020 caused 6 to 12 seats swing in the House, overcounted blue states, undercounted red. That's what the Democrats do. Little Jim's Halo says, remember the Dems are responsible for all the people who had their lives ended early because of illegals. The faces you seen are no longer here. Yep. Little Jim's Halo says, look at the Muslim population popping up in Texas. Eric K says, I could get behind Anna Paulina Luna. Steel Storm says, Texas is starting to look like England. Shorty Short says they would love, or they would have to conquer Texas first. Justin says it's not about gambling. It's about taxing winnings, which can destroy professional gambling careers. And yes, immigration is more important. Yeah, that is it's a serious thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be concerned at all. And so please don't think that. It's just that I can't sit here and pretend that I know anything about gambling, and I can't pretend that I actually care. A lot of streamers, because they don't want to be clipped out, or they don't want to alienate people or some bullshit like that, or they don't want to appear that they're not in the know, because a lot of streamers, they feel like they have to have an answer to every question, or they like to be in a controlled environment, whereas if I just don't know the answer to something, I'll just say, I don't know. Yeah, it's not that hard for me. I don't know. It's not something I follow. I gambled one time when I was in Vegas, and I won I don't know. Then I think I won like $1,500. But the ultimately, I'm more concerned with everyday families than professional gamblers. Just like YouTube is not a real job, professional gambling is not a real job. It's a fake job. I have a fake job. YouTube is a fake job. I've had real jobs in my life. This is a fake job. No one should have sympathy for me. It's a fake fucking job. Gambling is a fake fucking job. It just is. And if anybody gets offended by that, then that's their problem. I'm literally a YouTuber, and I'm telling you it's a fake job. Like, this is not a real job. There's nothing real about sitting on the internet and getting super chats. This is a fake job. It's the easiest job in the world. I'm the luckiest person in the world to do what I do. The Royal Wee says, just watch Langley Outdoors. That will let you know what's going on. 2A and immigration are the most important things for us. Or for the U.S. Matthew says, time to admit Vivek would have been better than Elon. I don't know, man. I there's always something that, like, I've always liked Vivek, but there's always been something about Vivek that rubbed me the wrong way. The Obama vibes based mainly. I don't know. I got big Obama vibes from Vivek. So I would not say that Vivek would have been better than Elon. Yeah, can't say that. Troy New says, all I know, bro, is that no matter what happens, I got a 25-year shelf life, food, seeds, weapons, and ammo, game, set, match. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I would still, Vivek was on FNT. He was. I would still take Elon over Vivek. Absolutely. Is there any updates right now? It's kind of slow. I mean, of course, it is 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning. By the way, earlier, Laura Trump said that, let's see, she may be replacing Tom Tillis. Let's hear what Laura Trump has to say.
Be a U.S. Senator. I have to ask you, I was there for one conversation that was off the record that you know about, the president knows about, and Eric knows about, and it was a heavy dose of pressure. But tell us where you stand.
Yeah, well, clearly, North Carolina needs someone to represent them. Tom Tillis has not done a great job. He's not going to seek re-election, as so many people know. And, you know, I've thought about it, as you said, Sean. I thought about in 22, possibly running in that midterm race for the open Senate seat. We now have Ted Budd as a great senator from my home state of North Carolina. Thought about possibly seeking out, you know, to fill Marco Rubio's big shoes down in Florida. But the timing wasn't right for that. And look, this is new. It's all very fresh. This all happened over the weekend. So there's a lot to process, and there's a lot that would go into this decision. What I can tell you is I have seen how service can impact so many people's lives. I look at my father-in-law as the greatest example of that. And it's a bigger conversation for our entire family to have. And we're not quite there yet. So it's all very fresh and new. But I would love, if I ever have the opportunity to represent the people of my home state in North Carolina, it would be a great honor of mine.
It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. And, you know, one thing that I definitely think we're going to have a lot more of is the Trump family in politics moving forward. I think we're going to see a lot of that. So Nick Sorto here, and I pulled this up a few minutes ago, but so this was about 15 minutes ago. I'm at the Capitol. I'm not going to bed until this bill passes. Stay tuned and keep pushing. Somebody says, what's the status? Is there another vote scheduled? He says, vote is still open and it should stay that way. That was 2 minutes ago. Nick Sorto is a great follow, by the way, on Twitter. Are they still even there? If they leave DC, the attack ads are going to be freaking devastating. They're not going anywhere. So that's the latest right now. And he's apparently there. So that's where we are. Looking to see if Trump, no, I didn't mean to share that, but I meant to refresh. Nothing from Trump. Johnson just said he had the votes. Really? Let me go back. Let's go to Nick Sorto's. God, I swear Twitter Spaces is such fucking garbage.
Victoria Sharp is a 10 out of 10, Nick. Like, why did she have to be one of the good ones? I want, man.
But the Senate version
Here we go.
keeps the Medicaid spending for illegal immigrants. Like we have a bunch of funding still in there.
It actually doesn't. I can read you the language here because I studied this earlier today. It's just The only thing, so look, it does bar most illegals from receiving Medicaid. It does do that. However,
Can y'all hear that?
in order to avoid the
Actually, let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. I'm more interested in this. Because I can't mute that. I have to leave the thing in its entirety. So breaking, Speaker Johnson just said he has the votes to advance the big, beautiful bill. So that is from Speaker Johnson right now. Right here. So we'll see. We'll see. Where is he saying that at? Where is this communication from Speaker Johnson coming from? Muted? I mean, I'm not muted. Unless you're trolling me, which you probably are. Of course, my chat always trolling me. Let me see if Trump has said anything here. You know Trump's going to be fired up if we can get this to advance. You don't hear anything? I mean, there's just very, very subtle mumbling in the background, so it's not like loud, so you can barely hear it. And I don't think my extension works with StreamYards. I can try my extension, but I don't think the extension works. Let's see. So volume booster. Do you guys hear that at all? It'd be great if you could hear that better. If the volume booster worked a little bit. Muted all the F-bombs. Nothing. Yeah. Freaking volume booster doesn't work. Did I call you a troll? No, but I can if you want me to. I absolutely can if you want me to. I have no problem doing that. Like if you just, all you gotta do is ask me. I will call you a troll. Okay, so a lot of people are reporting on it now, but United States House of Representatives Speaker Mike Johnson said he has the votes to advance the big, beautiful bill. Waiting for more information on that. Since you guys can't hear that, I'll go over to this one right now. And I'll put this one, I'll leave that audio on and I'll be listening, and then we'll see if the audio kicks on to this one. Because we don't have any audio on this one right now. Fart Sauce says white people had a good run. Storm Shadow says Speaker Johnson won a race in Mario Kart World to change their votes. See, this is why it's important. All right. Speaker Johnson won a race in Mario Kart World. That's how he was able to get the votes. Isn't Raw's Alerts a literal Democrat? He's a gay furry. He is a gay furry. Yeah, Raw Alerts is a gay furry. %, and that's not even a meme. Like, I'm not even memeing. I mean, he absolutely is a gay furry. He's a fucking weirdo. Let's see. Maximus BT says, where are my breeds at? Unseen Dimension says, I'm a POS, but I love you all. Thank you for the smiles. Hey, we love you here, though. That's all that matters. So thank you for being here, Unseen Dimensions. And thank you to everybody for being here, hanging out with me at this late hour while we're watching these bunch of fucking clowns try to do the job that they were elected to do, and they can't even get that done because these people are useless. Okay. So maybe there'll be something to celebrate here tonight. We'll see. I'm trying to keep an eye on True Social, on Twitter, on everything. And we did have a good Mario Kart stream tonight. It was fun. Rob says July 2nd marked the middle of the year. It is now closer in time to 2050 than to 2020. What? Man, Twitter is so depressing. Like, I actually like do you want to talk about like me having a real job or not? It is a fake job, but the worst part of my fake job is that I have to spend too much time on Twitter. Every day I see something and I'm just like, God, I'm so old. Like, how did this happen? Like, I saw this today, and I know a lot of you won't relate to this, okay? But I saw this today. And I used to be a huge NASCAR fan. Unseen Dimensions, thank you for those 5 gift memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I used to be a huge NASCAR fan. Okay? Right here, I saw this. 19 years ago today, Tony Stewart won the 2006 Pepsi 400 in Daytona. And I'm like, bro, this feels like this happened a couple of years ago. This feels like this happened a couple of years ago. What are we doing? I remember this when he climbed the fence and he went into the audience and everything. Like, it was the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, dude, I'm so old. Dale died in 2003. Incorrect. Dale died in 2001, right? 2001 is when Dale Earnhardt died. February 2001 at the Daytona 500. That's when Dale Earnhardt died. Last lap of the Daytona 500 with Michael Waltrip leading and Dale Jr. in second. Michael Waltrip driving his first race ever for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. And Earnhardt dies on the last turn of the last lap after getting a small little tap from Sterling Marlin. And it wasn't Sterling's fault. It's all good, Narco. It's all good. I remember that day like it was yesterday when Earnhardt died. Craziest thing I've ever seen. And in that race, Tony Stewart had a terrible wreck as well. The year NASCAR died, I mean, I very much enjoyed NASCAR because I became a Tony Stewart fan. But I feel like NASCAR really did. I don't know, man. NASCAR's not even a shell of itself anymore. NASCAR is unrecognizable. So the day Bubba Wallace arrived, yes, that's the day NASCAR died. Yes, that's the day. Kevin Cron says, I feel sorry for that woman in the chair with the typewriter. She must be so bored. I know. Pacnanimous says, 100% agree with you per gambling. Point is being used to attack MAGA supporter when Dems are weak. Young men, if passed, will impact midterms when we need to add seats. Now, that is a valid point. Thank you for the clarification on that. You didn't have to send a super chat, but I'm glad that you were able to clarify. And I agree. Midterms are very, very important. So we do agree on that. So that's a very good point. Very good point. Stymie says, white people had a good run. We're still here, mother effers. Bubba Wallace really fucked NASCAR over. You beat me to the punch. Yeah, he's the worst. Absolutely. Just I can't stand that dude, man. I really, really, really can't stand that dude. I think I might hate Bubba Wallace more than any person in professional sports. While we're waiting, hang on. Apparently, let's see. Well, before we get to that, give me just a second. So right here, F1 is a great movie. I'm hoping to see it tomorrow. I'm hoping. Where's that at? If you guys didn't see this, more than LeBron, yeah, I mean, at least LeBron's talented. You know what I mean? At least LeBron's talented. Bubba Wallace isn't talented. We do have new merch. So Cobra, this is the official Cobra Cast logo, available for a limited time only. We have t-shirts and we have hoodies available. So you've got to get them while they're available. I should have one here tomorrow. I ordered mine. I can't wait to rock the hoodie. I love the new Cobra Cast logo. And let me pin that post right there from Cam Man. Thank you, Cam Man. Boom. So there'll be the Uncle IDOT's shirts sold like crazy. Thank you guys for picking those up. And now we've got Cobra Cast limited time merch, and that is the official logo for Cobra Cast. So there you go. It's me says I got my Uncle IDOT shirt just in time. Hell yeah. Tweet Tone says nice logo, but no thanks. I'll buy Jeremy Osteen merch though. Matthew says thanks for the stream, bro. Doing some late night forklifting. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Unseen Dimensions says my wife got me to join a NASCAR league once. Fun. I miss being a NASCAR fan. You know, it was so great, and I was obsessed with it. I would watch, you know, qualifying, practice, you know, final practice. I would watch the pre-show. I would watch the post-show on Speed Channel. Do you remember Speed Channel? You remember that? Oh man, it was so good. Every weekend, man, I was so invested. The personalities were so good. And it's just unwatchable now. Unwatchable. Speed Channel, TNN. I loved when TNN covered NASCAR. It was so great. What was that guy's name on Speed Channel? Dave somebody. Dave, if somebody says it in the chat, I'll know it. Speed Vision before it was Speed Channel. Yeah, so it was Speed Vision. It was Dave Despain. Dave Despain. Yes. Dave Despain, AI or Al. Dave Despain. He was great. Dave Despain was awesome. Glory days, man. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, he was great. Is he still alive? He was a little bit older back in the day. Is he still around? I have to look that up. Stream Hero says, YouTube didn't tell me you were live for an hour. What did I miss? Anyway, I'm excited. I'm going to be an uncle, about to spoil the kid in 5 or 6 years. Well, congratulations. All right. Congratulations, Stream Hero. Everybody throw some congratulations around. The Under Armour Gamer says, why no tank top this drop? I don't have a good answer for you. But I can see if we can get those available. I can see if we can get those added. So I'll look into that. I will find out if we can get those added. If you request it, we'll try to make it happen. So, okay. Yep, lots of tweets. Pass the fucking bill. Pass the fucking bill. I agree. Pass the effing bill. Let me see. Yeah, but back to my, I was making this point earlier before something popped up, but One of my least favorite things about what I do is having to focus on Twitter. I hate it. I hate being so focused on Twitter. I don't like it. I don't like being on Twitter. But it's just necessary. It's part of it. And the doom scrolling and all of that. Like, because one thing I've realized is like, I'm not really a person that tries to focus on like the terminology of mental health, you know, because I've never struggled with it. I'm not saying other people don't. I'm just saying I haven't. But one thing is for sure, being on social media all day, every day, and having access to all of the worst news in the world all day long is not good for your mental health. It paints such a distorted view of the world that it is not good for you. It's just not. You know, like I'd hung out, I spent some time, you know, with some friends and family a couple weeks ago. And I told them, I was like, I'm obviously going to be on my phone because I have to be on my phone, but you know, I'm going to try to not focus in on that. And it was so nice to just not constantly be on Twitter. You know, I remember when I went to Epic Universe for their preview and they did not allow phones. Now you could have your phone on you, but they basically had it to where if you have your phone out, you need to be, you know, because you're taking an emergency call or an emergency text or something like that. But outside of that, please keep your phones in your pockets throughout the day while you're here. You can't record footage, all of that. It was just crazy to be around thousands of people that were not on their phones or holding cameras. It was actually nice. It was super, super nice. And I was like, wow, you know, you talk to people, it felt like the 80s and the 90s all over again. Social media sucks. It really does. So I think people need to kind of take a break from it. Because again, we are all literally hearing, remember, like I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. You now every day, for every hour, for every minute that you're on social media, you are hearing the worst news in the world constantly. So whatever's happening bad in the world, you're hearing about it all day long. It sucks. It doesn't make you feel good. You're not happy, you know? Smurf says, thanks for all the coverage so far. You've been crushing it, but you're still a fig. You say Smurf. Like, hang on. Let me see your profile picture. Because I have been watching. Okay, let's see. All right, Smurf. All right, so I've been watching a show called Animal Kingdom. And how many of you have seen the show Animal Kingdom? And the main character in the show is it's this woman, and her name is Smurf, and she is a fucking badass. She is a badass in that show. And I'm loving the show so far. It's really good. So she is like, this is the thing about female characters. Like, you can make good female characters. They don't need to be written like dumbasses. But like, Smurf is a fucking legitimate badass character. She's great. She's awesome. So but yeah, Animal Kingdom, pretty good. So I've been enjoying it. But thank you for the compliment, Smurf. I appreciate it. Star Wars and Stripes for $20. Thank you. Appreciate that, brother. And says nothing. Pre-Dawn Corpse, what's up, Pre-Dawn Corpse? How you doing, brother? Good to see you here. Jeremy went woke. It's over. No updates right now. Oh my God. Like, what happened to you? Like, what makes you like this, Michael Moore? Why are people like this? It makes no sense, dude. Like, your brain is so broken. God. Ugh. Jesus, man. It's just a sad, sad, sad reality of where we are. So the latest we have, if you're just tuning in, the latest we have is that Speaker Johnson just said he has the votes to advance the big beautiful bill. This comes after he just met with these three clowns that wanted to hold everything up. So we're currently waiting to see if anything happens tonight or what, but that is directly from Speaker Johnson. And I'm not as energetic as I probably normally am because I'm tired as hell. I've basically been streaming since what, about 7? So I did a Cobra cast, and then I did the gaming stream and yelled and cussed out my friends. And now we're back over here covering this. And then I also did daily today. So there's like 4 streams now. So Wave Race. Yes, Wave Race. Blue Storm. It's the GameCube version. Great game. Hailstorm says rookie numbers. Solar Felix says 90s joke was the Dems liked losing, and now it's GOP. Yep. Dorkman, what's up, Dorkman, says, is it normal for spring orders to sometimes be printing status for 2 weeks? Not sure how long usually takes. It shouldn't take that long at all. I mean, usually, like a lot of you in the chat, because I know a lot of you ordered the Uncle IDOT shirt. How quickly of a turnaround did you get your order from spring when you ordered the Uncle IDOT shirt? Let's see here. Couple of weeks. I feel like a couple of weeks is a little bit long, but I don't know. You say turn around, play the video. Order the first day Uncle IDOT and got my shirt in a couple of days, says Eric K. I mean, with spring, I don't have any control over them. So you would have to contact their customer service. But keep me posted, because I want to make sure this gets straightened out, because if there's any issues, you'll have to let me know and I'll see what I can do. But yeah, everything's ran through their customer service. Legendary Scrubs says Ben Affleck, Dwayne Johnson, Cameron Diaz, Eminem, Idris Elba, Sophia, Gwyneth Paltrow, Josh Duhamel. Is it Duhamel? Will Wheaton, Alyssa Milano. Who all of these people? Elizabeth Berkley are all, good Lord, all as old as Anthony Hopkins when he was in The Silence of the Lambs. Why are you telling me this, Legendary Scrub? Why are you telling me this? Why are you doing this to me? Okay. Gen 3 Jr. says, morning, Jeremy, FMK, Bobert, MTG, Pam, Bondi. God. Well, I can tell you that Bobert ain't a K. I think I'm gonna M Bobert. I'm gonna F MTG. So there you go. All right. Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier. Would they get the membership? Thank you. Pre-dawn Corpse says, Jeremy, can you bring the Creeper Jeremy shirt back? I want to buy it. Are you scared of DSP? You know he'll wreck your ass in Mario Kart. Let's see here. Let's see. Bobert in a bikini sold. Yes. Is the dolphin your new character in Mario Kart World? I don't know yet, but Alan, you're the original. You're the OG. I actually just saw this. Where the hell did it go? Well, shit. I don't even know how you find like communities and shit on here. Geeks and Gamers. I just saw something on Twitter, but I don't know how you find communities on here. We've got like a Geeks and Gamers community, and it showed up in my feed, but I can't find it now. I don't know how you find communities. I don't know. Oh well, fuck it. They made everything so much harder to find. Yeah. Oh my God, Tree Bear. Why are you up, Tree Bear? Jesus, Tree Bear, do you ever sleep? Tree Bear, what is wrong with you, brother? Oh my God. Tree Bear, do you ever sleep, brother? Like, seriously, what are you doing, man? Tree Bear never sleeps, man. Pre-Dawn Corpse. Oh, I got that one. Yeah. With DSP, man, like, I think that I have done a fairly good job of keeping G&G out of like bullshit and drama. And I just don't like DSP just brings so much like baggage. I don't know if you guys actually legitimately asked him if he wanted to come on my Mario Kart stream, but somebody said that they asked him and he said to hit him up, but I just don't want to deal with him, man. He just is it's just constantly. So is it down to 7? Why is it not showing here? Is this a live feed? Am I watching an actual live feed? I know it would be entertaining, but I just don't, like I try to keep away from anything that's going to be detrimental to like this world, this internet world that I'm in. Like, I just don't want to deal with that shit. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, you will probably regret it. Yeah, I think so too. It's just not worth it. It's not worth a stream for like a couple of laughs or whatever. It's just not really worth it. No way, Jeremy. Never do lolcow stuff. Yeah, that's where like when I said it on stream, and then I got to thinking about it, and I just was like, man, like, is it worth the trouble? And I don't think it is. It's just not. Like, for whatever, like, for all the shit that I, talk shit about myself, I do try to think about my decisions that I make and the things that I put, the positions that we put ourselves in, just because, and getting involved with somebody like that just doesn't seem beneficial at all. Deathu says Jeremy doesn't respect the chat. No AEW, no UFC. Honestly, I'm so done with WWE that I kind of just want to start watching AEW. We're at 5 dissenting. Call it. Where are you guys getting your information from? My Twitter feed is fucked right now. It's not showing me anything. We can go back to, is he live still? Let's see here.
I mean, that sounds great.
Most Americans
We'll send
don't
them to the
agree with
front
you
lines.
guys.
We'll put them all in the meat grinder.
You guys
for
are so full of vitriol and hate, and you're trying to
No,
infect
I was
it.
trying to support. No, Michael, I was trying to support Diligent's point. Russia pushed their own people into Georgia. Georgia didn't. Georgia was trying to deport them, but couldn't. And then Russia invaded. And
Okay,
then
let's put a poll as to
to
how many
combat.
people give a fuck about what Russia does.
No,
It's
just
an
analogy.
I'm on Team Nick here. Like, I don't really give.
It's
a
just
fuck
a fucking
about
analogy,
Ukraine.
right? It's just an analogy.
But
yeah, it's
an analogy.
Honestly, Ukraine should be used as a nuclear training ground for the United States. I don't care. Turn it into a fucking hole in the ground. I don't care.
No, and listen, you guys are just not smart enough to understand.
Okay, I thought there was going to be a little better conversation there, but clearly that's not the case at all. So we will not be staying on that. Bird Up says Nirvana's last album is older today than Led Zeppelin's first album was on the day it was released. Stop doing this. I don't care. Emo Otaku says, how much would someone need to send you to hum the Superman theme? Dude, I'll hum that for free. Dun 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 dun. Ah, so good. It's the greatest theme ever. Although my voice is about to fucking die right now. Let me see. Showtime says that DSP's wife is his biggest whale. Cat is humongous. Deathu says, I got that one. Predon Corp says, I fuck with you, Jeremy. He'd be a cancer to geeks and gamers. Your instincts about the dude is right. You're still gay, though. You know. Dun, 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 dun. We learned Jeremy can't hum. Well, okay, so that was me basically going smooth McGroove. Dun, dun. There, you happy? I'm fucking talented. Don't say mean things about me in this chat, okay? Print on Corpse for a 149. Thank you so much. Now I'm just gonna say it. Jeremy is an excellent hummer. I feel like there's a joke in there somewhere. I feel like there's a joke. That was terrible. Dude, I'm like a professional singer. All right. I taught Dan Vask everything he knows. Right here. This is what I saw. Why am I being laughed at?
Manual?
Emmanuel? The fuck?
Who's that? He's a penguin.
Emmanuel the penguin. We just laugh at dumb shit, man. Don't take it personal, brother. Don't take it personal. We just laugh at dumb shit. So Steel Storm says Jeremy hums the ending of duh 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 like a tard. Yeah, pretty much. All right, are we gonna get this done or not? Like, what are these clowns doing right now? Like, I don't understand why these idiots have to be like this. Anything from Trump? Nothing from Trump. Super Jeremy says, just because you hum the song. And I did it for free. Like, I didn't even grift it. Can you believe that? What is wrong with me? That shows you how much I love that Superman theme, that I didn't even grift it. What is wrong with me? Lying dog face pony soldier for $50. Says, I remember when you lost Spectrum and drove out to start a new stream. As the stream rolled on, left the chat. I tried to form a revolutionary council, myself, Keck Lord, and J Rock. You started the new stream and regained control. Hail the 199. That was awesome, man. So yeah, that was when we were in the content house. So Geeks and Gamers, for those of you that don't, know, I created a content house down in Orlando for our Geeks and Gamers team. And it went very well. But ultimately there were a couple of details that just, the circumstances of the place I found and where I found it. The price was good. It was a huge house. It was like 10 bedrooms, 8 baths. The problem was in the area that it was kind of like a predominantly like an Airbnb area. And so, I rented out the house for the entire year. And the problem was Spectrum Internet was the only internet provider that was like contractually obligated or that had a contract to be in this area. And of course, being in an Airbnb area, it wasn't like people were there to worry about like having, like the greatest internet. They were there temporarily, where we were there constantly, and we were running an online, company, and the internet was just dog shit, dude. And so we weren't able to maximize those opportunities. It was a good experience for us, but now the next phase is I never want to do a content house again. I was away from my family. I was, it was a nightmare to not there. Like I had a great time with my crew and everything, but being away from family, and going back and forth between Orlando and everything. So the next phase is I want to relocate to the area, and live, like privately, not have a content house, but I do want to have a studio, but it's so freaking expensive, man. And the things we want to do, like I said, if I just was Jeremy D-Day Cobra online, I would be filthy fucking rich at this point with as much as I've done over the past 8 years on YouTube. The problem is I want to build something that is bigger than me. And I care about my team. I care about helping other people. I care about growing other people's channels. And I have basically reinvested everything back into G&G to build it into what it is. And there's a ton of assets, for sure. But, so the next level of what we're trying to do is going to cost an ass ton of money. And so I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off, but I'm going to try. We'll figure it out. But I'm looking forward to the next chapter. But yeah, doing stuff like what Dude Perfect does or something like that. I want to be able to showcase our team and people and give basically 7 day a week, or we'll call it 5 day a week streams, potentially 6 day a week streams all day long with the crew, doing IRL stuff in the studio, playing basketball, playing tennis, playing goofy games, doing challenges, whatever, playing video games, constantly having people around, bringing Gary in for a week, bringing Ripa in for a week, bringing people, other content creators in, making content with them, letting the chat determine like what the next thing you guys want to see. So shit like that, So, but thank you, like Dollface Pony Soldier. I appreciate it, brother. Stymie says, Jeremy, you should collab with Styx to get a libertarian view on opinions. I don't know him. I mean, I know of him, but I don't know him. I heard he had legal shit going on. I mean, at this point in time, and it's nothing disrespectful towards any other YouTubers out there, I don't want to collaborate with other YouTubers. I don't want to collaborate with any of these people. I don't want to bring their problems into my world. I don't want to bring their drama into my world. I don't want to bring their shit into my world. I'm happy with the crew that I hang with. I don't need to hang with other people and bring all their problems into my world. I would respectfully decline, but if I wanted a libertarian point of view, I mean, I know Eric and me and Ripa are good friends, but we also he has his political opinions. I have mine. It's not like we argue about it. I mean, occasionally we did, but like you saw when we argued, but generally me and Ripa he understands my opinions. I understand his opinions, and It doesn't hurt each other's feelings that we disagree. So Jen 3 says, loving the late stream. Not very gay at all, by the way. FMK, AOC, Anna Kasparian, Laura Loomer. Fuck. Is this what you guys are going to do to me in the middle of the night? Really? This is it? Good Lord. That's tough, man. That's tough. If we're talking specifically on appearance, I'm going to have to M Anna Kasparian, F AOC. And I'll leave it at that. So I'm not passing up F and AOC. I'm sorry. I'm not. So not doing it. You guys can say she's not hot. I don't give a fuck. I'd fuck the hell out of AOC. Okay. So, but I'd have to make sure she couldn't talk. So, but I couldn't marry that bitch. Hell no. Hell no. I would literally be the one that ends up on the K list if I had to marry AOC. I would just Minecraft. I'm done, you know. So Bird Up says Metallica's Enter Sandman is older now than the Beatles' Love Me Do was when Enter Sandman came out. Good Lord. Good Lord. Burb Shid says John Williams greater than Hans Zimmer. I agree with that. Modest Rat says, why are you gay? Get some sleep, Jeremy. I know you're tired from your daily romp with Beardo. You're going to watch the hot dog tourney with Beardo. No. Legendary Scrub says Jeremy is now older than O'Shea when he's good Lord. You guys are going to make me end this stream out of depression. That is depressing. Okay. Just in, President Trump is still working the phones to get the big, beautiful bill across the finish line. It's 2:30 a.m. here in D.C. Holy hell, this man never sleeps. There it is. Damn you, Legendary Scrub. Emo says, the only illegals I like are the illegal fireworks. There it is, man. Dude, seriously, I was really thinking about this the other day. Like, when does Trump sleep? Like, it's a legitimate question. Like, when does Donald Trump actually rest? And I don't know if I have a good answer. This man is non-stop. He's not human, it seems like sometimes. It's crazy. This dude is 79 years old. He's 79. And he's unstoppable. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. He just never stops. Never stops. He's always going. It's crazy, man. So yeah, he's still working this deal. He's still trying to get everything across the finish line because he is the hardest working dude there is. Let's see here. Trying to find this one right here. Is this it? So, like, look at this. And this is what I want you all to remember. All right. And this is what bothers me more than anything. This is why I'm such a big Trump supporter. When they said that he was Hitler, when they said he was racist, when they said he was sexist, it made me realize how corrupt the powers that be really are. Not that I didn't know already, but it put it to a whole nother level. Because I, for my entire life, have known who Donald Trump is. I've known who he was. He's always been famous. He's always been one of the most famous people in the world. And so when they did these things, I was telling myself, like, wait a minute. No, he's not. You've worshiped this man for his, like these people have. They've all worshiped him. Look at this clip from the Oprah Winfrey Show. Look at this. Back in, I think this is either late 80s or early 90s. Listen to how she referenced him back then. Listen to this.
That you're very honored by that. This is what I heard. Somebody who was at the Michael Jackson concert in New York said that, you know, various celebrities in New York, because it was the opening concert in New York, and there were all kinds of celebrities, very, very famous people coming in to be seated, and that when you were seated, you got the loudest applause. People stood up and roared and cheered when you walked in. Why is that? What is this fascination?
I don't know.
So back then, Trump was getting the loudest cheers where they were full of celebrities. Back then, he was getting the loudest cheers.
Maybe I should be a rock star. By the way,
They thought you were going to moonwalk.
He was great. I have to say. No, I did get I don't know why. I really don't know why. I wish I could pinpoint it. I wish I could really tell you why. But I think I've done a good job in New York, and I've done a charitable job in a sense. And Trump Tower has become such a success. And it's as you and I were discussing, it's become the #1 attraction in New York now, Trump Tower. And I think people recognize it. New York people are really proud of it. And people
So you've sort of become like a folk hero. I mean, people, there's someone in this audience, I was reading the audience list, some man who's a businessman, you can tell me who you are later, who went to New York and just wanted to stand by your building, hoping some of the luck would run off.
Is that true? Is he in this audience?
He's in this audience.
We have to
someplace.
find him.
Yeah.
We have to
And
find
so how do you explain that? Or is there an explanation?
I believe that you make your own luck to a large extent. Well, the word luck is a very important word, very important. There's no more important word than luck, but you can help create or help make your own luck. I walk down the street a lot of times and people will touch me and they'll grab for me. And I used to really be insulted because I'm a private guy. I'd say, geez, that's horrible. You know, somebody punches you in the arm a little bit. And, you know, you're just walking down the street. And then ultimately, I became, in a sense, honored by that because people are really looking for something. Unfortunately, I don't think that has any effect. I don't think it works. I think you have to go out and really work hard and do well, and you have to have the ability to do it.
This is, and Oprah went from that to being friends with him for the next few decades to turning on him completely and fully endorsing Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. This is the powers that be. They're horrible fucking people, dude. They are the fucking worst. Dorkman, 20K for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Hail to you. Pre-Dawn Corpse for 20. Says, Jeremy, I'm from the South. My dad would say wash instead of wash. I say wash. Let's see. Tires or tires instead of tires. Oil instead of oil. He'd also say, I swear a lot. I also got whooped with switches. So did I. And a large belt for discipline, relatable to you. So I never said those words like that. I say wash, I say tires, I say oil. But switches, dude, back in the day, my grandmother used to beat the fuck out of me with some switches, bro. Holy shit. Like, she beat the shit out of us. And it would be like, we'd be wearing shorts, because we'd be outside playing football, basketball, baseball, whatever. Granny gets it. Oh, boy. Beat the fuck out of us with switch. She would make us go find a switch. And then when we would bring it to her, she would be like, not good enough. Bring me another one. And you're going to get hit harder if we have to go pick again. So then if I go pick another one and then I bring it back and she didn't approve it, you're getting hit harder. Go get another one. And I'm like, fuck. Hey, I respect it. I respect it. And of course, my favorite thing was, which again, we don't have this anymore, but my favorite thing was getting a paddling in school. How many of you remember that? Not no more. You're not getting that one anymore. But and I got in trouble a lot in school. And so man, there was one time I got we called them licks back in the day. Like, how many licks did you get? You know, And there was one time, I can't remember because it's been so long ago, but there was one time I got in so much trouble. And I remember the principal called me to the office. He called me and 3 or 4 of my friends to the office. And I was the first to go in there. And he gave me probably 6 or 7. And it was, dude, it was brutal, man. It was brutal. And in my life, I don't know if I've ever had to hold back tears because I knew that if I walked out there and I had tears, that I was going to get fucking obliterated by my friends, and then they were going to tell everybody else. It was brutal, man. And I held it. I didn't until I walked past them. And as soon as I walked past them, bro, they would just start squeaking out tears. But yeah, man, it was tough. But you couldn't. There's no way I could let my boys see. And I mean, it's like 7. It's like 7 pops. And it's like, dude, it was brutal. So, but one of my friends did. One of my friends did break, and we roasted the fuck out of him. And I totally acted like I did not get hurt. I was like, bro, he could have hit me 5 more times. Meanwhile, that's bullshit. Like, I could not have taken another half, or I would have been dead. I would have been crying like a bitch. But because my friend cried, I was like, bro, you couldn't handle that? Are you fucking pussy? What are you, fucking pussy? Like, dude, he could have hit me 5 more times. Not a problem. It's bullshit. That's what we do. We talk shit. So thank you, Pre-Dawn Corps. I appreciate it, man. I saw Gary in the chat. What's up, Gary? All right, so the latest update we have right here is that President Trump is still working the phones to get the big, beautiful bill across the finish line. It's 2:30 a.m. here in D.C. Speaker Johnson claims that he has the votes. He has the votes. That's what he said. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Drinky Crow 450 says Trump should apologize to the Doge father, and I'm sure the bill will go through or get primaried. Elon going to be around for the next 40 years. Deported, gold card. I don't think he's going to deport him. What's up, Drinky in the house? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to be doing that anytime soon. And we'll see how it goes. Good to see you here, man. Holy crap. I fell behind here. Let's see. I got that one. Got that one. That one. Stymie, I got yours. And 3, I got that one. All right. This is still my favorite. This might be my favorite super chat of the night. Jeremy is now older than OJ when he stabbed Nicole. God. Keenan, have a good night, brother. This is like, I've never drank alcohol in my life, man. This super chat right here might send me to drinking. Like, this might be it. This might be the thing that pushes me over the limit. And I'm like, dude, just give me some alcohol. This is depressing right here. All right. The Under Armour Gamer says, is there any way you can get a content place like you're talking about and turn it into a business on the off day? The problem is like the way we operate, there is no off days. We live our, our lives in terms of like, I have been lucky enough to turn my career into what I do every day. Same with Gary. Gary's a comic book nerd. Gary cares about Marvel and DC and superheroes and nerd culture. That's what our life is. And so the people that are part of Geeks and Gamers and the 199 and all of that, like, this is my life. This is what I do every day. I live it. I breathe it. So whatever I end up doing with this, studio down in Orlando, it's just going to be like, everything's going to be surrounding that, everything we do. But that's why, like, what do I do? Like, what do I like? I like sports. I made a sports channel. I like theme parks. I made a theme park channel. I like video games. I made a video game channel. I like movies. I make a movie channel. Like, that's just, I like politics. I made a political channel. So, Quentin says, so you're a Trump supporter midway through it let's see. So you're a Trump supporter midway through it to AOC for a hate F. I mean, absolutely. You know, absolutely. Yes. Bird Up says the NES is now older than the first Elvis Presley song when the NES was released. Fucking hell. The only thing that is keeping me sane is Drinky Crow's $50 super chats. Another 50. Like Kill Tony podcast and Rogan's comedy mothership. Exactly. Exactly. Look, Drinky will probably be able to pay for my whole damn studio down there in Orlando. I'm not even bullshitting either. So, Graham Robbins says that Jeremy has now had the AIDS that he got from his multiple boyfriends longer than the age he was when he came out to his parents. Copied Kitty says, in appreciation for your stamina. That's what the ladies always say. Thank you, Copied Kitty. I had to take the joke. Okay. I had to. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Legendary Scrub says Jeremy's granny always looked forward to switch to Sensei Sharkbake says growing up we called it dirty lickins. Pre-Dawn Corpse for the 199. Thank you, Pre-Dawn Corpse. Let's see. Drinky says not if Elon gets deported. He says I can't afford it if Elon, bro. I mean, obviously, I know. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hang on. Justin, Speaker Johnson aims to wrap up the rule vote on the big, beautiful bill by 3:30 a.m. here in D.C. per Punch Bowl. He aims for final passage by 6:30, as Hakeem Jeffries will most likely come speak to the floor to waste more time. We're moving here. There we go, boys. We are moving, and we are cooking. So there we have it right there. There's the latest update. Let's see here. All right. So we're going to be here for a little bit longer. It looks like I got to go piss in a minute. So let me see here. See where we're at. Pre-Dawn Corp says, Jeremy, is your favorite food chitlins? I never had chitlins. A lot of my family did. Not me. Was not interested. Was not interested. Let's see here. Got that one. Got that one. Yeah, so anyway, Drinky, back to what you're saying though. So my tests, I don't have much Tesla stock. I've got a little bit, and is it bouncing back a little bit? Yeah, it's bounced back a little bit, mainly because Elon hasn't been tweeting much today about Trump or the big beautiful bill. So it's recovered a little bit, but I know you have a lot more than I do. Yeah, it's been interesting. So the latest right here, Speaker Johnson aims to wrap up the rule vote on the big, beautiful bill by 3:30 a.m. That's about 35 more minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's 3 a.m. here, Agent M. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Central Time Zone. Most people think I'm in Eastern, but I'm in Central. So, all right. Well, that's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff right now that I'm seeing on my timeline. None of it is applying to what I need, which is more information. So I can tell you more retail stories if you want. That'll be fun. Oh, boy. Oh. Kathy Griffin, TDS chart. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and stage 5. Yikes. That's pretty disturbing right there. Pretty disturbing. Unseen Dimensions says someday I'll be able to afford to give you a 199. Well, I appreciate that. Listen, I've said it 100 times. I'll say it again. Never. Like I meme a lot, and I meme a lot on the whole grifting and super chatting and all that. But I've said, like, when I drop the shtick or the gimmick, no one has to send me a dime ever to watch me. You never have to feel obligated to send me anything. I'm blessed and lucky that anyone sends me anything, and I'm still shocked that anyone sends me a damn dime. So I'm very thankful for that. But no one ever has to send me anything. You can watch me for free forever, and I'll never genuinely ask you for anything. I might meme on it, but I truly am just bullshitting, with the internet. So Diana says, I never send anything. I know. That's why I don't know who you are. Pre-Dawn Court says, Jeremy, I want my money back now. Fine. I'll give you your money back. Here. I'll give your money back through the chat. Fine. I mean, if you want me to give you in the name of Pre-Dawn Corpse, all right, in the name of Pre-Dawn Corpse, I'll send him some gifted memberships. Pre-Dawn Corpse is mad at me, so now I have to send gifties because Pre-Dawn Corpse is mad at me. So I'm signing my gaming account right now. So here we go. Pre-Dawn Corpse just dropped 10. Oh no, I'm signing. Is this it? Yeah. 10 gifted memberships. Look at there. Hey. Pre-Dawn Corpse with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Lance Finn with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Let's see. Drinky Crow for 50. Her head would look good. I'm not gonna say that, motherfucker. I'll highlight it, but I'm not saying that shit. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. YouTube, it's a joke. All right. So Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier says, the time your store manager dropped an elbow on the shoplifter. Wild. Dude. If you guys got time. Well, so I wasn't there for that. Not the elbow. I was there for the sleeper hold that he put on the shoplifter. That was my first month on the job. Maybe it's my first week on the job. Pre-Dawn Corpse with 5 more gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. But no, so when I first started working as a bag boy at the grocery store that I worked for, I was on the front end. I was very shirt tucked in, name tag, taking things very seriously. I was very new. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was there to learn and make sure that I was making an impact. I was a good company person. I was there for the company. I was there to do a great job. And I'm bagging groceries on the front end. And my store manager, who was 6'6", bald-headed, country strength. It wasn't like he was going to the gym, but he was just country strength, And he was 6'6". And, I'm bagging groceries. Next thing I know, I look behind me and he's dragging this guy across the floor, after putting him in a sleeper hold, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? It was a black dude. He was dragging this black dude in a sleeper hold across the front end. And I'm like, this is fucking cool, and so, he brings him back to the back office. He throws him up on the counter. The door shuts. And I'm just sitting there going, what the fuck is happening? This is amazing. But I'm just bagging groceries, keeping my head down, not trying to create any controversy or make any, waves. I'm just and he opens the door, and as you open the office door, there was the office where all the girls were. And he opens the door and he's telling them that they need to call the police. And as he opens that door to tell them at the office to call the police, this dude tries to run. And he grabs him and just throws him back in the office. And as I see the door shutting, I just see this commotion of him beating the fuck out of this guy. And I'm just like, what the, this is amazing. And so, police come in there, arrest the guy, you know, everything goes back to normal. And for the first time ever, and I only been there like my first few weeks or a month or whatever, the first time ever, the intercom, and it was the store manager, and it was like the voice of God calling me. And he's like, Jeremy, come to the office, please. Jeremy, come to the office. And I'm just going, I'm terrified at this point. My heart is just like beating. I'm going crazy. I'm like, why is the store manager calling me? I'm like a 17-year-old kid. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, it sounded like the voice of God is calling me to the office now. The whole store just heard me get called to the office. So I go in there and he's like, Jerry, shut the door, have a seat. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell's about to happen? You know? And so he's like, did you see what happened out there? I'm like, yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I saw you, you know, there was a gentleman and he, you know, he was, I don't know, you guys got into an altercation. I saw you put him in a sleeper hold and then you like drug him across the front end. He goes, sleeper hold. You watch wrestling? I'm like, yeah. WWF, WCW. Yeah. I watch Monday Night Raw. He goes, man, I wanted to put that son of a bitch into a damn, or he said, I wanted to jackknife that son of a bitch. And I'm going, what? And he's like, I just wanted to powerbomb that son of a bitch. It would have been, and I'm like, what is happening right now? What is happening? You just told me that you just want to powerbomb a customer, you know? And then he just 100% like, that was how we bonded and connected right there. And that's, you know, so I became like, you know, like the number one bag boy at the store. And then I moved my way up to management and all of that. But like, yeah, so he was all like, and I'm like, he would call me in the office, talk about all the hot chicks, you know? And then I learned like, bro, I can get away with a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So then I learned the system. And by the way, back in the day, women always get help in stores and men get no help. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. If a man walks in a store and asks another male for help, that male associate will do everything in their power to not help the man. If a somewhat semi-attractive woman asks for help, that employee will become employee of the year in that moment. He will do anything in his power. He will move heaven and earth to find the product that you are looking for, ma'am. Whatever you need, I will go through heaven and earth. I will fight any demon that I need to find the mayonnaise or to find the, cake mix or whatever it is you're looking for. That's how it works. So every time. Yes, ma'am. Whatever you need, ma'am, I am here for you. I will fight for you. I will battle to the end for you to help find your product. A dude comes up there and you're like, I don't know. You know, one particular, like one of my friends or who was it? Somebody had told me like that a customer, like a guy asked him like where this, what was it, like cookies or potato chips? He's like, hey, where are the potato chips? And he goes, on the potato chip aisle. And he turned around and walked off. That's amazing. You didn't even help him. He doesn't deserve the help. He's a dude. Men don't ask men for help anyway. If you're a man going into a store asking for help, you deserve to be roasted anyway. Emo Otaku for a gifted membership. Thank you. Lying Dogface Pony Soldier with a gifted membership. Thank you. Real Smile Bit for 20 says, wait, refunds are a thing? Wait, what paperwork I got to fill out? Kidding, of course. I may sometimes overdo it with the donations, but I never regret it. Geeks and Gamers keeps me entertained and happy to support all of you when I can. Thank you, Real Smile Bit. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much, man. And thank you for all the challenges you do. It keeps things interesting over there. So it's good stuff. John freaking Murdoch for 50 says, I've heard the urban legend that Jeremy used to work retail. Some stories are just beyond belief. Seriously, man. Back in this was like late 90s, and it was just a different world. It was a different world back then. And I saw it change over the years, but when I first started there, and for those first 5 years, like, we would get away with crazy things, man. We would beat the shit out of shoplifters. It was awesome. Not anymore. You can't even confront them anymore, though. Can't even do it. Let's see where we're at. Lance Finn, I got your 5 get to memberships. Thank you, Lance Finn. Got that one. Preyed on Corpse with 5. Emo Taco, Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier. Chad Layton says, I just got home from work. Did I miss anything good? Just another day. Just another day. Lance Finn with the get the membership. Thank you. Legendary Scrub says Jeremy's manager was White Kane. You know what's crazy about that? And I don't know, like, my store manager was, I say this with love, okay? With all the respect in the world. He was the biggest bullshit artist I've ever seen in my life. And for those first several years, I had no idea, man. Like, he was a manipulative piece of shit. And I still love him to death, man. Like, everything he said was such bullshit. Like, it was lies on top of lies on top of lies. Like, he was a manipulative, not in an evil way, but just like in a like, I know that's not true. Like, I know what you're saying is not true, but you're saying it anyway. Like, we both know, like, right now, I know that you're lying. I know this, but it is what it is. But that's the world of, business, so clean up on aisle 199. You don't get to manager without learning a few tricks. This is true. Is there a G&G Discord server? There is. I'm sure the mods can hook you up with that one. You can drop the link to Discord. If any of my mods are still up, I don't know why any of them would even be up. Eric K says happy 40th anniversary to Back to the Future. But yeah, we're actually going to try to do some more with the G&G server for you guys with the Mario Kart stuff and all of that. So stay tuned for that. I'm looking for updates. Nothing. And by the way, again, I will highly urge you, like, this guy, Nick Sorto, I don't know him. He's a fantastic follow on Twitter. He's really good with information and staying up to date. There's Cam Man dropping the link to the Discord right there. And one more time, CobraCast merch limited time is there on Teespring. So if you guys are interested, please go over there. We got the hoodie, t-shirts, mug, all of that. You guys are asking for, is there more stuff? I don't even know. Oh, so there's a long sleeve shirt over there. So there you go. I meant to order the long sleeve shirt. I didn't know we had that one. So, but that will be available for about another, week and a half, something like that. So, and then we'll roll something else out. So hopefully you guys will get a chance to go over there and check it out. And I'm pretty excited about that one. So I actually ordered a couple myself, so I'll be rocking those here soon. I do love the new CobraCast logo. I think it's fantastic. I love it. So, all right, back to this. So this is the latest update we have right now. Speaker Johnson aims to wrap up everything by 3:30 a.m. And then, of course, aims for final passage by 6:30 a.m. And, of course, Hakeem Jeffries will go waste more time. Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier says, we had a regional manager named Lion Louie. Good guy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I told this story before. God, it's been so long. Some of these stories I'm probably getting wrong at this point, but I had one guy when I was working in, I briefly moved back up to Alabama years ago when I was still working retail. And I had this really level-headed manager, that I worked for. And he was just really level-headed. He seemed like, good guy, and never really heard him say anything out of line, really. And I guess he was in a bad mood or something. And, we had like This isn't like, this isn't like South Alabama. And we always had like canned ravioli and canned SpaghettiOs on like the end caps because we used to sell the fuck out of those in Alabama. And he was just mad one day. I'm trying to remember this specifically. Like he was mad one day and he was doing something on the display. And I don't remember if like some fat woman walked by. I can't remember what it was, but I just remember he looked at me and he goes, you know what? I'm sick and tired of these motherfuckers. All they do is feed their fucking ugly ass kids dog shit. And then they wonder why they grow up to be fat as fuck or something like that. And he's just going on this rant about all these redneck hillbillies in Alabama that feed their kids canned ravioli. It's just like, it was the greatest thing I've ever heard. I was like, this is awesome. They just feed their kids dog shit. It's like, you're right. But I'd never, the reason it was so funny, I've never heard him get mad. I've never heard him go off like that. It was great. I was like, dude, can we insult customers more? This is awesome. Drinky Crow says, you are my favorite Jewish streamer. I hear Dave Portnoy and Michael Rappaport having some tough times supporting BLM and they don't have their back. Yeah. Well, I'm not Jewish. But Dave Portnoy is, and I'll tell you that every fucking day. And I guess Rappaport is too. Yeah, Rappaport is too. So, but Dave and Michael Rappaport, like, didn't Rappaport work for Barstool or some shit like that? I feel like Rappaport worked. Yeah, he worked for Barstool for a little while, and then Dave fired him for something. Rappaport's a fucking clown, dude. He's a clown. That dude is yeah, Portnoy, he is obsessed with, well, again, Portnoy's obsessed with gambling because he's got a lot of fucking money, so he can afford to do that shit. Speaker of the House is in the house. Oh, yeah, he is. Look here. Here he is. Speaker of the House is in the house. All right, so let's see if anything happens here. Is this one? Refresh this and see if anything happens here. I just saw Mike Johnson a minute ago, so see what happens. Purple Love says, is this guy Jeremy? Yes, I'm Jeremy. And we're just patiently waiting to see if these clowns can get anything done. So I don't know which one of these feeds is live. Is this one live? This one's got a little bit of sound to it. Or is this one live? I feel like this one's more up to date. King Jeremy the Wicked. Purple Love says, thank you. You're cute. Are you a chick or a dude? Because I will appreciate it if you're a chick. If you're a dude, that's weird. So, are you a dude? That's not cool. I'm not. This is the jokes are gonna fucking kill me if you say you're a dude. This is gonna be terrible. This is gonna be terrible. We're all just waiting now. We're all just waiting. Hey! All right, let's go. Let's go. Warning. The chat is now going to flirt with you, okay? The chat is now going to flirt with you. So get ready. Get ready. Now the chat's going to be like, got to prove it. Hang on. What are you sending me? You want me to play this video? Hang on. I gotta. Does it have to be this stream? I'm getting a text from somebody. Does it have to be this stream? Because I do want to pay attention to this, and it looks like Mike Johnson's on the floor. So, let's see. Okay, noted. I got you, Kevin. I got you. Let's see if there's any updates on Twitter right now. Nothing yet. We're still sitting here. Let's see if we have any updates from President Trump. Nothing from Trump. So nothing, no update from Trump. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. LeBron is the GOAT. Listen, man, I've already talked to you about this. There's a much easier way to say you're retarded. Just say you're retarded. If you just say you're retarded, it's a much easier way to get your point across. Okay. So, but thank you for the super chat. Logan Miller says, I just learned Goldberg was a Jew. Who knew? I'll be honest, man. Until like the internet and all of that, like I never really paid attention to, you know, what was and wasn't a Jew. And then of course you get on the internet and, you know, that changes your perception of how people look at things. So, Legendary Scrub says that Jeremy going to play a game of tummy sticks with Beardo. Kobe was better than LeBron. Listen, Kobe Bryant is my favorite player of all time. He is not like, it's just a straight up basketball player. LeBron's the better player. I would still take Kobe, and I know that's an unpopular take. I would still take Kobe over LeBron, but I think LeBron is a better basketball player. Kobe's my favorite of all time. Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time, though. Nobody's close to Michael Jordan. Nobody. Larry Legend is the GOAT. I mean, look, I love Larry Legend, dude. I love Larry Legend. So, all right. There's no updates or nothing, so we're still patiently waiting. This is so ridiculous. I mean, these are supposed to be elected officials. All right? Elected officials. And they can't even do their job. And I believe that this was always going to get passed, but they have to make a point. Like they're making a point to make a show of this. This is all for show. This is what these clowns do. Like I just got done talking about, you know, working in the real world and having a real job. Guess what? If you have a real job and you pulled this, you would be fired. End of discussion. You would be fired. Absolutely embarrassing that we're at this place. Oh, here we go.
We have an hour scheduled for debate, and depends on how long the Democrat leader's magic minute goes. But I suspect it won't drag on long. We'll be voting, I think, by early morning, and right when everybody's waking up to have their coffee, they'll have watch step. They'll have a big happy surprise.
So there you have it right there. So by early morning. So I don't think a lot's going to happen right now. I don't. This is, I'll be honest, this is kind of embarrassing. more than anything, that these clowns, these grown people can't actually just do what they need to do. Print on Corpse is a favorite hamburger helper recipe. My favorite hamburger helper is lasagna. Hamburger helper lasagna is so good. Dude, hamburger helper is awesome, by the way. Elon cutting checks. I mean, Elon, my Streamlabs is open, brother. If you want to cut a check over here. And then I'll just, after you send it, I'll be like, Trump 2028, baby, let's go. How does it help hamburgers, though? Jeremy, have you had Whataburger? Yeah, Whataburger's great. I don't have Whataburger ranked as high as other people do. Like, people in Texas love Whataburger. Like, I would put, which I kind of have stopped, eating like Culver's and all of that. But if I was to choose a burger place, it would either be Culver's or In-N-Out Burger for my number one fast food burger. Whataburger's good, but it's not up there. It's not up there as good as Culver's or In-N-Out or even like Five Guys burgers. Five Guys is good, but too expensive. Is very expensive. They're very proud of their stuff. Very proud. So, Logan Miller says government is retarded. I'm going to bed. Hail chat. Hail. Yeah, I think I may call it too. I don't think a lot's going to happen, and I'd like to try to get up. So tomorrow I do have. I'm scheduled to go. I got to go watch a Jurassic World movie or Jurassic Park, whatever it is. If I need to cancel that, though, I will go live to cover all of this. So we'll just have to see when that happens. So I'll keep an eye on it. Drinky Crow says omnibus bills are a joke. Congress is a joke. Corrupt. Split it up. Border pass. Alligators with lasers pass. Tags on. Gambling. No. Patriot Act 2.0. No illegals. Medicare. No AI immunity. No. You had me at alligators with lasers. You had me at alligators with lasers. There's not a single human on this planet that doesn't want to see alligators with lasers. Yeah, they are counting, aren't they? What is going on? The score, yeah, we're moving. We're moving. I guess we're not going to end it. What the fuck? All right. Oh, we got some audio. I can barely hear some audio. There we go. We're moving. I guess we're not going anywhere. Print on Corpse says Jeremy, chocolate, gravy, and biscuits. Try it.
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Look at here. Look at here. Like, wow. Wasn't even prepared for that. What? Let's freaking go. Holy shit. Out of nowhere. We get movement out of nowhere. How the F did that just happen? I'm still like, this is a live feed, right? Like, I want to make sure I'm not like, here, let's go to here. This is a live feed, right?
On this vote, the yeas are 219. The nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay, that was this is just on a delay right here. So, okay. Just wanted to make sure because sometimes these feeds get a little wonky. So yeah, here we are. We're good now. I think we are. Hang on. I was not expecting that.
I'll be ready when they are.
Massey flip to yes. Massey flipped to yes. That's what we're hearing. Are we kidding me? I was not expecting that. Thank you. Sorry. Excuse me on that one. So apparently Massey flipped to yes. I'm trying to get more information right now. He flipped so they could get a final vote. Yeah, that's a good point. Drinky says that Gary, you still around? You see Tim Pool's after show with Shane Cashman. They do calls like Art Bell. Love Gary's show. They should team up like Trump and Elon. Gary's probably still here. He's probably still here. I don't know why my Twitter feed is so jacked up right now, but it is completely jacked up. It makes no sense right now what my Twitter feed is doing. So we go over here. I don't know if Gary's still here or not, by the way. So right here is the tweet that I have right here. Big beautiful bill just advanced to the House 219 to 213. Massey flipped to yes. Next up, full floor vote following debate. So I think that's where we are right now. What if this is like children, dude? It's like children. Do you guys hear that? Oh, hang on. Right here. Do you guys hear this audio? It's kind of skipping right now. Yeah, I know. Final vote is going to be for a few hours, though. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to stay up all night and screw my sleep schedule up that much. Let me see. Hang on.
House will be in order.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry. But on the internet, you always have to worry. So
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas
thank you,
seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 566, I call up the bill H.R. 1 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14, Senate Amendment. Mr. Arrington of Texas moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Pursuant to House Resolution 566, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
Fine.
unanimous
I ain't going
consent that
nowhere.
all members have 5
I'll stay
legislative
live. I'll be
days
back.
to revise and
I'll be right
extend
back.
their remarks and include extraneous material on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we're considering H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, is passed by the Senate. This bill creates the right incentives for historic economic growth, makes unprecedented investments in our military and border security, and implements the largest spending reduction in American history by twofold, alongside other generational fiscal reforms. America's economic strength, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation of our global leadership and prosperity. But sadly, it has waned, and especially over the last 4 years. To preserve our influence abroad and our quality of life here at home, we must unleash growth, starting with the largest tax cut in U.S. history. Just like the first Trump tax cuts, we can expect record job growth, investment, repatriation of capital back to the United States, record low unemployment, record high wage growth, and the lowest poverty rates in recorded history. This bill also equips our troops and law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, to defend our sovereignty, protect our citizens, and secure our border after years of neglect and lawlessness. While more work remains, no doubt, to rein in Washington's out-of-control spending and put our nation on a more sustainable fiscal path, I'm confident that H.R. 1 will make America safe, strong, and prosperous once again, and give our children, most importantly, like my daughter Jane, who is here with me today, a better and brighter future in this, the greatest nation in human history.
I'm refilling my
I reserve the
water.
balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, here we are again. As Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. Debating this bill in the middle of the night. Boy, this crowd must love prime time in Guam. This has been the worst process of the worst bill I have ever seen during my decade in Congress. This is not what our founders intended, far from it. And while the process stinks, the substance is even worse. The bill still kicks 17 million Americans off their health care. Record cuts to Medicaid, record cuts to the Affordable Care Act, record cuts to Medicare. But that's not all. 4.5 million kicked off nutrition assistance, mostly seniors and children. Why? To help subsidize massive tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. Of course, all of those cuts, over $1.5 trillion worth, don't come close to paying for the more than $5 trillion worth of tax cuts. So who pays the remainder? Our national credit card. So here we are, actually voting not just for the biggest loss of health care in American history, but the biggest increase in our national debt in American history. I have no idea what in the world the crowd that was holding out got for holding out. Does anyone know? It is a complete mystery to me and to the American people. But one thing is clear. There is one group making out as a result of this bill, the billionaire class. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time. Or excuse me, I reserve the balance of my time.
This is all just a dumb show for these idiots.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill marks the most significant investment in our farm economy in decades and delivers the most sweeping reforms to SNAP since the program's creation. We're saving nearly $200 billion by restoring integrity to SNAP, closing loopholes, reinforcing work, and ending on-check state abuse, all while preserving the program for the truly vulnerable. At the same time, we're delivering $120 billion in deficit reduction and saving 2 million family farms from the death tax. We strengthen the farm safety net, invest in trade, research in rural communities, and help keep ag innovation here in the United States of America, not in China. This is a down payment on the Farm Bill, and the rest is coming soon. Make no mistake, this is a generational win for rural America. I'd like to thank Agriculture Committee members for their continued work in developing and advancing this policy. We're protecting taxpayers, helping low-income Americans return to work, and securing the future of American agriculture and our rural communities. The One Big Beautiful Bill delivers on President Trump's campaign promises, and it's a win for the American people. And I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee and ranking member in the Ways and Means Health Subcommittee, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
At 3:35 in the morning, a favorite time of Republicans for taking up this bill, we consider a travesty. The Senate took an ugly bill, went out and whipped it with an ugly stick, made it even uglier. 17 million Americans going without health insurance, a 17% increase in electric rates, the largest nutritional assistance cut in American history, leaving Americans hungry. And yet the Independent Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget condemns this as exploding our debt, spiking it to new record highs, and accelerating the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare. One thing remains the same. It takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most, lining the pockets of the super rich with millions in tax giveaways. It is mean, it is cruel, it is wrong. That's why it's being taken up at this hour of the morning, as they have done throughout this process. Let's reject this ugly bill and stand up for Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California and fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill fulfills many of the promises we made to the American people. Lower taxes, lighter regulations, a secure border, more frugal spending, and a war on waste. Throughout history, these are the policies that have produced prosperity and security, and there's every reason to believe that they will again. I remind my conservative friends who say this bill doesn't go far enough that our process was not designed to make perfect law. It was designed to make the best law that's acceptable to a majority, and judging by the narrow votes, we've pushed this bill about
I forgot I was fucking muted. Sorry. Damn it. Fuck. Okay. Let me repeat what I was going to say. All right. So, in terms of, in my opinion, as to what's going on right now, I think that they both sides know that this bill is going to pass. This is my speculation using common sense. Both sides know that this bill is going to pass. So instead of them just letting it happen, it's kind of just like the other day or a couple weeks ago when we had the Iran situation, and how Iran said, we need to shoot missiles at you just so we can save face and make it look like we are holding the line and fighting till the end. So a lot of this is just theatrics. A lot of this is just posturing. A lot of this is doing nothing but we need to present a fight, and we're going to stand up because our constituents need to hear us fighting. And when this goes away, or when this actually goes through, at least we can say that we fought until the end. That is essentially what's going on here, in my opinion. This is all grandstanding and posturing, and that's it.
Out. I encourage my colleagues from New Jersey to listen to their constituents and vote no. And may God forgive those who do not do for the least among us. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Arkansas and our chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, which unleashes American energy and unlocks many of our abundant natural resources. We're incentivizing domestic production in the Gulf of America and Alaska with at least 30 lease sales in the Gulf and 6 lease sales in the Cook Inlet, and mandating lease sales every other year in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. Our mission to responsibly develop our resources doesn't end there. The bill also requires coal lease sales, reduces royalty rates on American oil and gas and coal production, and incentivizes production, thereby lowering energy costs and supplying our country with domestically dependable energy. But that's just the beginning. The bill also invests in crucial water resource infrastructure and helps implement President Trump's executive orders on forest management. Republicans on the Committee on Natural Resources are proud of this historic legislation that unlocks our domestic resources potential and supports hardworking Americans and communities nationwide. As we become energy dominant again and mine, refine, and manufacture again in America, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the Democratic Caucus Chairman, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here to work together to address the issues like the affordability crisis. Democrats are ready to work with anyone to make housing more affordable, to make childcare more affordable, and to make everyday goods like groceries less expensive. But, Mr. Speaker, the policies within this big, ugly bill are going to raise costs, not lower them. Healthcare costs are going to go up as Medicaid gets gutted. Electric bills are going to go up when clean energy tax credits are wiped out at the request of the oil lobbyists. And cutting food assistance programs like SNAP is going to hurt working people who are already getting squeezed at the checkout line because of these reckless tariffs. These are the same working people who were told by my Republican friends that lowering costs would be their top priority. That has not been the case. And the American people are poorer, and it is more expensive to live here as a result. The economy is teetering on the brink, Mr. Speaker. Every single piece of evidence tells us that a vote for this bill is a vote to make things worse. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Michigan, our chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Tim Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one big beautiful bill is one big beautiful win for the American people. Americans struggled under crushing inflation driven by the Biden-Harris administration's outrageous spending. Even worse, the Biden-Harris administration spent billions on reckless student loan repayment pauses, forcing Americans who never set foot on a college campus to cover the costs of elite Ivy League degrees. House Republicans have the chance to right those wrongs and deliver real results for the American people by passing the one big beautiful bill. Under President Trump, our economy is booming thanks to pro-growth policies that help workers, students, and taxpayers prosper. By passing this bill, we have a chance to seize on a generational opportunity to help put more Americans back on the path to the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the most shameful bill that I've ever seen. It takes health care away from 17 million people in order to give giant tax breaks to billionaires and large corporate interests. The increase in uncompensated care will force hospitals to close and nursing homes to close and increase costs for those who still have insurance. Now, costs are going to soar for hardworking families across the country as health insurance premiums and energy bills and medical debts rise for millions while the rich get richer. However, this bill doesn't just destroy Americans' access to see their doctors or afford their monthly medications. It also makes devastating cuts to American energy and jobs, which will further increase energy bills and eliminate jobs across the country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally cruel. Hardworking Americans don't deserve to be treated this way by the Republicans in Congress, but the Republicans simply don't care. In the strongest terms should join me in voting no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Arkansas, our chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. French Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. I thank the speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. For too long, government spending has grown unchecked. Last November, American voters sent a clear message: rein in government spending. Our financial services title exceeds our $1 billion budget instruction by over $600 million. It caps the Consumer Financial Protection Budget Authority by nearly half, rescinds unobligated unused funds from the SEC's reserve fund, and HUD's Green and Resilient Retrofit program. And it targets $1 billion for strategic use under the Defense Production Act to ensure that America can meet its national security supply chain requirements for the 21st century. Overall, this bill stops a huge tax increase for our working families in Arkansas, spurs major investments for small businesses, gives law enforcement the tools they need to secure our southwest border, strengthens energy security, and reduces government spending. It delivers on the promises that we made to Americans' voters. I support this bill strongly. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
30
this
seconds.
is a cruel bill. Thousands of Americans will die because of it. Rural hospitals will close, millions will lose their health care, and kids will go hungry. Americans will be poorer. They will be sicker because of my Republican colleagues, because they are falling in line instead of standing up for their people back home. This bill shows us their priorities, and it's not you. They are taking away your health care to give more money to the very wealthy. This bill is for billionaires, not for you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our friend from the Commonwealth of Kentucky and our chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. And today I rise in support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which includes the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee to unleash American energy, promote innovation, and protect healthcare for the most vulnerable Americans. We claw back wasteful and unnecessary spending. We unleash affordable and reliable American energy and support technological innovation by reauthorizing the Spectrum Auction Authority. And we secure Medicaid for those who need it most: mothers, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Democrats continue to fearmonger and misrepresent what's in this bill, but let me be clear. House Republicans are eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse to focus Medicaid on the most vulnerable, not able-bodied adults who choose not to work. We're fighting for common sense policies to protect America's children, pregnant women, mothers, individuals with disabilities, and low-income seniors. This bill delivers on the promises the president and congressional Republicans made to the American people. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute. 30
Budgets
seconds.
are a statement of values. Republicans are showing they have none. People will suffer, people will die, and it will be at the hands of Republicans who vote yes. The top 1% are salivating over getting an extra $300,000 a year because of this dangerous bill. Billionaires win. 17 million Americans will lose their health insurance, largest health care cut ever. 42 million Americans are at risk of losing food assistance. Children will go hungry. Republicans claim to be the party of faith, patriotism, and families. A yes vote supports none of these virtues. This is shameful. I'm a hell no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Alabama, our chairman of the Armed Services Committee here in the House, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding for his leadership throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, years of chronic underinvestment in our national security has shattered American deterrence. It's allowed our adversaries to threaten, but that ends today. Because today, with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, we begin implementing President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. H.R. 1 includes a historic $150 billion investment in America's national defense that will help us begin building the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, begin to revitalize our defense industrial base, help us secure our border because border security is national security, begin to rebuild our munition stockpiles and critical minerals supply chains, and continue to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. With these investments, we will work to restore American deterrence and build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force President Trump promised. I want to commend the President, the Speaker, and Leader Thune for prioritizing national security in this bill, and I want to thank Chairman Wicker for his strong partnership throughout this process. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman has 8 minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 6.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this partisan tax bill will be our nation's single largest self-inflicted wound to working families and to our economy. It's the largest unfunded tax break for the wealthiest families and will lead to the largest number of working families losing health care. What's worse is that you're fooling yourself to believe it's paid for. Instead, it adds trillions to our debt that will drag down our economy and our credibility. And rather than negotiating with Democrats, you're just placating the president. So I'm voting no, Mr. Speaker, on this partisan bill to stand up to the president and to stand with working families and to stand for the financial stability of our country and the credibility of this institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. John McGuire.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, this One Big Beautiful Bill delivers the American people the promises of President Trump's America First agenda and prevents the largest single tax hike on the middle class in history. A no vote on this bill is a vote for sabotaging the United States' energy dominance, blocking critical investments to revolutionize our military to address 21st century threats. It eliminates over $700 billion in wasteful Medicaid spending for illegal aliens and people who can work but refuse to work, instead of America's most vulnerable. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this historic piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Ohio,
like he's from
distinguished member of the
that
Budget
previous
Committee,
speaker.
Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Speaker. This big bonanza bill for billionaires will make life harder for the people of Northwest Ohio and America. Unemployment is already up in Toledo, hovering around 6%. 1,100 Jeep Gladiator workers in Toledo are idled, and 2,500 workers at Perrysburg's First Solar are on the chopping block as the Trump administration cedes in this bill our glass industry and America's lead in solar energy to China. Grocery prices are up 2%, yet the bill freezes SNAP, a cut for 45,000 families in my district, and $18 million monthly blow to local grocers. The bill assures billionaires get $300,000 in tax breaks
Monthly
every year,
blow?
while seniors and working people lose Medicaid and SNAP, and the largest
I
cut
bet a lot
to
of senators
health care
have monthly
in American
blow.
history, cutting over $1 trillion. The bill recklessly adds $3.4 trillion to the U.S. debt, and interest rates will climb. Congress can create a much brighter future for America by defeating this big, bloated bonanza bill for billionaires. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Republican budget is a betrayal of the American people. It puts in jeopardy food assistance for 42 million Americans. That's children, seniors, the disabled, and working parents. 1.2 million veterans rely on SNAP for their food. This budget turns their back on them. 270,000 veterans, homeless, and former foster youth will lose their food assistance entirely. The vulnerable are left behind. The middle class gets screwed in favor of the ultra wealthy. I'm a hell no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Speaker, I just remind the gentlelady and my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, that after the Trump tax cuts, the first Trump tax cuts, the bottom half income grew 3 times faster than the top half. The lower 10% wages increased 2 times over the 1%. People at the bottom, people in the middle, they benefited more from the tax breaks. So I yield or reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves the remainder of his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my distinct honor to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
Speaker Emerita is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, recognizing that our budget should be the statement of values of our country and how we allocate our resources reflecting those values. I asked to speak because I hear you members on the other side talking about spending on the part of the Democrats, spending for education and health care and all the needs of food for our children. I just want to remind all of them, speaking to you, Mr. Speaker, that tax cuts are expenditures. They're the biggest spending in this bill, to the tune of $5 trillion. $5 trillion added to the national debt to give tax cuts to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of feeding our children, health care for our people, and the education of our children. And nothing brings more money to the Treasury than the education of the American people, from early childhood, lifetime learning, and every phase of it in between. So you should be ashamed of yourselves to mock spending on education. The best dollar we spend is on educating the American people and the investments in scientific research, the biblical power to cure that science provides for us, cut in this bill, to spend $5 trillion for the wealthiest people in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Drunk
Gentleman from Texas
AF.
recognized.
Drunk
Mr.
AF.
Speaker, budgets are value statements. We value letting working families keep more of their hard-earned dollars. We value stewarding tax dollars, protecting our most vulnerable, preserving programs that they depend on, not allowing people in this country illegally to siphon money away, jeopardizing those safety nets. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1. We have a choice: continue down our current fiscally unsustainable path, where we have waiting lists for Medicaid, insufficient border security resources, and are facing the largest tax hike in American history, or change course. The One Big Beautiful Bill ushers in the golden age of America, as our great president says, where taxpayers, not illegal immigrants, are put first. It eliminates tax on tips and overtime and brings tax relief to seniors. It saves, it sustains Medicaid, and it's there for those who truly need it. It secures our southern border, making every community safe. All that is required of us is to unleash this prosperity, Mr. Speaker, is to vote yes. I'm proud to vote for this bill and encourage my colleagues to unleash America's shackles and make this country work for those who work for it every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Mike Collins.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, campaign promises made and soon to be campaign promises kept. I spent my entire career in the private sector. I know what those
he could have been a professional wrestler with this promo. This is awesome.
My business, my community, my state, and my country. And now Now with this bill, we're going to bring inflation under control with energy dominance. We're going to make sure that small businesses have certainty with our tax policies out there. And also, Mr. Speaker, we're going to bring these federal agencies under control by deregulation. You do that, and you will unleash the American entrepreneurial spirit out there. This is a big day for Main Street. Wall Street has had their time. I encourage my colleagues, vote for this bill. Let's get this thing to the president's desk. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes. Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 5.5.
Okay, so we're still in the
gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
We reserve.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready to close.
This is like a tennis game.
You ready to close?
Oh. I am prepared to yield to one more speaker, and then we'll close.
Great.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
So with that, yield to my good friend, the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who they tell me is behind me. Let's hope they're right, Mr. McGarvey. All right.
How much time?
Oh, 1 minute. Thank you.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A budget is a series of choices. Republicans are choosing to take healthcare away from 17 million Americans. Republicans are choosing to take food off the plates of hardworking families, kids, and seniors. Republicans are choosing to blow up the national debt by trillions of dollars. And for what? Also, the top 0.1% can pay even less in taxes. I don't ever want to hear a Republican say they care about rural America or the debt ever again if they vote for this bill. A budget is a series of choices, and theirs are indefensible. I'll vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time for the purposes of close.
Gentleman's recognized.
This has been a very long day after many, many days that have stretched into the night to the following morning, such as this one, after a very long 6 months on this bill. But what really matters in these next few moments is that the decision we have been entrusted by the American people to make will have ramifications for millions of our fellow Americans, and indeed for our country for decades to come. There may not be a lot of people able to watch at 4:05 in the morning, but in just a few short hours, some of them on Medicaid will be waking up and turning on the news to find out if what we did here tonight means they're about to lose it. Some of the people who get their health care from the ACA exchanges will be turning on their TV to find out what we've done in these next few minutes and if they will still be able to have health care. The folks like my dad who are on Medicare, who are writing in, emailing, calling us saying, don't cut Medicare, they will find out in a few moments whether or not we've pushed through the biggest cut to Medicare in American history. The kids who rely on SNAP, the Nutrition Assistance Program, they may not quite understand it, but make no mistake about it, what we are about to do in the next few minutes here will have a profound effect on their lives. Not to mention the millions of Americans who may not be on Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, or the ACA, but who rely on a hospital in a rural area, who now may see that hospital close because of the cuts that are in this piece of legislation. And of course, for many years to come, we and our kids and our grandkids are going to be saddled with even more debt to afford tax cuts for those who need them the least. This is not just bad economics. I believe it is immoral. I would remind us the Congressional Budget Office just last week found the the final analysis of this bill, when all of its component parts are summed together, it found this. The bottom third of households would be poor. The middle of the country would be no better off. And the biggest benefit would go to the top 1% of Americans. This legislation makes the poor poorer, the rich richer, and the middle class left behind. On behalf of the millions of Americans who are relying on us to hold firm, on behalf of this side of the aisle, we say hell no. Vote no on this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to start by thanking my good friend and ranking member, Mr. Brendan Boyle. He's a good American, and he's been a great partner and colleague, and I mostly appreciate his friendship. We convene here before the 4th of July. I think it's worth recalling those unalienable rights that sparked this American experiment, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our founders built this republic on the promise of freedom, the freedom to build, to strive, to pursue our own dreams. But that promise only thrives when government stays in its place, preserving liberty, not suffocating it with unchecked regulation and unbridled spending. This legislation reclaims that founding promise. It is the principal vehicle for advancing President Trump's America First agenda, unleashing a rising tide of prosperity, securing our border, modernizing our national defense, and supercharging energy, agriculture, all the sectors of our economy that Washington has kept in a chokehold for too long. Throughout this debate, Mr. Speaker, we heard one hollow Hail Mary attack after another designed to scare the American people and prey on their fears, the last gasp of a broken status quo. For our part, we put our trust in the American people. We appeal to their aspirations, and we deal in facts, not in fear. They're the false claims that they make that this only helps the so-called 1%, the top 1%, the super rich, when actually locks in the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, putting thousands of dollars back in the pockets of families still recovering from the crushing inflation and cost of living crisis caused by the Democrats' failed economic policies and unbridled spending. The complete distortion that Medicaid's being cut, when in fact it's being strengthened for our most vulnerable citizens by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. The fallacy that work requirements are somehow punitive, when we know that they restore the dignity of work and lead to better opportunities and bigger paychecks. All their myths are headed for the ash heap of history. From day one, we said this was a generational opportunity to deliver the most comprehensive and consequential set of conservative reforms in modern history. And that's exactly what we're doing. This isn't our moment, Mr. Speaker. This is the American people's moment. And I urge my colleagues to pass this bill and open up that gateway to a new golden age of America. God bless America. Go West Texas, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back.
I saw Alan said he head to bed. Good night, Alan. Appreciate you, brother. We'll see you on Mario Kart. And yeah, hello everyone. Welcome in. So we're watching the clowns at the circus right now, essentially. So waiting to see what happens here. I don't know what's going to happen with the vote. I mean, Massey voted yes, but there's no way Massey is going to vote yes on the final vote. There's no way. So I'm not expecting that. So I'm still not sure how this is all going to play out, but I do feel like that. I feel like it's going to be passed, but I feel like they're just tapped.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before November, Americans wondered whether our best days were behind us. Democrats fueled inflation. They opened our borders, funded illegal immigration with your tax dollars, and increased IRS audits on the middle class,
Chat continues to
all
be the
while
MVP.
leaving the working class behind. President Trump promised to make America great again. 77 million Americans supported that promise. They voted for change. The one big, beautiful bill delivers for the American people. This is the largest tax cut for working families, farmers, and small businesses in U.S. history. Households making under $100,000 will see a 12% tax cut compared to what they pay today. The average family of four will see nearly $11,000 more in their pockets each year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 a year. A waitress working for tips will keep an extra $1,300. A lineman working overtime after a storm will keep an extra $1,400. While Democrats defend illegal immigrants, fraudsters, and bureaucrats, Republicans are standing up for the American people, putting more money in their pockets. President Trump, he promised no tax on tips, overtime pay, car loan interest, and tax relief for seniors. We are delivering on all those items and more. Families win in the one big, beautiful bill. Over 40 million households will benefit from a higher child tax credit of $2,200. We boost the standard deduction to give a tax cut to the 91% of middle income families who use it, up to $31,500. Young Americans win. We expand choices for educational freedom and open up savings options to include trade schools. Moms and dads get new support for adoption, paid leave, childcare, and healthcare costs. Kids get Trump accounts, giving them a financial stake in our country's future. We bring back American jobs and our manufacturing base by protecting or creating more than 7 million jobs, including 1 million new small business jobs each year. We reign in Washington by delivering the largest cut in mandatory spending in U.S. history. The one big, beautiful bill is for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town. The farmers, the welders, the waitresses, the nurses pulling double shifts, the truck drivers hauling goods across this country, the folks who work hard, play by the rules, and ask only for a fair shot and a government that works for them, not against them. It's for places like Peachtree City, Georgia, Yukon, Oklahoma, Petersburg, West Virginia, Erie, Pennsylvania, and all the other communities that the Ways and Means Committee visited over the last 24 months. The one big, beautiful bill is their bill. It's about restoring sanity in a town that's lost it, cutting waste and reining in reckless spending. It demands that if you're able to work, you should. It stops asking working families to foot the bill for Washington's bad decisions. Let's get this done, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Missouri yields.
Missouri.
Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
So we might have visited a lot of places tonight, or this morning, I should say. Why don't we visit reality? Here's the reality, because we're going to talk about facts for the next 15 minutes on our side. So one thing you can understand very clearly, the Republicans in the House surrendered to the Republicans in the Senate. And once again, when the going got tough, both institutions surrendered to the president. This bill became worse along the way when it was already a pretty bad product. So in terms of expertise, Let's reject what the Congressional Budget Office says. Let's reject what the Joint Committee on Taxation might have to say. And of course, when the going gets tough, let's blame the Federal Reserve Board because of interest rates. So under this bill, here's a fact, Mr. Speaker. If you made $1 million last year, you're going to make a plus of $96,000 in the next tax filing season. That's a fact. But here's the real fact and the scam that's being presented to the American people with this legislation. So if you made under $50,000 last year, you're going to get 68 cents a day in terms of your tax relief. The Senate was too generous. They were at 73%, so the House wanted to go back to, on the Republican side, 68 cents. Here's the real kicker. For a party that has preached fiscal rectitude that I've listened to in all my years here, voting for the balanced budget amendment, taking up all of these pursuits in terms of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion additional dollars to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. $5 trillion is being added to the debt. I call attention to that because they're taking away health insurance from poor people. Hospitals are going to suffer. Medicare is going to be cut. The child credit will leave out the poorest. And seniors are threatened with much of the necessities of everyday life. SNAP, Medicaid, Medicare, and the ACA are all about to be gutted in the name of a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I preserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the leadership of Chairman Jason Smith getting this bill to the floor. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of President Trump's one big, beautiful bill. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. If Congress fails to pass this bill, taxpayers across the nation will get a big tax increase. In Tennessee's 8th congressional district, the average household would face a 26% tax hike. This would be catastrophic for families, for farms, and for small businesses across the nation. This bill not only stops this massive tax hike, but it will reduce taxes for Americans nationwide and turbocharge our economy. When Americans voted last November, they voted for these policies put forth by President Trump and House Republicans. Now is the time for us to do this job and pass the one big, beautiful bill. Too much is at stake. And with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this bill shamelessly hurts our constituents, cuts health care for 17 million Americans, closes 1 in 4 nursing homes and many rural hospitals. It rips nutrition assistance away from 11 million Americans, and it cedes leadership in the green energy economy to China. Raises energy bills for hardworking Americans. It cuts Pell Grants for millions of students. It adds $5 trillion to our national debt to give a tax break to billionaire donors who don't need the help in this environment. $5 trillion added to our national debt. It pushes the American dream out of reach for millions of working class Americans. Every member who votes yes will forever carry the shame of betraying hardworking Americans and put our kids and our grandkids in great, great debt. I urge a no vote on this bill. It's bad for our constituents. It's bad for America. It's bad for our future. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the chairman for the diligent work he has done in bringing folks together, hearing from all members, and helping formulate a bill that is great for America, great for workers, where we know that what we did in 2017 increased wages for workers at an amount even better proportionately than high-income folks. I also want to point out that my colleagues across the aisle voted for a large portion of this bill last year. Now, there's various criticisms that they've kind of pivoted, I guess, a bit. But when you really look at what we are doing, we're preventing a tax increase on the middle class. Average American household without this bill getting done will face about a $1,500 tax increase. American Farm Bureau tells us that the average farm will face more than $5,000 tax increase if we don't get our bill done. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. This is great for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Chicago, Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition and could never vote for this big, bad, inhumane, and ugly bill because it will wreck health care delivery, takes food from hungry children, sentence seniors to early deaths, eliminate jobs, and destabilize our economy just to give the super rich and wealthy more influence, more power, more wealth.
I'm gonna need about tree fitting.
Takes from the poor,
I'm gonna need about tree
from
fitting.
the disabled, from
Tree
the sick,
fitting.
from the hungry, and gives to the wealthy. This bill is cruel. It is immoral. It is a crime about to happen. It is draconian. It is dangerous. It is criminal. So if you want to stop crime, vote no, as I will. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, for the purposes of a colloquy.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to enter into colloquy with the gentleman from Missouri regarding the termination of the commercial clean vehicles credit in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Is it your understanding and intent, Chairman Smith, for the purposes of this provision, vehicles shall be treated as, quote, acquired, unquote, as of the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made? I yield to Chairman Smith for a response.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it is the legislative intent that vehicles shall be treated as acquired as of the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the comments of the managers. I am pleased to know their legislative intent. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I flew overnight through thunderstorms and flash flood warnings to be here to stand up for my district this morning because Republicans refuse to stand up for theirs. I've been in Congress for over 20 years and I've never seen such cowardice from my colleagues across the aisle. Time and time again, we see Republicans fold like cheap lawn chairs. Senator Murkowski said it was a bad bill, then why the hell would you vote for it? I'm here to stand up against a bill that kicks 17 million Americans off of their health care, a bill that cuts school lunches and food assistance to children who go to bed hungry every night, a bill that includes billions of dollars for ICE, an already bloated agency that has been upending due process and racially profiling people in my district for weeks. To my colleagues across the aisle, have you no decency? Have you no humanity? It's not too late to do what you know is right by your constituents and by your country. Vote no on this one big steaming pile of crap. And I yield back.
Shut up!
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman
Silly
from Missouri is
woman.
recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Kansas families, workers, and small businesses who will benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. By extending and improving the TCJA, working class families in my district will pay $10,900 less in taxes and see increased wages of $7,200 on average. It contains my bipartisan legislation to make research and development expensing permanent, a jobs provision ensuring America continues to lead the world entirely on innovation. It eliminates fraud and waste in Obamacare, and it builds on President Trump's successes at securing the border. Despite the misleading spin from my colleagues on the left, this bill delivers on what Americans voted for in November. It's time to pass the one big beautiful bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, Congresswoman Sewell.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this so-called big, beautiful bill is nothing but a big, ugly betrayal of Alabama families and the big handout to billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about stripping health care from working families. There's nothing beautiful about taking food off the table of the most vulnerable neighbors. And there's nothing beautiful about putting rural hospitals on life support in communities that can least afford it. Mr. Speaker, the cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page. They are empty cupboards and shuttered clinics. They are hospital wings closed in small towns already struggling to keep their doors open. They are
fucking retarded.
Parents lying awake at night wondering how they will afford medicine for a sick child or how they'll keep food on the table if they lose their hours. Here are the facts. 170,000 Alabamians will lose their health care. 700,000 Alabamians will lose or reduce their nutrition assistance. 5 Alabama hospitals will close and add $5 trillion to the national debt. On behalf of the 750,000 Alabamians that I represent in Alabama's 7th Congressional District and the 5 million hardworking Alabamians, I say vote hell no on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this big, beautiful bill. In 2017, President Trump signed the largest tax cut in history into law. Today, thanks to the hard work of the Ways and Means Republicans, we will make those tax cuts permanent and prevent an end-of-the-year tax hike. This bill gives the average working family a $1,300 tax cut and makes permanent the $199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming. This is a big win for our West Virginia businesses. It provides relief to gig workers by ending the Democrats' absurd 600 1099K reporting threshold and reverts back to the time-tested standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. It will provide economic relief, secure our borders, and ensure American energy dominance. This legislation will make the life of the average American better, and I support getting it to President Trump's desk. I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the gentlelady that in 2017, the Republican Party borrowed $2.3 trillion for that tax cut. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. If you are a Republican with misgivings with the massive debt that this bill creates, or if you're worried about stripping 17 million Americans of healthcare access, I tell you that now is your moment. A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant taste of death but once. Shakespeare. So vote your constituents, vote your conscience. This is how you will be remembered. Better to vote your conscience today and face an angry tweet than to have your legacy be one of equivocation and cowardice. By their deeds, you will know them. I urge all my colleagues to oppose debt, death, and hunger. Oppose this cruel legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Chairman.
Iowa is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill will dramatically grow our economy and reduce our deficit. It's the largest tax cut in American history for families, farmers, workers, and small businesses. This bill will help our Main Street businesses grow, invest, hire, and increases the exemption for the death tax, which will help save 2 million family farms. Additionally, this legislation fully funds the border wall, hires more ICE and Border Patrol agents, and creates American energy independence. We must pass this bill to unleash economic growth and rural prosperity. Let's make President Trump's one big, beautiful bill the law of the land. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Congresswoman DeLauro.
Gentlelady from Connecticut's recognized for 1 minute.
My House Republican colleagues, have you no shame? This bill hands $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations. It takes health care away from 17 million Americans. People will die. 42 million Americans will go hungry. This bill triggers $500 billion in Medicare cuts. It increases the budget deficit by $3.3 trillion. President Trump and House Republicans have abandoned their promise to lower the cost of living. They are making it worse. To my Republican colleagues, have the moral courage to oppose this bill. The consequences of this vote will come due. They will not wait until next November. It will come tomorrow and every day after, in every phone call and letter that your office answers, when your constituents tell you they cannot find health coverage or afford groceries, and they ask what you have done to help. And I hope you have the moral courage to tell them the truth, that you did nothing. Vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
47 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump inherited a disastrous open border policy from the Biden-Harris administration. There were nearly 9 million encounters at the southern border under President Biden, more than the last 14 years combined. You can plainly see the difference between the first 5 months of President Biden and the first 5 months of President Trump on this chart. As it turns out, all we really needed was a new president. And now the One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the southern border. It completes the wall, funds thousands of new border agents, and equips them with the cutting-edge tools that they need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, because border security is national security. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to Republicans' big, ugly bill because of my constituents, like Lisa, whose son was diagnosed with a life-altering disease that left him unable to work by mid-age. Medicaid enables Lisa to be his full-time caregiver and ensures that he has the care he needs. Unfortunately for Lisa and her son, Republicans don't care. They've made it very clear over the past 6 months who they are fighting for. It's not for the most vulnerable like Lisa and her son, who may be 2 of the 17 million Americans kicked off their health care thanks to this bill. Instead, Republicans are fighting for billionaires like Donald Trump and the top 0.1% who will get an average tax cut of $309,000 per year, while those earning less than $50,000 get 68 cents a day. To my Republican colleagues, there's still time to join Democrats in preventing this despicable bill from becoming law. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nod.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill. After listening to the previous few hours, it should surprise no one that the party of open borders, the party of illegal aliens, and now the party of state-run grocery stores hates this bill. Because this bill secures America's borders. It protects America's farmers and America's businesses. It protects us from tremendous amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse. And it stops the largest tax hike in American history. This bill is a win for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentleman has 6 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with this bill, my Republican colleagues are betraying the American people. In the dark of morning, they're trying to ram through legislation that will raise costs, strip away health care, take food off the table of working families, and increase energy costs for all Americans, all to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. Cuts to Medicaid will shutter rural hospitals, nursing homes, and health centers, leaving families with higher costs and nowhere to turn for care. As millions of families are right now struggling to put food on the table, this bill cuts funding for nutrition assistance, forcing children, veterans, and seniors to go hungry. And this bill raises costs on everything from energy bills to prescription medications. This bill is a grave mistake. If it passes, my Republican colleagues may pay for it at the ballot box, but countless Americans will pay for it with their lives. I urge my colleagues to have the moral courage to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank Chairman Smith for not just yielding, but for his leadership in getting us to this point. Mr. Speaker, we are at the precipice of the new golden age of America. And how do we get there? We get there by actually making the right decisions for those hardworking families who have been struggling. You know, if you listen to the people on the other side, Mr. Speaker, who have over and over again said they are against this bill and all the things that are in this bill for hardworking families, you would think the last 4 years things have been going great for middle America. I don't know what parallel universe they've been living in, Mr. Speaker, but we heard the message that the voters sent, who said they're sick and tired of high inflation, of high gas prices, of not being able to fill up their grocery cart because of the spending in Washington for Washington at their expense. And so what does this bill do? It says we're finally going to turn that around and deliver a bill that focuses on families in America. You know, we hear a lot from the other side, Mr. Speaker, about billionaires, tax cuts for billionaires. You go look at this bill. Everybody's had the opportunity to read the bill. They actually read the whole bill on the Senate floor. Only took 14 hours. And if you listened, one of the things you'd find out, Mr. Speaker, is there are some new tax cuts in this bill, but not for billionaires. So then it would beg the question, why does the other side keep hiding behind billionaires as their excuse to vote no? Because they made a decision, Mr. Speaker, early off. They don't want to give people back their money. They want to keep that power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight that has been going on for years. The other side won that fight the last few years by raising taxes, raising spending, growing Washington. And while they did that, families in America suffered. Inflation went up for those hardworking families while Washington grew. Interest rates grew up to the point they couldn't even afford to buy a first-time home because Washington grew. And we said it's enough that Washington has to finally start living within Washington's means so that families in America can finally start living the American dream again. That's what this bill focuses on, Mr. Speaker. And how do we do it? We do it, number one, by locking in rates for everybody. Nobody's taxes go up, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's. Now, the other side's upset about that, and I understand it, because they don't want just the billionaires to go up, because they know in this bill the income groups that get hit the hardest if a no vote prevails. And we've heard them, they're all going to vote no, Mr. Speaker. But if a no vote prevails, the income groups that get hit the hardest are the lower and middle income groups of America. And they know that. They're watching this vote. And you can say billionaires all day long. But you know what the new tax cuts in this bill are? Because there are new tax cuts. For the waiter and waitress who's working maybe 2-3 shifts at a restaurant, at a diner, barely getting by. That's the new tax cut that we're putting in this bill. And so you would say, well, then how could the other side possibly vote against that?
Yes, this is live.
But Mr. Speaker, they are. And maybe a focus group told them that if they curse enough and if they say billionaires enough, those families will forget what's actually happening. But they're not going to forget because they're paying attention. You know what the average pay for a worker in America who makes tip money is under this bill? $32,000 a year. That's right. Billionaires aren't even allowed to be eligible for that tax break.
But the waitress who's working 2-3 shifts, barely getting by, making $32,000 a year, finally gets a little bit more money. And yes, every Democrat has bragged over here that they're going to vote against that. They don't want that waitress to get that money back in her pocket. But we're going to make sure she gets that tax break, Mr. Speaker, because she's struggling. She maybe wants to put together a college fund for her kid. Maybe she wants to take her family on a vacation. And she's going to have that opportunity when this bill passes. You know who else we're going to give opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, in this bill? The other tax cut. Sorry, it's not a billionaire again. It's that shift worker working overtime. Not the billionaires, person that's showing up at the factory, making stuff in America, who's paying taxes on the overtime, but they're away from their family. And they're looking at that check at the end of being away from their family for a few extra hours, and they're trying to make ends meet for their family. And they go, geez, I've got to get all that extra money back to the government. Is it worth being away from my family? And we say, you know what? Yeah, normal tax rates apply on everything else, but if you work overtime, you're not going to pay taxes on that overtime. Somebody making $60,000 a year, not the billionaire. Say billionaire enough, and maybe that shift worker won't know what you're doing, but Mr. Speaker, they do know. They do know what's about to happen because everybody's watching this vote, and that's a good thing because that shift worker deserves that extra money back. Might not seem a lot to somebody who deals with billions and trillions of dollars up here in Washington and grows agencies by 20, 30% every couple of years, and just thinks if you double the size of an agency over 5 years, somebody's going to pay for that. Well, you know who's paying for it? That hardworking family. You know, we clean up waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's been mocked by the other side. They think it's cool to mock what we're doing to finally root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Let the other party, Mr. Speaker, be the defender of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, but we're cleaning it up in this bill. USDA has pointed out that there's about $10 billion a year in waste just in the SNAP program. Fraud, improper payments. Not going to children that you hear about on the floor and not all these other. It's going to improper payments, to fraud.
What Jimmy said is true, by the way.
But Mr. Speaker, when you hear about the billionaires and you say, well, how could anybody vote against this bill? Think about what a no vote means. Because I'm proud of the yes vote that we're about to cast to help those families. But everybody who votes no, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it. Everybody who votes no is going to be asked a question by that waitress making $32,000 a year saying, why do you want me to pay more money in my tips so that $10 billion of fraud goes out in the SNAP program? Because you voted against cleaning it up and you voted against no tax on tips. That's the no vote. You can't hide behind the billionaire anymore.
He is cooking.
You're going to have to face the reality, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually delivers for the working families of this country who have been struggling. They haven't been living on easy street the last 4 years, but they went to the polls in November and said, we want to try a different approach. And this is that different approach to give them more power, to give them more opportunity. You know, we're giving opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to in this bill. Again, if you're going to vote no, this is what the no vote will take away. We actually create something unique in this bill. Hadn't been talked about yet, but it's in the bill. I'm real proud of it. We create opportunity in school choice for every, not billionaire, low-income families. Every low-income family in America will be eligible for a scholarship so that their kid can go to the school of their choice if they're in a failing school. Now, you vote no, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell that family that their kid doesn't have the same opportunity they deserve that every other kid in America can have? If somebody can afford it, they can go to a private school. But if that low-income family can't afford it, we're finally giving them a lifeline in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and saying you can have the same opportunity. But a no vote says that you don't think that that parent deserves the same opportunity. And then you hide behind billionaires. There's going to be no hiding, Mr. Speaker. We all know when this board lights up, what the consequences are. And why do we say there's going to be a golden era in this country? We're securing our border in this bill too. We're opening up American energy in this bill. Everywhere from the North Slope of Alaska to, yes, the Gulf of America, where President Biden had shut down American energy. He green-lighted Russia's Nord Stream pipeline so Russia could produce their energy, funding billions of dollars to go fund their war against Ukraine. But in America, we were shut down. We open it up in this bill, Mr. Speaker. American workers get to produce American energy, not just for America. It's going to lower the price at the pump. Again, you're a middle-income family. The billionaire doesn't care what the cost of gasoline is. You know who does? That waitress making $32,000 a year saves that tip money. Maybe she can go on a trip and get in her car and drive and afford the gasoline now because we'll be producing more. We actually have lease sales in this bill for once, so we can produce energy in America. We have great natural resources. We just had them shut down for 4 years by an administration that said no to American energy, said yes to other countries' energy. Iran was able to sell their oil on world markets thanks to the previous administration. That party's over. And when America starts producing more energy, not only does it help lower the price for families here in America, not only does it create great jobs here in America, but all the bad guys around the world, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, you name your country, they're not going to have a cartel-like exclusive license on global energy anymore because America's going to be back in the game. Let's get this country back in the game. Let's get this country back on track. Let's actually promote opportunity in the American dream again for anybody who wants it. You want to work? There's going to be more opportunity than you've ever had before. If you're disabled on Medicaid right now, you've been crowded out of those programs by people turning down work. Able-bodied people, 35-year-olds.
What's up, Egg Roll?
Sitting at
Thanks,
home playing
Phil.
video
Appreciate
games.
the raid, brother.
They're going to now have to go get a job. That's right. And by the way, that's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. But now it no longer will be crowding out Medicaid for the truly needy people who deserve it. The disabled people will not be getting crowded out of those programs by people who can actually go get a job. And there are going to be a lot of great jobs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of great jobs in this country. America's coming back. You can vote no all day long and you can hide behind billionaires all day long, but we're going to keep moving forward because this country doesn't sit down in the fetal position. America's ready for a rebirth and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day. World leaders know it. The bad guys know it around the world. But you know what? Those hardworking families who have been waiting for this relief for a long, long time are finally going to realize help is on the way because Republicans in Congress, any Democrats that want to join, Mr. Speaker, are free to, but they're bragging that they don't want to be a part of this. But you know what? The hardworking families of America are hungry for this kind of change. Take power away from Washington, give it back to the people, and watch what happens. Great things are ahead for this country. Greatest country in the history of the world. We are finally going to give and restore that great American dream and that hope for those families who have been waiting way too long. That help is coming. We're going to pass this bill. President Trump's going to sign it. It's going to be a great 4th of July. Let's pass the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
I can't wait with the Republican Party to meet that waitress who's making $32,000 a year and tell her in this tax bill, the Republican Party just gave her 68 cents more a day. Because that's the reality of what this tax bill is about. But we could also say in the next breath, if you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $96,000. This is a fact-free argument. They're making this argument out that the person at the bottom is going to do well in contrast to the person at the top. There's simply no factual basis to that. And by the way, the party of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I yield back my time here.
Will the gentleman reserve
I reserve. I apologize.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in this country, and I can tell you this piece of legislation are for those working families, those small business owners, those farmers that are doing everything they can just to get by. It is not for the millionaires and the billionaires. How many waitresses who are tipped are billionaires? How many billionaires work hourly jobs and overtime? None. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, from the Gospel of Matthew, where I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you took me in, I was naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited, I was in prison and you came unto me. Inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of my brothers, you've done it unto me. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us takes food and drink from the mouths of the poor. It takes health care from the sick. And a vote for this bill betrays these gospel teachings. And in our heart, all of us know it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Dems love the Bible when they're
Gentleman
desperate.
from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
How much time is remaining, Mr. Speaker?
3.5 minutes.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished minority whip, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his leadership. As we are here in the early morning hours, 60% of the families in this country cannot afford the basics. 60% of Americans cannot afford that first rung of the American dream. This is an existential failure of the wealthiest nation on earth. And now, with this big, ugly bill, Republicans are on the verge of moving that dream further out of touch, of making people sicker and poorer. We hear the message. If you do not have great wealth, you do not matter to the GOP. If you vote for this cruel monstrosity, you are condemning families to poverty. You are condemning seniors and veterans in this country to hunger. You are condemning children to sickness without treatment. You are voting to enrich billionaires at the expense of what makes us American, our freedom to build a better life for our families. The American people overwhelmingly oppose this bill, and they will not forget if you sell them out.
That's a lie.
Sell out their freedom this Independence Day. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Yeah. I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Leaders recognized.
All right, time to end the stream. Time to end the stream.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Richie Neal, for yielding and for his tremendous leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. This disgusting abomination, the GOP tax scam that guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Every single Democrat stands in strong opposition to this bill because we're standing up for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot from my Republican colleagues who've expressed pride in this accomplishment. I asked the question, if Republicans were so proud of this one big ugly bill, why did debate begin at 3:28 a.m. in the morning? Republicans are once again which has been the case, Mr. Speaker, through every step of this journey, tried to jam this bill through the House of Representatives under cover of darkness. But I'm here today to make it clear that I'm going to take my time and ensure that the American people fully understand how damaging this bill will be to their quality of life. Now, Republicans and Donald Trump promised that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down under Donald Trump and House Republicans here in the United States of America. In fact, costs have gone up. We believe that America is too expensive, that the cost of living is too high, that that's a priority that should be worked on in a bipartisan way. But from the very beginning of this Congress, our Republican colleagues have shown no interest in addressing the high cost of living in the United States of America. Not a single executive order has been issued by this administration, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living. Not a single bill has been passed, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. And this bill, this one big ugly bill, this reckless Republican budget, this disgusting abomination, is not about improving the quality of life of the American people. It will hurt everyday Americans in several different ways. This bill represents the largest cut to health care in American history. It's an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, an assault on Medicaid, an assault on Medicare, an assault on the Children's Health Insurance Program, an assault on the Affordable Care Act, an assault on Planned Parenthood and the health care of women all across the United States of America, an unprecedented assault on the American people and their health care. Almost $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. This runs directly contrary to what President Trump indicated in January, which was that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. Nothing about this bill loves and cherishes Medicaid. It guts Medicaid. It guts Medicaid in a way that's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt people with disabilities, hurt women, hurt everyday Americans. Hospitals will close, including all throughout rural America, Mr. Speaker. Nursing homes will shut down. By some estimates, 1 in 4 nursing homes will close as a result of this one big, ugly bill. And community-based health clinics, which are the lifelines in neighborhood after neighborhood all across this country, in urban America, in rural America, in suburban America, in small town America, in the heartland of America, will not be able to operate. And as a result of the lack of health care that will result directly from this one big ugly bill, people in America will die. Unnecessary deaths. That is outrageous. It's disgusting. That is not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Not what we should be doing. In addition to the cuts to Medicaid, this bill will result in the largest cut to Medicare in American history. by some estimates, more than $500 billion in cuts to Medicare as a result of the Republicans' one big ugly bill. This bill will also result in a devastating blow to the Affordable Care Act. That's no surprise because since 2010, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been trying to gut and destroy the Affordable Care Act. And as a result of the damage that is done to the Affordable Care Act in this legislation, millions of Americans will lose their health care. The assault on health care in this one big ugly bill will result in more than 17 million Americans losing health care in the United States of America. Shame on the people who've decided to launch that kind of all-out assault on the health and the well-being of everyday Americans. That's not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. And because of the drastic cuts that are made to health care in this one big ugly bill, people with private insurance all across America are going to experience increases in their premiums, their copays, and their deductibles. Millions of Americans in every corner of this country, an all-out assault on health care. That's a very different vision, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans have, working hard to take health care away from the American people than our vision, because we believe, as Democrats, that in the United States of America, health care should not simply be a privilege. Health care is a right that should be available to every single person in the United States of America. This bill is an all-out assault on the health care of the people of the United
every
States
single citizen. He
of
didn't
America,
say every single
hard-working
citizen.
American taxpayers.
He said every
These are the
single
people
person.
we should be standing up
Fuck the Democrats.
to work hard to lift up. But instead, they're victims of this legislation. Hospitals will close. That impacts everybody in the United States of America. If your hospital closes, whether you're on Medicaid or not, you will be unable to get the treatment that you or your family needs. That's why we're fighting so hard to stop this bill. 1 in 4 nursing homes, by some estimates, will close as a result of the Republicans' assault on Medicaid in this one big ugly bill. This bill also represents an assault on nutritional assistance here in the United States of America. We've made great progress over the last 50 plus years as it relates to hunger in this country. Great progress. But we're still dealing with the reality that tens of millions of people in this country go to bed every night wondering whether they're going to be able to get a nutritious meal the next day. Tens of millions of people in this country, millions of children. And instead of trying to address that issue, Mr. Speaker, the one big ugly bill will rip nutritional benefits
This
away
is painfully
from
boring,
millions of
my
Americans,
God.
including children. Rip food from the mouths of hungry children.
This puts it in perspective what the Democrats
and
are.
hungry veterans.
Your DEI hire is boring
hungry
as
seniors.
hell,
That
and
is
no one
unacceptable.
cares.
That's one of the reasons why we stand in strong opposition, Mr. Speaker, to this one big, ugly bill. Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. We believe that the cost of living is too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That should not be the case in the United States of America. But instead of addressing the high cost of living in this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are actually going to increase costs, particularly as it relates to the energy
I know we
bills
mentioned that a little bit earlier, but I wanted
that
to highlight it.
everyday Americans pay. Estimated that energy bills will increase by hundreds of dollars a year. That has nothing to do with lowering the high cost of living, making this country a more affordable place. It does the exact opposite. It's an all-out and unnecessary assault on the clean energy tax credits. The clean energy tax credits that many of my Republican colleagues promised in letter after letter after letter that you would stand behind, but all chose to fold and abandon, fighting instead for special interests and opposing the ability for this country to stand up a cleaner energy economy, which means cheaper energy. And because of the attack on clean energy jobs, on the clean energy economy, on the economic development that had already been set in motion, often in districts represented by my Republican colleagues and in Republican-led states, red states. By some estimates, millions of jobs are going to be lost. And so you're ripping health care away from millions of Americans, Mr. Speaker, ripping food away from children and veterans and seniors, raising the cost of utilities, of paying your energy bill by hundreds of dollars, stripping away millions of jobs all across America. And what is all of this being done for? To provide massive tax breaks to billionaires all across this country. We are better than that in the United States of America. When we take an oath, convene here, come to the United States Capitol, our job is to make life better for everyday Americans. But the genesis of this bill, the focus of this bill, the justification for all of the cuts that will hurt everyday Americans in this bill is to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. It's extraordinary. Never in my time here in Congress have I experienced legislation that benefits so few people who fall into the category of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, while at the same time hurting everyday Americans, that we should be fighting hard to help. Now, all of this apparently is being rushed because the decision was made by President Trump that he would like to get a bill done by the 4th of July. What does the 4th of July have to do with this one big, ugly bill? What does celebrating American independence, the birth of this exceptional country, the journey that we've been on for 249 years, what does any of that have to do with this one big, ugly bill? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that if you actually look at the Declaration of Independence, what we find is that everything about this one big, ugly bill runs in direct contrast with what was set in motion by the framers and the founders of our great country. Of course, the Declaration of Independence, authored by Thomas Jefferson, makes the famous statement that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. Speaker, I want to lock in for just a moment on that aspirational objective, the pursuit of happiness. Because when it comes to everyday Americans, this one big, ugly bill will hurt the quality of life of hardworking American taxpayers, and it's all designed to put
Sorry, I was muted. So I want to show you what Nick Sorto just said, but he says Dollar Store Obama is whining. His stunt full of crocodile tears could last an hour. This could last an hour. And then that could lead us into the vote. So we could be sitting here for an hour.
A march toward a more perfect union, in part anchored in the pursuit of happiness, which decade after decade, century after century, leaders who sat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, leaders in this Congress on both sides of the aisle tried to bring about for the greatest number of Americans. But that's not what this one big ugly bill is all about. America is too expensive. There are far too many people who are living paycheck to paycheck here in this great country. That should not be the case. People who are struggling to survive, to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, imagine a country where everyone can afford to live the good life. Work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. We haven't reached that place in the United States of America. Imagine a country where everyone can work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Which means keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare now and forever. Now and forever. We want a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and then a good retirement. And we know that in the United States of America, to unlock that quintessential American dream, living the good life, you have to work hard and play by the rules. But the challenge that so many Americans have right now in this country is that they're doing those two things. They're working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they're unable to experience the great American dream. They're unable to get to that third leg. They're unable to live the good life. And that's what we should be focusing on here in the United States Congress. Not gutting Medicaid, not ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, not rewarding billionaires with massive tax breaks. How can you prepare to celebrate legislation that will undermine the quality of life of everyday Americans? It's not just a hypothetical, it's not just hyperbole, it's not just hype. It will happen. Everyday Americans will be hurt by the one big ugly bill. We're here on the floor of the House of Representatives debating legislation in the middle of the night with millions of Americans having gone to sleep anxious about what would happen. Here on the floor of the House of Representatives, understandably concerned that their voices have not been heard in this debate, that their pleas for compassion have been overlooked. Many of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the aisle have chosen not to hold town hall meetings, not to hear from the voices of the people that you're privileged to represent. But we've embraced the American people. We haven't run from the American people. House Democrats will continue to run toward the American people and lift their voices up. Lift their voices up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a little time to share some of the stories of the American people. Voices that might otherwise be excluded from this debate. But we're not going to let those voices be excluded. We will ensure that these voices are heard. We will continue to do everything we can to bring.
So many people might be curious. This is live. This is live right now. And I plan on staying here until the final vote happens, which could happen in the next 45 minutes to an hour, maybe. We're just going to have to see how this all plays out.
With Medicaid expansion, I now qualify for Medicaid. Without insurance, my monthly bill for my 3 injectable drugs.
I'll be right back. Enjoy Timu
would
Obama.
Be $3,000. $36,000 a year. And that doesn't include any of my other meds or my medical appointments. Who has that kind of money? That's Charles, who lives in Alaska, district represented by Congressman Nick Begich. Medicare and Social Security keep me alive. I'm surviving on about $13,000 a year, most of it from my Social Security checks. That's just enough to afford my rent, utilities, and food. Without Social Security, I would be homeless. And if Medicare did not pay for my medications, if I had to pay full price, I wouldn't be able to survive. There are so many other seniors who are in the same boat. Without these programs, seniors like me would die on the street. That's Paula, who lives in Arkansas's 2nd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman French Hill. My son is a 25-year-old young adult with profound nonverbal autism who needs 24/7 support. Our family has relied on Medicaid from the time he was 2 years old, when he began early intervention services. At 3, when he was diagnosed with autism, a private health insurance denied him coverage for his pre-existing condition. Medicaid stepped in to provide health care. From that point until today, home and community-based services through Medicaid have been vital to our son's health and well-being. Medicaid also helped his school district pay for medically necessary therapies at school. Our son is thriving and healthy, and our family can support him at home because of Medicaid. That's Robin. She lives in Arizona's 1st Congressional District, represented by David Swiker. These are stories from everyday Americans who've written to us to say to this Congress, stand up for our health care, Mr. Speaker. Don't stand up for billionaires. Stand up for everyday Americans, for our health, for our safety, and for our well-being. Gwendolyn from Arizona, she also writes, she says Medicaid is the difference between my son being healthy, happy, cared for, and social, versus being at home with aging parents who struggle to physically provide the care that is required daily. Medicaid funding means my son receives the incontinent supplies he needs, the internal feeding supplies he needs to live, and medications that his primary insurance won't cover. Medicaid matters because without it, my son and millions of others like him may not survive. Let me speak directly to Gwendolyn from Arizona. Her representative may not be fighting on your behalf. As House Democrats, we're here to say to you, we agree. Medicaid matters and it must be preserved. It must be preserved.
Unfortunately, I'm back.
Medicaid matters to millions of people all across this great country, to children, to seniors, to people with disabilities, to women, to families, to people in every corner of the United States of America. Yes, Gwendolyn, Medicaid matters. And if your representative won't fight for it, we will. Brenda? Says to us, My youngest child is a nonverbal 43-year-old female with autism who has been on Medicaid since she was 12. She's had 3 major surgeries and 6 or more outpatient surgeries, all made possible because of Medicaid. We would not have been able to get our daughter what she needed.
Dude, everything about this guy is an Obama ripoff. Like, he has tried so hard to make his body language and his cadence and everything. It is pathetic how much he wants to be like Obama. It really is. Like, to the point where he's trying to find an NFL linebacker to marry. That's how much he wants to be like Obama.
Medicaid are few and far between, but some doctors are better than none. And the only way our daughter will get any medical care at all. She is one of the most vulnerable people in society. And caring for her is a full-time job. For myself.
Take it easy, Beastie man. Have a good one, man.
Who are both retired and are full-time.
And any of the mods, if I don't know if I still have mods here, you guys can go to bed. I can handle any of the modding. Get some sleep. It's fine. You know, it's no big deal. I want you guys to get some sleep.
Whose very life depends on the help it provides. That's a powerful and profound question. Why would anyone in this House vote to take away Medicaid from the American people amongst the most vulnerable?
I don't know what you guys are complaining about. I don't know. I mean, I'm having a great time because this is what I've been watching. You know, which this is the new Lois Lane. So I've just had this going on repeat on my other screen the whole time. So I don't know what you guys are upset about, but I mean, I'm doing good. You know, I got no issues, but you know, anyway, go back over here.
Garrett also from Arizona. I'm still in the A section right now. So strap in as we make sure we lift up the voices of everyday Americans all across this country. It's important that we take note. This isn't abstract, taking away health care from the American people. It's concrete, it's real, it has devastating implications. Garrett says, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth. Cerebral palsy at birth. Thanks to Medicaid, I was able to undergo multiple surgeries that significantly improved my ability to walk, transforming both my mobility and daily life. Relying on Medicaid, SNAP in the past, and SSI, I worry about what would happen to me and my friends if these programs were taken away. Without them, I wouldn't be able to keep up with doctor's appointments.
Somebody said play some music. I mean, I could play. I have background music on the StreamYards list right here. So we could play some music while he's talking.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
Read a passage of scripture. One of my favorite passages of scripture, Matthew 25 and 35 through 40. And later on this morning, as I continue my remarks, perhaps I'll have an opportunity to go a little deeper into the meaning of Matthew 25 and 35. What I can say is that all of us should be trying to lift up the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, and the afflicted. Garrett tells us, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy.
It does work, doesn't it?
And the first thing that jumped out to me when I read this was that we're all God's children, and we should be looking after all God's children to the best of our ability, not running away from them and undermining their quality of life.
Gonna
Garrett,
go oil up
to stand up and work hard on your behalf. Nancy from California.
What else we got on here?
That's a great name, Nancy from California. Nancy from California writes, my two special health needs, former foster children, depend on Medicaid for a dizzying array of health services.
I got an idea. Hang on just a minute.
Ranging from over 20 pediatric medical specialists and palliative care to behavioral health and occupational therapies. They both have rare, incurable, disabling diseases that require IEPs to navigate school. She continues, but I want to pause right there. I think that's an important point, talking about her children and the IEPs to navigate school. We should be looking out for children like Nancy's two beautiful former
God, he talks so slow.
foster care children, her two special health needs children, as she calls them. It's one of the reasons why the Department of Education is important. Public schools are important. Nothing in this bill supports public education. In fact, this one big ugly bill represents an attack on public education. And that is not consistent with what we should be doing as we prepare to celebrate our 249th birthday and lifting up this pursuit of happiness. Nancy continues, the ACA protections for pre-existing conditions and the removal of lifetime caps are also essential. My youngest child requires medical care that I simply cannot afford, costing between $750,000 and $1 million per year, depending on how stable her health is. I work part-time, but the caregiver burden is too demanding for me to maintain a full-time job. As a single widowed mother, Medicaid has become a lifeline for keeping my kids as well as possible. Nancy lives in California's 1st congressional district, represented by my colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Laura lives in the Central Valley of California, an area of the country with the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. The highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. I've been raising my 6 grandchildren for 15 years, and they are coming of age, but not many jobs are available.
I'm trying to add some music, so that's what
Also,
I'm
my
preoccupied doing.
16-year-old grandson depends on Medicaid and EBT to survive. He takes many medications a day. If you're not going to respect my ability to speak, respect the story that I'm telling on behalf of Laura. Respect her story, because her story matters. Her story matters, and the American people matter. Takes many medications a day. I'm too old to do anything but take care of him. I can't imagine choosing what medicines he gets or who gets to eat. Please reconsider for the people who need medication that is necessary for survival. Universal access to food and meds would lighten the worry that we carry. Not having to worry about food and medicines gives me more time to care for my 26-year-old grandson, who is quadriplegic due to a head-on collision last year. Please don't make him suffer anymore. He needs food supplements and many medications every day to survive. Laura lives in California's 22nd congressional district, a district that is represented by my colleague, Congressman David Valadao. This happens to be the district that has the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients in this country. Laura, I don't know what your Congress member is going to do. Every single House Democrat is fighting hard to protect your Medicaid. We value you, and we're working hard to defend you. Jackie is from the Orange County area of California. My son is 34 years old. He has Down syndrome and autism and lives at home with his aging parents, dad, 82, and mom, 71. His biggest joys in life for him are his day program and eating out. How small are his desires? And you want to take that away from him.
Okay, our boy Kevin
He requires
is going to save you guys at least for a minute. 2 minutes. He wants me to play this video for 2 minutes, and he's going to drop me a $1,000 super chat. That's what he said. So, so we're gonna play 2 minutes of this video. Let's see. I gotta sign it out of here. So let's see. All right. So this is if you guys know who this Lily chick is, I've seen her on Twitter. So we're gonna play 2 minutes. Kevin, right here. Here we go.
to swallow, but it is what the it is. All my screaming and yelling for George Floyd and Black Lives Matter. And why do we need to say Black Lives Matter? Because people are treating black people like their lives don't matter. Do Jewish lives matter?
Do they matter? This is Michael Rappaport. You might not know him. I don't know who he is. I just see deranged clips of him going around X. He apparently is a comedian, but I thought a comedian was supposed to be funny, and he is anything but funny. He seems to be more like a wigger type of person. Like he wants to be black. He's talking like he's black, but then he's like wearing all the Star of David. So it's like, okay, a little bit of an identity crisis going on here. He seems to have a problem with the African-American community, the community that he has been fighting for like a soldier on the front lines, posting his black square. He literally.
She's got a great personality. Just want to say she has a great personality.
Said he posted the black square. And now apparently he's not too pleased with the response that the black community has, I guess, or the lack thereof of response that they have been giving to him and his fellow Jewish brothers for the hate that they've been subjected to, right? Because they saw one joke online, then they're all of a sudden under attack. Okay. Professional victims, folks. Let's take a listen to this entire video. It is a deranged rant. It's basically him saying, I've done all this social justice work for the black community. Why are they not turning out in droves now that people are making fun of me? Now that people are tweeting out mean jokes.
Classic right there. Where's all the black people to save me now?
And anti-Semitic remarks. Why is the black community not reciprocating my love after seeing me for years talk about Black Lives Matter and push this agenda that black people are being discriminated against and that white people are evil racists? Why are black people not turning out and helping me? What's going on? So you mean I just did all that for nothing? Like I literally made that investment and I'm getting no return on my investment? Actually, Michael, when you do a nice thing, you're supposed to be doing it because you want to do a good thing, because you're a good person. Doing a nice thing shouldn't come with strings attached and a caveat, but judging by the necklaces on your shirt, I'm really not surprised that even your good deeds come with strings attached. Let's listen to the railings of this lunatic as he's extremely angry at the black community. By the way, actually, I'll talk about that later. Let's take a
mods, if you want to get this video from Lily's channel, and you can link that for everybody if they want to check it out. So that was for Kevin. And Kevin over on Streamlabs just dropped $1,000 on Streamlabs. He just dropped $1,000 on Streamlabs. Holy shit. Kevin, you mad lad. Woo. I will check out that video in its entirety, though.
I were married.
Thank
I
you,
was
Kevin.
able to be added to his insurance
Now we go
without
back.
being denied.
Honestly, I don't even want to go back to this. Honestly, listen, because of Kevin, I'm gonna talk. I can't listen to this. I'm falling asleep listening to this. So I'm at least gonna talk to all of you. I can't deal with listening to this clown anymore. I can't deal with it. In terms of Michael Rappaport, like that dude has, and it's weird because I feel like Michael Rappaport might have maybe the most severe case of TDS we've ever seen, because his TDS has gotten so bad that I think he's gotten to a point where it's become so full circle that he's starting to like Trump a little bit. This is like a level of TDS that we've never seen. Like it's gone so far that he's full circle, and the time loop has reached it to where he's kind of like, do I like this guy now? Because he's hated him so much. It might be the most rare form of TDS we've ever seen, which is kind of impressive. So shout out to him on that one. But yeah, so I mean, listening to Timo Obama here is just it's tough, man. It really is. And I think that again we'll replay this meme from earlier, but this one definitely lands a lot better.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
They truly do not know what they are doing. But I'm here until the vote happens. I'm not going anywhere. We're here. We're committed to it. So we're just gonna continue on. And this could be a historic moment, and it could turn out to be absolutely nothing. So we're gonna have to see how this all plays out. I think the bill goes through, but I don't know. CJTJ says, what the hell, Cobra Cast at 5:45? I mean, I've been live since 7 p.m. last night. I think. Yeah, I was live since 7 p.m. last night. Jeremy plays some Mario Kart in the background. The problem is I'm streaming this through Streamlabs, or through StreamYards. If I was streaming through Streamlabs, I would just throw a video game on, but I can't capture the video game through StreamYards. Let's see. Oh, there was a good meme. Again, nobody's better for memes than President Trump. So I saw this meme earlier, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So right here. Wait, are we done? No, we're not done. Okay. So right here, this meme. We heard you were going to call out for work tomorrow. Me.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
Trump memes are the best, dude. Nothing better. You don't even know what I'm going to do. I may do it. I may not do it. You don't know. And that was him that was him answering a question about bombing Iran. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. You don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Holy shit. So good. This dude's like, I don't know. You don't know. I might bomb him. I might not. You don't know. And that's the attitude he loves. He loves the unpredictability that he has with people. So again, I want to repeat, this is from Nick Sorto earlier. So this full stunt is supposed to last about an hour with Timo Obama. And then we could see the final vote for the big, beautiful bill around 6:15 to 6:30 EST. So that would be in about less than 30 minutes, potentially between the next 30 and 45 minutes. We could see it. So we'll see. Look at this comment. Hang on. Where did it go? Jeremy is still awake because he thinks he has to vote. That's a great comment. I'm sitting here. I'm still awake because I think I have to vote. That's really good, actually. That was a good comment. I respect that. Oh, man. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see if has President Trump said anything. No. President Trump has said nothing. Okay. Some people are, I don't know, man. We'll see how this all plays out. I'd like to have a different feed if we're going to actually watch the vote. But once we get closer, I'll see if there's a different one that kind of keeps up with the count. Maybe this one will. I'm not sure. Massey voted yes. Well, Massey voted yes to push it forward to the final vote. I do not anticipate Massey voting yes on the final vote. I just don't. I will be shocked if Massey votes yes on the final vote. So I guess we'll see. Sarah for $20. At this point, the Republicans better stay up longer than the Democrats. Dorkman says, John Spartan, someone put me back in the fridge. Man, Demolition Man is such a great movie. It is a great, great movie. If you have never seen Demolition Man, I highly recommend you change that immediately. In fact, stop watching me and go watch Demolition Man. It's one of the best movies ever. Alden the Blue says, guys, call your representatives. It's not too late. Think of the 40-year-old Down syndrome, quadriplegic, autistic children cancer, AIDS. Orange Man will personally hunt them down and take their meds. And this is really, and thank you, I appreciate it. And this is ultimately like when you see so many Democrats just using this hyperbole, it's just a joke at this point. It really is. Laughable. Let me get rid of all these that I highlighted earlier, because I know I wasn't reading a lot of those, but I did highlight all of them earlier. So I'm going to go through so I can see which ones I haven't seen yet. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going through that. I did get all the, yeah, I did. I got all these. You guys have been crazy tonight. Thank you for the support. Kevin, you mad lad. So what was funny is when I walked away to go stretch my legs, Kevin called me. So good old Kevin. All right, let's see. No, that one. Almost caught up. Okay, so let's see where we are. We could be Kramerica Industry says Cobra Cast still going. Hell yeah. We're trying to. Yeah, these dudes behind him have got to, like, they are struggling to stay awake. They've got to be struggling at this point. Pulling an all-nighter, trying to. We'll see. I mean, I'm here until this vote happens. Which, let's see. If you sleep, you're racist. Well, since I've been called racist for the past, 10 years, it has no effect on me anymore. In fact, whenever I don't get called a racist is when I start worrying. I'm like, wait a minute. Am I doing something wrong? I'm not being called a racist by all these fucking losers. So I always get worried when I don't get called a racist. And I'm like, I got to step up my game. So as long as that's happening, it's all good. This clown is still talking. Are you kidding me? Zinni Biscuit says, I got dressed, did my hair, packed my lunch, drove to work, clocked in, sent a super chat, and this guy's still talking. I know. Hail to you, Zinni Biscuit. Thank you for the super chat and the support, as always. Your Barmy says they shouldn't be allowed drinks when talking. Let's see. JJ's White says, Timu Tommy Lahren. I can't stand Tommy Lahren. I really don't like her. Weasel says, Jeremy is really nice, a nice guy, and never rude to his mods. Never been mean to my mods. Never. They're the nicest people in the world. What is this idiot talking about now?
To us, snapping.
You know what? I realized I don't care. All I had to hear him say is one word, and I realized I don't actually care. So, just for the record, this tweet was made 56 minutes ago, and he's still talking. Jeremy uses the 3 seashells. Two Tires says, can we put sleepy Joe Biden in the row behind him? Wouldn't that be good? His mouth is very experienced. Purple Love says, Jeremy, even though you hurt my feelings, I still like you and I say you're cute. Well, thank you. And I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings. I would never intentionally do that unless you were a dude calling me cute, which you say you weren't. So I'm okay with that. I'm glad you're still here. Why are 2,000 people still watching me? Why is this happening? This is crazy. 2,000 people all night long. Big Bill or not, we're way past boring for this guy who says White Fang. Agreed. I am hungry. Somebody just mentioned Taco Bell. I don't really eat Taco Bell that much, but I'm really hungry right now. I guess I'm not going to see Jurassic Park, at least at the time that I said. So, is this chick like blowing her nose back behind? That actually looks like It Is Ma'am. It Is Ma'am. No, I can't do Culver's. I had to cut out eating all that fast food every day. It's I'm an old man now, so I'm an old man. I can't be doing that. So Melissa, is it Benoit? Is how you say it? Is hotter than Sydney Sweeney. Is that the chick that was the chick that played Supergirl? Is that who that is? Yeah. She's not hotter than Sydney Sweeney. She's not hotter than Sydney Sweeney. Chris Benoit. I just saw her in she was in The Waterfront. She was in The Waterfront. She's a looker. She's definitely a looker. Is he just repeating himself? Pretty much.
Right now, more than 90%.
Dude.
What these impositions.
Is The Waterfront good? Yeah, it's good. I don't think it's like the greatest thing ever, but it's solid. It's like a 7.5 show. It's fine. It's good. It's definitely, I would recommend it. For sure. William Jackson says, I'll take Jessica Alba over Sweeney. Easily. Prime Jessica Alba. Easily.
Who are deserving will lose their health care. Kim says, I sometimes work.
Dude, so basically he's speaking for the American people right now, is what he's doing. He's speaking for the American people. So he's got these personal stories from the American people. It's absolutely retarded. Dracon for 20 says, holy crap. I restarted the stream last night when I got to work and you're still live and I have an hour left. You mad lad. Hashtag 199. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're here. We're here until this vote gets counted, apparently. So it's Kevin's fault. He challenged me. And then I took that personally. JJ says, not a fan of no tax provisions turning into capped tax deduction. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody will agree that the bill is not perfect, but there's no bill that is perfect. So, I mean, there's definitely going to be issues in there, 100%. And thank you for muting this clown. Yeah, I just couldn't take it. I mean, I just couldn't do it anymore. So Jeremy's about to stream over Jay. What time does Jay go live? I will happily pass this off to Jay. No, I can't do that. Landschneck says, I just woke up and saw your live. It was like World War III started, and I missed it. Lol. Yeah, not quite. In like 2 hours. Okay. Can Man, Eric K, you guys, if you need to go to bed, bro. It's okay. He talks like Obama on purpose. Oh yeah, no, he absolutely talks like Obama on purpose. He is Timu. There's a reason we call him Timu Obama, because he's just obsessed with trying to be like Obama. You can stream 7 more hours until YouTube kicks me off. That's right. No, actually, yeah. It is 7 and it's 12, right? Yeah. So, oh goodness. You say that like I actually sleep, says Cam, man. Fair point. I'm yawning. He has to stop in 30 minutes. I'm hoping he stops sooner than that, but I don't know. It's absolutely ridiculous, man. Again, these guys, like, it's all a show. I mean, politics is basically professional wrestling. It's what it is. That's unfortunately where we are. Mark of Reality says, I worked for the U.S. Senate in the early 90s. They think the only ones watching them are the C-SPANers, but no, millions are watching them lie. That's a great point. That's a great point. Especially now during the internet age. Yes, we're all watching and we're all judging you, and it's why we hate the Democrats. I hate the Republicans too, to be clear. So I'm not a fan of either party. I have no loyalty towards either party, but it's clear that the Republicans are less evil than the Democrats. And I am a Trump supporter. I am a MAGA supporter. But I am not a Republican or a supporter of the Republican Party, because I fucking hate the Republican Party. I hate politicians in general. So Retro Gamer says, I'm tuning out, Jeremy. Got to get to work in about 9 hours. Hail the 199 and shout out to the fellowship. Take it easy, Retro Gamer. Appreciate you, man. Thanks a lot. Tweet Tone says, Jeremy is not a Republican. I'm out. Bye. I bet he plays video games too. Yeah, Steve Scalise had to take a little shot at video games earlier. And I was like, all right, chill, bro. I see your point, but friendly fire. Let's slow down, okay? JJ says senators sold us out. Yeah, the Senate changed, added some stuff to it, or took some stuff. Yeah, added some stuff to it, I think. And Senor Spielbergo says, I have to get to work in 5 hours. You know what's crazy is, I was randomly watching, I don't know what motivated me to pull this up, but so before I became a YouTuber, a low quality YouTuber and a low quality grifter, before that happened, I used to be a big fan of the YouTube channel. Well, the show that was Collider Movie Talk. And before they were Collider Movie Talk, they were AMC Movie Talk. But I decided to pull up an old episode of Jedi Council, which is their Star Wars show. And I was just watching a little bit of it today, and it was like a time warp. It was crazy to go back and watch that shit. And I'm like, dude, this is back when we had hope for Star Wars. It was crazy. It's crazy to watch it. And then I was thinking about like where I am today and how far, everything's happened and everything with YouTube. And I'm like, this is crazy. I used to listen to these guys religiously, and they're all douchebags, by the way. It's funny stuff. Dave's Collection says, on my way to work, and Jay's already working. Yeah, if you call it work. Tweetatone says, D-Day Cobra, all honesty, bro, massive respect for you still being alive. Respect from the 2017-2018 OGs. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate that. Let's see. Barry says, I got to clock in an hour. Well, you got a little time to hang out with us. What's up, Trent? Band Dam says, I actually believe Star Wars was in good hands with Disney at first. Brother, so did I. So did I. Even after The Force Awakens, I was all in. I was all in after The Force Awakens. It wasn't until Last Jedi that I realized this is terrible. So I feel you on that, man. Rule says, I'm on vacation. Hell yeah. And you're hanging out here with me? Why? What's wrong with you? King Moonrazer says, thanks for the stream. Been on the clock for an hour. I'm a pro listener. Hell yeah. That's what's up. God-fearing Gator says, get some rest, my dude. You deserve it. I will. As soon as this is all done, I'll go crash. So play the damn Vast song. I mean, mods can drop a link. I'm not going to play that right now, but I mean, obviously Dan and Eric's song is absolutely fantastic. So congratulations to both of those guys for their success. You love seeing it. Packers says, clocking in now. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Kevin made it worth it. Yes, he did. I don't know if he's still here or not. So Weasel says, holy F, I just realized I've been calling Jeremy gay for over 5 years. I know. Like I said, the gay jokes are finally getting old. Like, okay. I mean, I call my friends gay all the time because they are gay. But, you know, when you have like 3,000 to 5,000 people like calling you gay like for 3 hours, you're like, okay, yay. Okay, gay joke, yay. Gay joke, yay. So, Jeremy rocking morning wood at work. Yeah. He's pretending he's doing a political rally. Yeah. He's an idiot. But again, I want to be clear. Someone said this earlier, but like, this is the best the Democrats have. This is the best they have. That's how pathetic they are. This is the best they have. Cranking the Hawk says, I found Geeks and Gamers and you, Jeremy, after I saw The Last Jedi in theaters and been here ever since. No homo. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. I appreciate it. It's been crazy. I'll never forget it, man. I'll never forget it. Just that whole era was weird with like the close of 2017. I had made a decision. Many of you probably know the story, but some of you may not know it. But, you know, I started Geeks and Gamers back in like 2012. And it never really got like any, I mean, it did okay for like, it's all relative. So like, you know, for what I was trying to do, I mean, I was just happy that anybody, oh, he's done now, apparently. I'll tell the rest of that story here in a minute. So,
on behalf of small businesses.
Okay, never mind. We can keep talking. So, I started Geeks and Gamers back in 2011, 2012. And, you know, so we had gotten to like 2016. And obviously, you know, Trump ran for president. I voted for Trump. I supported Trump, but I was never public about my support for Trump. I felt like, hey, with what I'm trying to build with Geeks and Gamers, I don't need to be a political figure. I just need to be, you know, above that, because I don't like when brands are political and all that shit. I just think you should, you know, stay above that stuff. So I voted for Trump. I supported Trump. And, you know, that's a lot of the stuff that was happening in the entertainment world was starting to take off then. Ghostbusters 2016, a lot of the feminist bullshit was happening. And I was kind of getting fed up with it, but, you know, I didn't say anything about it. And I wasn't a YouTuber. We had like a website, we had a Facebook group and all that shit. I did video game tournaments. And I started to realize like how all these people were losing their fucking mind over Trump being president. And it got to a point where they were like, there was this like thing where people are like, I'm going to out this person that works for this company because they're a Trump supporter and we need to expose them for being a racist and a sexist and a Nazi and all this shit. And I'm just like seeing this stuff and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with people? So 2017 rolled around. I wasn't happy where Geeks and Gamers was. We just weren't growing where I wanted us to be. And I decided I was going to take over the YouTube channel. And I also decided that I was going to start calling shit out. I wasn't going to hold back. I was going to tell people like, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Fuck you if you don't like it, because I didn't like the weaponization of politics. I didn't like that people were weaponizing things. And I was like, well, I don't want to cultivate an audience that's going to abandon me if they find out that I voted for Trump. So I'm just going to whip it out and flop it on the fucking table and let them see it and tell them to fuck off if they don't like it, because I'm never going to apologize. And so late 2017, I told my crew that was, that were on website crew and the YouTube side. I told them, they all knew I was a Trump supporter, but I told them, like, I'm going to start saying it publicly. I'm going to start like telling people, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. What the fuck are you going to do about it? And I had like 8 or 9 of the people that worked with me quit. They worked for me. They quit and basically went and told people that I was a racist and a sexist. Now, again, I want to repeat, they knew I was a Trump supporter and they had no problem with it until I was going to be public that I was a Trump supporter. And when I decided that I was going to publicly say I'm a Trump supporter, they all had to work defense or offense, or however you want to formulate it, to their friends and their little circle. So they had to basically get ahead of it, And so, so that was late 2017. And then a little movie called The Last Jedi came out. And I thought I was going to love The Last Jedi. I thought The Last Jedi was going to be the greatest thing of all time. I thought it was going to be the greatest movie ever. I had so much hype and anticipation for it. And that's kind of where it all happened, where I started calling out the feminist agenda and the woke politics and the SJW stuff and Lucasfilm attacking fans. And of course, add that to the fact that I was one of the only people in the nerd sphere that was saying I voted for Trump and fuck you if you don't like it. So that created this kind of like, holy shit, this guy's into gaming and Star Wars and he voted for Trump. And that created like a lot of attention for me, and then the rest just kind of took off from there. So there you go. That's the kind of quick version of how this all happened. And my grifting career started, and I haven't looked back since.
Jefferson Wood.
And he's still talking. Tony Montana says The Last Jedi brought me here. It brought a lot of people. It brought a lot of people here. Let's see. Kaiser says it's cool as fuck that I've been watching since the start, essentially. Geeks and Gamers all the way. Hell yeah. B-Man says, wait, did you work retail? Let's see. D-Day Direwolf says found G&G through the High Council. Yep, those were the old days. All right, let's see. You slapped Blind Wave. I've been here ever since. Well, I didn't slap Blind Wave, but I did call them out. Because they're freaking soy as hell. So, let me see here. Richard says, damn, you're still on. You were coming on when I went to bed. Yeah. I like how at the beginning of the stream, I said my voice is about to go. And that was about 6 hours ago. Came from Salty in 2020. Hail to Salty Cracker and the Salty Army. We love Salty. Jeremy being the Temu Mike Johnson right now with the filibuster. Basket City says, I've been following you since 2023. Well, thank you. And if you guys want to keep up with me, for any of the new viewers, you can follow me on Twitter. That's where I do, like right here, you can follow me on Twitter. That's where, you'll see me, keeping up with stuff and all that. So if you're interested, feel free to do that. And also for a limited time, the official Cobra Cast hoodie and t-shirts are available on Teespring. There's the t-shirts right there. Got the long sleeve t-shirts. So you guys can go check those out. So that's the official Cobra Cast logo. Just dropped yesterday, and so they'll be available for about a week and a half. So if you guys are interested, please go over there and check those out. All right. Odin the German Shepherds has been following you since we both had 20K subs. You have been following me for a long time. I appreciate it too, man. Yeah, you've been around forever. I know that. Let me see. Jeremy, I want to support, but who designed that shit? Me. If you don't like it, it was me. In all reality, it was a fan that made the design, and then I liked the design, so I added to it. I love the design, though. Dude, I designed all this shit. The Geeks and Gamers logo, all the shit you see. I've designed all of it. So if it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. So, but never really thought too much about it. G&G is Pete Design. My bad, bro. I'll buy it. You don't have to apologize. Go back to retail. Basket City says, as a matter of fact, you gave me the inspiration to start my YouTube channel. I'm happy to hear that, man. I always want to help people if they're looking to do it. I always say, like, if I can do it, you can damn sure do it. I mean, there's like zero, like, I remember working with a vending company before The Force Awakens came out, and I used to look forward to going on my run for, like, I used to go to Sam's Club and Walmart and Target, and I would download my favorite podcasts the night before. And that's what would give me motivation every day to go to work. Is I've got a new podcast to listen to on Star Wars, or I've got a new, video game podcast to listen to. That's what would get me through it. And now I think, like, back then, looking back on all those guys that I listened to, I thought those guys were I thought those guys were just untouchable, like, in terms of, like, how I figured they were like these big celebrities and all this, and now I'm bigger than most of those guys that I listen to in terms of my following, which is all relative, whatever. But my following is bigger than almost all those guys now, which is mind blowing to me. And I met some of them at Star Wars Celebration, specifically John Campea. And I met John Campea, and I told John Campea he would know my name in a few years, and he does, and he hates me. And that makes me very happy. He fucking hates my guts. I mean, he despises me.
Right.
This idiot is still talking. This is insane. Marlena says, okay, my shift is over. Let's get the vote already. Yes. Kevin Cron says, you got 2,100 people just to see a boring guy talk. I know it's. God-fearing Gator says, I've been following Geeks and Gamers since the Naughty Dog Wars and Ryan's EU Star Wars video. All right. Hakeem has aged very poorly. Yeah, again, I think the best part of this is a comment that someone made earlier that I've already repeated it once, but this is the best the Democrats have. That's a good thing as far as I'm concerned, because this clown is nothing. Like, he is trash. He has no charisma. He has no communication skills. He has no aura. He has no presence. He has nothing. He has absolutely nothing going for him. Zero. And that is the definition of the Democrats right there. Dan says, bro, what the fuck, you're live? Bro, I've been live since like 7 p.m. last night. So it's been fun. It's been fun. Basket City says watching Ryan yell at Mario Kart greater than this boring politician. All right, let me see what's going on Twitter. I haven't looked on Twitter in a few minutes, so. Oh, look who's tweeting. Elon Musk is tweeting now. Good old Elon's tweeting now. Sure, Elon's going to be. I honestly, I'd be looking forward to Elon like losing it if this bill passes, just to kind of see how his reaction is going to be. Oh my gosh! Look at the New York Post. Look at what the New York Post cover is about Diddy. Notorious P.I.G. And that's the video of him beating his girl. Wow. That is amazing. That's really good. That's really good. I respect it. Dan, are you still here? Dan, if you're still here, I got to show you a clip. I don't know. We'll see if he's still here. You're here? All right. I got to give you the greatest quote that only Trump could pull this one off. I played this yesterday. Only Trump could pull this one off. You ready? Here we go.
My numbers with the black and especially black men. I love black men. I love them. I love them. I have gone through the roof with black men.
And then you have to go back to listening to this clown talk. All right.
United States of America, all of it is inconsistent with the best of what this House of Representatives should be.
I know you heard it on. I know you heard it on Main Event. I just wanted to play it for the audience, and I used you as my my lead. Oh man, good stuff. Through the roof. I know what he said. He's through the roof with black men.
My numbers with the black and especially black men. I love black men. I love them. I love them. I have gone through the roof with black men. Black men.
Black men. There is no universe where Trump should be as popular as he is. The decisions he makes, the things that he says, as unpredictable as he is, there's no reason that Trump should be who Trump is, yet he's the greatest. It is such a there will never be another Trump ever. It just makes no sense. The things that this man says. Oh man. So funny. Unique charisma. Very, very unique. Raptars Hammer says, how are 2,100 people watching you right now? Bro, they've been here all night. I don't know why. I don't know why. We were hoping to get a vote around 6:30 EST. We are 6 minutes away from that. So I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not. See if there's any updates or anything. Good Lord, man. This is painful. I'm just glad that I didn't just make you guys sit here and listen to this, though. All right, is he done? Please be done. Please be done. Just be done. Just be done. Go away. All right, here. Let's just make it good. Here we go. Hang on. Here we go.
We hear from Becky. From the great state of Louisiana. By the way, Louisiana is a state with some of the highest percentages of Medicaid recipients of any state in the union. Any state in the union. And Louisiana is a state at risk of suffering greatly as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid that is part of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Becky tells us, I have had Medicaid for years. And without it, I wouldn't be able to afford to see my doctors or cover what Medicaid doesn't pay. As a senior citizen, I now have to go back to work just to keep a roof over my head, afford rising food and utility costs, and maintain my car. Meanwhile, the government keeps taking more and more out of my Social Security benefits. Money I already paid taxes on while working. Feels like the middle class no longer exists. You're either rich or poor. Politicians today have no real understanding
or we could play this one, which
of what it's
I
like
think,
to struggle every
I think this
single
works
day.
better.
If they had to live like regular people, maybe things would improve for seniors like me. Becky lived in Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District, a district represented by
Kevin,
our colleague, Mr.
for
Speaker, Representative
50 on Streamlabs. This is after dropping 1,000 on Streamlabs. Says Alex is Yoda, Tucker is Obi-Wan, cut down got bigger, Trump Anakin Vader, Baron is Luke, Netflix Yahoo is the Emperor, Soros Darth Maul, Vader saved the day at the end, Oprah Winfrey Darth Jar Jar, ugly and dumb. Ugly and dumb. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it, brother. I can't believe this clown is still talking. Like, I may leave my glasses on because it makes it easier. I'm falling asleep here. Like, my eyes are shot from looking at the screen. Like, my eyes are just completely shot. Oh, God. What are we doing? Let me play this idiot for a minute. It is better when we add this, though.
I think he comes by his views in good faith. It's his perspective. It's the speaker's perspective. But many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made the representation that as House Democrats, we're not telling the truth to the American people about the devastating impact that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, a bill being rushed through this chamber, will have on the health and the well-being of people in Louisiana and all across the country. They've accused us of fear-mongering and making misrepresentations. And so I was surprised to learn, Mr. Speaker, that the Louisiana state legislature recently voted. The Louisiana state legislature,
bro, what is
that has a
how is this happening? How did I make the decision in my life to get me to a place where I had to sit here and listen to this motherfucker talk all night? Like, I could be sleeping. I could have been sleeping and then wake up tomorrow and have a normal life. But no, I'm sitting here listening to this motherfucker talk about nothing that I care about, nothing that anyone cares about. No one's taking him seriously. Nobody believes this bullshit. Every decision in my life has led me to this point right here. Meaning I've made the worst decision possible because I'm listening to this piece of shit. He talks slow. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a DEI hire. This is the best the Democrats have. Holy fuck. Shut the fuck up, Hakeem Jeffries. I know what he's doing. But he's still not good at it. That's the problem. He's terrible. He's really bad at this. Seriously.
What more do you want from me?
What more do you want from me? Like, we're getting to the point where I'm just going crazy.
And she mentioned thank you about 50 times. Did you see the beginning? Thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her?
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Joel says this weirdo is still streaming. Unfortunately, I am. I have this Trump clip here and I don't know what it is. Where is it? Where'd it go? I don't know what this one is.
Oh, shut up, silly woman.
Okay, that's a different silly woman clip. Okay. I didn't know which one that one was. Let's see. And then we have this one, this old but gold one right here.
On Friday, I was about to go get dinner for my kids when Donald Trump Jr. attacked me in his speech at CPAC. Something about me looking like a gender-neutral potato head.
I can't believe he fucking said that. Something about me looking like a gender-neutral potato head. I can't believe he said that. Oh crap, Samsung dropped 20 gifted memberships. I'm at a point where I don't even know if I can, like, I'm missing shit. I am tired as hell. So I apologize. Thank you, brother, for the 20 gifted memberships. Holy crap. Insane. Terry for $20 says the lies about Medicaid are unreal. Can't believe you are still going. All hail the 199. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No end in sight. That is the plan. This is true. MAGA does not quit. That is true. We don't quit. We're not going to quit.
Surrounding these programs, you never know when life will get pulled out from underneath you. The relief when these programs can come to your aid is indescribable. Emily lives in the 5th Congressional District of Massachusetts, a district.
Get a coffee or an energy drink or something. I don't drink coffee or energy drinks. I'm just drinking water. So I don't drink coffee, energy drinks. I don't drink alcohol. So I do occasionally drink soda, but I've cut like 90% of my soda out. I just drink water. George Ramirez says, I missed your super chat. I'm trying to get through all of them. Let's see. Jake the Movie Geek says, good morning, Jeremy. Is the bill passing? I don't know. I still don't know if the bill is going to pass. Yo Pop says it's called the Magic Minute. Leaders of the House can keep talking as long as they want. Jeffries is the minority leader, just FYI. Yes, he's the minority leader. Steve Scalise is the majority leader. So when Steve Scalise was up earlier, and again, man, this is where, like, what Steve Scalise, when he did it, short, sweet, passionate, and to the point, and it landed so much better. But that's because he's in a power position. Jeffries is in a weak position, and you know, it's obvious. You know, we can see that. Salty Vader says, hey, Jeremy, just got off work driving my big, beautiful forklift. Keep up the great work and hail the 199. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. George Ramirez says, good morning from Puerto Rico, Jeremy. Please don't try to be like Cory Booker or try to break his record looking like a Democrat. Get rest soon. Thank you, George. There we go. I've got it. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Let's see. Southeastern Kaiju says, waking up with Jeremy. I got news for ya. Let's see here. That one. What's up, Irish Skywalker? Says, I stayed quiet for the past few hours, but this cast is epic. Hail to you for keeping it up. Hail the 199 and 4547 something Beardo. Thank you, brother. Good play of Mario Kart with you last night as well. Aggie Orpha says, GD, this is this dude on low internet? Speed up. He's not going to. This is all part of his plan. It's all part of his plan. Normal Man for 20 says this guy has been going on TV. Let's see, on TVs the whole time. Someone should tell him to hurry up. He's not going to. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Radio Chimp says that this is why we watch your show. Was that when I went on that rant? God-fearing Gator says, any news on the Short Act and HBA? Not in particular, no. Dethu says, is he campaigning for presidency? I hope Hakeem Jeffries runs for president. That would be glorious for MAGA. JJ says, if you create policies based on these extremes, we would bankrupt. We would be already bankrupt as a country. Let's see. Lapco says, swig of purple drink for the congressman. I'm off to real work. Have a good one, man. Appreciate it. Ghost Crusader CV says, hey, Jeremy, I got a problem. Maybe you can help. I like pretty girls. Girls. I love pretty girls. Thank you, Ghost Crusaders. I can barely talk at this point. Copy Kitty says, time for bed. Let it ride. You've been up too long. Yeah, I'm literally, I sound like Joe Biden right now. Casey Cheeto says, I went to sleep watching Cobra Cast, and now I'm waking up to Cobra Cast. Your streaming machine. Hail the 199 IDOTS scan in. Thank you. Can't believe he's going to push this for another probably 30 minutes. We'll see. Is Trump-Zelensky call expected to take place on Friday? Really? Okay. Why are they even thinking about having a call? Do they have something that they're having to discuss? That was an election wizard who said that, so. Is this a real video? Is this a real video?
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thank you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Puff Daddy for doing the kinds of work that he's doing, because he doesn't have to do this. But this is part of what is important about giving back.
We applaud you, and I want to apologize for not sweating, but I do this so much. I'm so cool. I just want y'all to see everybody I'm interviewing is sweating. I'm not even touching my brow. I'm so cool, and I want to apologize. I ain't trying to make you look bad or nothing like that, but I'm just so cool. We
T-shirt. I tell you, if he was wearing one of those fancy designer clothes he's designing, he'd be sweating just like me.
There you go. And now we go to the Timu Obama right here.
Mentally disabled senior who lives in a group home. Until the age of 59, he was cared for by our mother. He cannot live on his own and has numerous health issues.
Yeah, how long did Cory Booker go that one time? You guys, Cory Booker, how long? This is not too long ago, but Cory Booker went for like, was it a day or some shit like that? Like, it was absolutely insane how long 24 hours, is that what it was? Yeah. It was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know how long he's going to go. 24 hours of saying nothing. Yeah. Yep. I remember that one. Yeah, Cory Booker is the worst too, man. Gosh, he's terrible. This time 48 hours. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to go 48 hours or not, but you know who's going to get, Jay is going to be so mad if I stream over him. He's going to be so mad. He's like, oh man, Jeremy's streaming over me. I know he will. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not planning on going anywhere. So I just wish I had some kind of understanding as to how long he was going to go. Let me click off that. Click off that. No, that's not what I want.
Palsy. Mild cognitive impairments and autism. She depends on Medicaid services for her health. Safety and well-being.
Okay. I had to pull
Unable
up
to work or take care of her.
I was pulling up the Fox News live feed and to see what they're saying about it. They've got this clown, they've got his feed pulled up, but you know, but they're not actually, like, it's in the bottom corner. So right here, this is the Fox News feed right here.
We didn't hear back. Debbie, thank you so much for coming on.
Well, thank you for having me on and supporting
Samsung with 20 more
Thank you so much.
gifted
Debate
memberships.
continues on the House floor. We will bring you the vote on the big, beautiful bill when it happens. And we're celebrating Independence Day weekend with the Navy Band Northeast.
So there you go. So they're keeping an eye on it as well. It's actually got there's better audio right here, shockingly enough, on this feed, which I know you don't want better audio for this clown, but I'm just saying there's better audio on this one. So for when we do need it, there's better audio on this feed. Normal Man says that Cory the Sloth Booker, boy, the filibuster needs to go. What is the point of it? The point of it is to drive everybody fucking crazy, because that's what's happening right now. What's one of my favorite accounts? Samsung. Jay Hamilton says, I'm becoming autistic listening to this clown. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? More background music, please. Okay. Let's get their clapping done.
For Medicaid and the love and care that you are working hard to provide to your daughter. We will always do the right thing. We're not perfect.
Here we go.
No
You guys
one
ready?
is.
Here we go.
But we will always strive to do the right thing on your behalf. As I work through these stories in the Midwest.
It'll play again. Here it comes.
And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that I'm about halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. Medicaid. It appears that I'm halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. But the extraordinary thing about this bill is that it represents such an unprecedented assault on the American people that there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on nutritional assistance for the American people. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack.
Yeah, so we're gonna be here a while, guys. It appears he's gonna keep talking. So I'm wondering if I should cut this and go get a few hours of sleep so I can actually cover when the vote is going to happen. Because I don't think this is gonna happen anytime soon. So I think that's probably what I'm gonna do. Oh boy, what are they doing now?
In this country can live with the dignity and respect that they've earned. So there's stories that need to be told as it relates to the veterans in this country. And there's stories that need to be told as it relates to law-abiding immigrant families.
Law-abiding immigrant families.
We believe that we have a broken immigration system that should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. But we must also stand up for dreamers and farm workers and law-abiding immigrant families in this country. We will not abandon our nation's heritage as a country of immigrants. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It's part of what American exceptionalism has been all about.
Just run the stream and sleep on the floor.
Told. William writes to us from the great state of Minnesota. So thankful for our colleagues from the Minnesota delegation fighting hard on behalf of that great state. I'm a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. I am a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic, legally blind, and I suffer from severe nerve damage in my back and legs due to diabetes.
I love how they care about Americans when they have to pander. I love that. I love that. They really care about Americans. Mario Kart stream after this? Fuck it. We'll fire up a Mario Kart stream after this. Might as well, right? Why not? Fire up a Mario Kart stream. Yes, this is live. This is live right now. This is actually happening live.
Pay for my small apartment and access medical care. Without these benefits, I would be destitute. William lives in Minnesota's 6th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Tom Emmer. Say to William, I don't know what the majority whip will ultimately decide to do as it relates to this one big ugly bill. But we're going to stand up for the things that clearly matter to you. We're going to stand up for Social Security, stand up for your Medicare, stand up for Medicaid, stand up for your SNAP benefits, and stand up.
I would have to restart the stream. First of all, I don't know how much longer this is going to go, but I mean, I have to cut this at 12 hours. I mean, we still have 6 hours to go, but I could restart the stream and run this through OBS, and then I could play some fucking video games with the chat, you know, while we're waiting. Could do that.
He notes 2 things that are of interest to me. He says that I'm a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic. And then also says, I rely on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support myself.
Play retro
Which suggests
games,
to me
Dan.
that William actually may have been a beneficiary of some of the hard work that has taken place on this side of the aisle. His life is not perfect. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. But as a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic who's also on Medicare, as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, his insulin at this point, always and forever, will be no more than $35 per month. That's a down payment, William.
Oh my God. It's like a skit on SNL. Yeah, it's painful. It is painful to say the least. Ray Clear says, I'm actively losing brain cells while watching this fucking guy. Stream some Super Nintendo on the Switch. Bella Stella says it's been 6 hours. This is your hydration reminder. Stream one more hour until Jay streams and you can rate him. I mean, at that point, I would have to just stream over Jay just to piss him off. Just for the memes. Just for the memes. The memes will be worth it. 100%. Let's see here. Some of these other channels, have they been letting this stuff go, though? Drinky says, play Shining Force 2 on Sega. I'm not going to say the rest of it. But have some of these other streamers, have they just been like, you know, letting this stuff go? Probably looking at a 9 or a 10 a.m. vote. Maybe. I kind of just want to play video games while we're waiting. That's kind of what I want to do. Can I start a stream right now? Fuck it. We're going to experiment a little bit here. So if I set up a stream, okay. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna try some stuff. We're gonna try some stuff. All right. Gonna try some stuff here. Okay. So I'd have to schedule a stream, reuse settings. Okay, let's see here. I don't know what's about to happen here, but we're going to try it. Okay. There. So do a 6 a.m. start. Done. Okay. Now, can I run both streams at the same time? Not that I would, but so, okay. So we've got that. Now I've got to open up OBS. So we got to do all of this while we're live. OBS is going to do that. Okay. Where's OBS going to open up to? Okay. If I did that, do I have a desktop? I'm working on it. I know I'm quiet for a minute here. Let me let you guys listen to this wonderful idiot.
Lost transportation services due to low Medicaid funding. And if Medicaid is cut, it will be disastrous for my situation. Lynn knows that this one big ugly bill puts a target on the back of Medicaid. One of the senators from the great state of Missouri, Senator Josh Hawley, spent months warning about the damage that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill would do to the people of Missouri as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid. And then turned around and voted to cut Medicaid from his constituents. So shocking, it's so disappointing. So heartbreaking for many Americans that a lot of people in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people in the Senate have talked a good game about Medicaid, but then turned around and done nothing to protect it. That's shameful. It disgusts me because I want to believe in the good faith of every.
Okay, so I'm going to try to end this stream and I will raid the next stream, and I'm going to run it through OBS so that I can have a little bit more access to keep this in the bottom corner and then play video games or something while we're waiting, so we don't have to listen to this fucking loser. It'll just be better. And I'll let the chat join me if you guys want to join me from the chat. I'll let you join me while we play fucking Mario Kart or something like that. So let me raid the next stream if I can. Will it let me raid my own channel? Yes, it will. Okay. So here we go. All right. So, all right. So it's just gonna raid over there. And I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Okay. So, I'll see you over there and we will fire this thing right back up because, fuck it. We're having fun. We don't know what's going to happen, but we know it's going to be fun. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. So bye everyone. Have a good one. And I'll see you in a few minutes.